Good morning, everyone. We are here in Peoria. Some of us have been here a little bit longer than others, but we've both made it safely here, and I am looking forward to this weekend. So I've got Jonas with me. How you doing, Jonas?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah.
This is Jonas Abraham, Jonas OPTCG.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to
Just
commentating some of the best gameplay in One Piece today.
casually our North American champion from the last season. Whatever, doesn't really matter. But we do have for you guys some gameplay for our top 64 for Top Cuts regionals here. It is one of it's the largest in-person event, at least for this season, right?
Yeah. Aside from Nationals, it's the largest One Piece event to date, which is going to be super awesome. And there's some powerhouses.
There are. When I thought, like, oh, we're going to do a top 32 cut today. No, top 64, which is twice as much work, literally, but it's going to be really exciting. Best of 3 hour-long matches, and if you guys want to see what has a chance to be in that top 64 real quick, we do have our leader breakdown for you guys. So it is 21 copies of Sakazuki, 15 Moria, 12 Law, 4 of the Star Deck Uta, 3 Enel, 3 New Gates, 2 of the Star Deck 13 Luffys, 2 Yamatos, a single Katakuri, and a single Nami.
I'm really happy to see a lot less black being represented. Red Purple Law is on the rise, and a lot of Uta and Enel I did not expect. So that's super exciting to see for upcoming tournaments today.
For sure. And this is the last hurrah, or not one of the last hurrahs for Sakazuki. We've got less than a month. I should make like a custom timer of like for the second he gets banned for like midnight on that. But yeah, he's still going to be around for a bit. Moria, again, very strong as well. And Red Purple Law taking about 75% of this top 64. But honestly, like a good amount of diversity spread too, which is really good to see.
I'm looking forward to seeing some underdogs potentially win out today.
Yes, for sure. So we do have top 64 starting pretty shortly. We do have our first round as well, so we'll head on over there. And it is going to be the Star Deck Uta versus the Sakazuki.
Yep, this matchup seems super interesting. I have been toying with Uta a fair amount, and I'm not entirely sure what Alon's strategy is going to be into this matchup, but I'm really curious to learn from someone who did so well yesterday and how they're going to employ their strategy against Sakazuki.
Yeah, and the high seed was Alon with the Uta, correct?
Yep. So he gets to choose first or second. I wonder what he will choose. Being first is always better with Uta just because your leader swing happens a lot sooner. But Sakazuki's curve of Kuzan can be very, very terrifying for this deck.
Definitely can. So I think the big thing is that, like, 8-drop Kid has been a really good tool, I think, for Uta. And Moria kind of has a harder time removing it and applying pressure. Sakazuki, though, making it cost 2, Hound Blaze away, very, very, you get to remove it and then you get a big attack with it. So I can definitely see Sakazuki not having an issue with the 8-drop if it gets established.
Yep. I believe Alon's main top-end piece is just 8-drop Kid. He doesn't have any fun spice cards like 10-drop Dofi or 9-cost Zoro.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot of just aggression and clean film living. But I think that's going to be a best strategy against Sakazuki because the more top-end you have, the easier the clears are.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like they are doing their mulligans real quick. With Justin liking their hand, Nilan trying again.
Nothing makes me more terrified than Sakazuki keeping their opening hand.
Yes, that is, like, they have so much consistency already, but when they are great out the gate. So what would you be looking forward in an opening hand for Sakazuki in this matchup?
For Sakazuki, I think the most impactful card is 4-cost Kuzan, just because aside from Backlight, Uta doesn't have many ways to get rid of it. Additionally, I'm really looking for like the first searcher. The first searcher adds so much more consistency to the rest of your curve.
Yeah.
And the fact that he had a Tashigi in his opener going first is just the main reason you'd keep almost any hand in this matchup.
For sure. So I was playing the Tashigi turn 1, pretty short, or pretty easy play for this deck.
Yep. He has a choice between the Murakumo and a 7-cost Borsalino. Borsalino is very, very good and a massive body in this matchup. And when you're first, it's like one of the best things to be doing.
Yeah.
So
very, very good card for us. And yeah, there's some good removal you get from there.
Yep. Uta doesn't really have many things to be doing on its second turn aside from just passing. Playing Blue No a bit too early is usually a bad sign. So relatively slow start from Uta, but Sakazuki doesn't have much to do on its 3-dawn turn either.
No, they do not. All right, taking their first hit real quick, going down to 4.
Yep. And we have brand new from Justin's side. Oh, he almost whiffed off that one, but at least he has a Hound Blaze.
Yeah, well, there's 2 more brand news for your Gecko Moria plays later in the day for sure. And then Sabo from the leader effect as well.
Yep. And stage. Okay, so Justin's playing the stage version. I think that deck is a lot better against green decks, just having extra cost minus to make your Lucci's and your other removal effects a lot better. But on the flip side, you are down a card when you're playing that, so it's not the most useful thing to be using.
Yeah, but like if it just like the cost efficiency sometimes is worth it, and
yep.
But I do agree, like sometimes Sakazuki doesn't have like the biggest card pool in hand, so it's definitely it's a decision point. It's not a strictly better or strictly worse.
100%. Okay. Looks like Justin has found a 4-cost Kuzan, and he kind of has a debate between killing this first Usopp or just trying to set up for like the late game with the power of that 4-cost Kuzan.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of deferring to just playing the Kuzan just because of how obnoxious that card can be.
Mm-hmm.
And if Alon can use this Usopp to decent effect while also putting additional things on board, there's going to be a lot of things that Justin's going to have to clear on its 7 Dawn turn. Oh, never mind. He's taking this turn a bit off, which is very reasonable. Making sure this Usopp dies so Uta doesn't snowball is probably a little bit better. Yep, and that revealed Hound Blaze from before is getting real good effect with Tashigi. That combo is brutal.
Yeah, now that we have twice as many searchers, and again, it just converts one of these consistency pieces into another piece of pressure. It's pretty tough to keep up with that value.
And ideally, Alon would love to just be taking all these hits and deploying its 8-cost Kid and using all those cards to defend it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you were saying, that 8-cost Kid is just a very fragile piece in this deck.
Yeah.
Your opponent can just ignore what you're doing with the Kid and just Hound Blaze it with an Ice Age, which is probably the worst case scenario. All right, and Alon gets to go into his 6th Dawn turn, and this is the turn that's probably going to be the best for him because the default is Justin's going to play the big 7-cost Porcelino next turn. So if Alon's able to stick 2 bodies this turn with like a Brook potentially, he can definitely get under Justin ideally.
Yeah, and so we've gone down to 2 life, which sometimes you want to do if you are trying to set up like an 8-drop Kid. We find the I'm Invincible as well, which is great for ending the game, especially against like Sakazuki at times. We've got a pretty big hand, and sometimes Sakazuki's playing Pudding, but we do know this is a open deck list, so if we didn't see Pudding in Justin's deck list, we can easily draw as many cards as we want.
Yep. And that is huge because I don't think Uta can beat the card Pudding, so having that peace of mind of just ignoring that card completely is actually quite nice. All right, Uta's swinging for 7 and hit one of the very few non-film cards in the deck off the top, so no extra draw for him. And we have a Nami, it looks like, just to activate and then get an additional card from the top.
Yeah, Nami's probably, sometimes it's the best card, sometimes it's the worst. You don't really have a lot of room to play like the 0-cost event to filter out non-counter cards in your hand.
Yeah.
And because of that, I don't know, you want to play Kids, you want to play 7-drop Luffy's. There's just so many cards that you can play that you're in trouble if they just get stuck in your hand.
100%. From Justin's side, this looks like a pretty comfortable turn just to play that 7-cost Porcelino that he searched initially. But I also understand the temptation of wanting to play a blocker instead, just because Uta, while it mostly plays on the board with its film characters, also has that I'm Invincible it revealed earlier, which is a great way for this deck to just swing really tall multiple times with its leader to potentially catch Sakazuki off guard. No Moria. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. They must have another in hand, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
That's what I would infer. But if you're scared because of the lack of counter, you might want to be a little bit more hesitant. And I got a glimpse of the hand, but I didn't see any. So maybe he's actually not playing, or maybe he just didn't want the first Moria in the first place. How does this turn gonna look? Should be super fun.
Yeah, we have eight Dawn, right? So usually best is do the swing, 6K draw card, and if we have 7-cost Luffy, we play the 7-cost Luffy.
As you called it, it's like a 7-cost Luffy's entering the battlefield.
Yeah.
On play, put a Straw Hat or a film that costs 4 or less, which is that Zoro he just revealed. And Luffy is a beast. Weirdly enough, that with the stage version, it's relatively difficult to kill odd cost characters like 5s and 7s.
Because most of the time they're not playing like Ice Age, right?
Yeah, they're not playing that many Ice Ages. And then leader ability plus activating stage only gets these things down to
5.
to
right.
5, which is a relatively awkward number.
So you'd have to play like a Helmeppo or a Hina. A Suru won't cut it. But we're playing other Tashigi, trying to find something.
Yep.
Oh, I see a Suru already.
Yep, looks a bunch of relatively unimpactful cards and then some 2Ks. I'm curious how Justin's going to play out this turn, whether he's going to play it relatively aggressively with a bunch of pressure, or he's just going to try to deal with board the best he can.
All right, there's
T-Bone's
T-Bone.
reasonable.
Man, every time they put a card and their tag is Navy, I'm like, did Navy really need this?
I think Tashigi was egregious.
Yeah, Tashigi for sure. T-Bone, sure, whatever. Another 2K that sometimes you want to play out. But yeah, Tashigi specifically. And I mean, I think they rationalize it with, oh, it's blue, so only Sakazuki can play it. But in like traditional, blue-black builds. But yeah, it's still just rough.
They did the impel down package dirty.
They did. That is true.
And
comparatively,
they made those searches only search for like Hannibal only, or not Hannibal. Hannibal only searches purple,
blue or purple,
and Buggy only searches.
But there's
purple.
like lore, right? Because there's like the prison guards versus the prisoners,
That's
so
true.
they can get away with it. But man, as a Hannibal stan, it is rough that I can't just play one that finds both.
Awesome. So let's see what Justin's turn is looking. It's going to be Rebecca, bring back a Hina, it looks like.
Yeah, so, Rebecca, Hina gets it down from 7 to 3, and then
There we get the stage
effect. So if we have another Houndblaze or an Ama, we're good. And I don't think we can a Houndblaze, but I don't think we can get rid of both with Ama without another piece.
Like Suru or something and a leader swing. But that's the power of stage. When you have these like really expensive cards you want to be playing later, the initial Dawn investment is actually quite useful.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, like if you have more than one in hand, it is just like the first card you discard, unless you need something else in your trash already. So, that's just been like the consistency for Sakazuki, because you can play a lot of these traditionally greedy cards and not really get punished for it either.
Yep. Looks like Justin is poking with a barrage of 5s with Tashigi leader, brand new, and then the boss monster, Borsellino, getting in there for 8. Not the most fun for Alon to deal with, and the Rebecca's surprisingly a huge menace on this board.
Yeah, we have ways to, technically remove it, but we're going down to 1 already. Yikes.
Yep, and he might be going to 0 after countering out of this 5, because the Borsellino still has to swing this turn.
On a 2K out of a 5K, not great numbers.
Yep. Okay. So, from Alon's perspective, this is either I'm going to hope my kid survives, or I have to go for game this turn, because going this low is basically lights out.
Yeah.
So, I'm not entirely sure if Justin kind of sculpted his hand to be a lot more 2K oriented to survive Invincibles, or he still has a potential removal for this kid that might come down.
Yeah, because we're at 10 Dawn, so we could play Kid for 8, put a Dawn underneath it, and do
Leader
2 6K swings with one of the, the Uta hopefully drawing a card. So, but yeah, I'm guessing Alon just has a lot of uncounterable cards in hand, and
Alon's on cleanup duty, just trying to attack Hina's attacking face. And we got an Usopp.
All right, another 1K. We'll take it.
We were low on 1Ks earlier, so at least we have some easy pitches now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now Justin thinking, all right, yeah, sure. I think I saw another Rebecca in hand
Yep.
anyways, so we're not too worried. And I think the 8-drop kit is coming down.
That's
sure
right.
is.
Okay. And we got the Uta too. Okay. So it's a relatively fragile state to be in, but the power of 8-cost Kid, which makes it so that as long as a Dawn attached to him, they have to attack it,
Yeah.
is a very polarizing effect. I'm not sure many people have played since set 1, but that card was the scourge of the format.
Yeah.
And they've printed better removal since, but even still, if you don't have the removal for it, it is very obnoxious to get through.
Yeah, it is very tough. If Kid survives one turn, it is uphill from there. Some decks just strictly lose because Uch is able to play this card.
Yep.
So again, just a very polarizing card.
And from Justin's side, his hand has blockers, it has Morias, but it doesn't have any good clear effects. No Murakumo from his side, no Houndblaze. So we either go searching or we just play tall.
Yeah, well, we're playing Tashigi for, I think, the 3rd time this game.
The consistency's a menace.
We find a 2K, a Houndblaze, an a Suru. So one thing is that, like, you know, the 7-drop Luffy could be bait if you're like, you know what, I don't think if I want them to have to use the removal for my 7 cost, that just means that they have less removal potential for my my 8-drop now.
Yep.
And one more thing, I don't know if I checked it out. Did they have another 3-drop Hina in their trash?
The fact that Alon actually attacked that Hina before is actually pretty relevant. I'm not entirely sure if Justin has the second. I think he does anyways.
Okay.
But there's a Hina in the trash already, so it's not that big of a deal.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because that's like sometimes you want the Hina. If you put it back in their trash, they can play it again.
Yep.
Which, when you're a 6-cost useless Kid, that makes you a 2-cost very quickly.
Yep.
But yeah, here's the second copy of Rebecca that we kind of knew was there. We're going to use it to get Sabo.
Yep, getting extra counter instead of that because he has the second Hina in his hand.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like, for example, like Gecko Moria, we'd have to do something else. But yeah, looks like we're just going to Houndblaze, hit away, give it to the brand new, so we're 6K swing there. And we're going to...
8,
yeah.
2K and 2K. I saw a glimpse of Alon holding onto that Ezo, so I think the hurrah this turn is just to try to...
I'm invincible on my way out.
Yeah, I'm invincible on my way out alongside Ezo and that Zoro, so that should end up being, if I do the math right, a couple... That's like 8 or, yeah, it's like 7, 9, 9 or something like that. Might be 7, 8, 8. And given the fact that Justin took that 1K, I think he's cognizant of that potential threat. So I think it should be perfectly fine. But Sakazuki can sometimes have infinite amount of non-counters in its hand.
Yeah, they either have like 0 or 6K, right?
Yep.
It goes either way, and Elon should know that there's at least a 1 Sabo in there.
Yep.
I think they could have grabbed a T-Bone.
I believe they did grab a T-Bone from earlier that Alon should know about.
Okay.
So if that's the case, things are not looking particularly great. But we took a risk earlier, and then our opponent found the Tashigi, or the Houndblaze off that Tashigi, so things kind of spiraled from there. All right, let's see how Alon plans to play this next turn out.
Yeah, because Justin has, I think 4 cards in hand about?
I believe 4 or 5, yep.
Yeah, I see a bunch of event cards in Alon's hand as well. So, yeah, 2 for backlight probably to rest the the Rebecca.
That makes sense. Better use of Dawn than playing 3 Dawn for Ezo.
But I only see 1 copy of I'm Invincible, so we might have to go fishing off the top to try to find another.
Ooh. That might be the best. But it's really hard to gauge the size of your Uta swing depending on whether you have the Invincible or not, which is always terrifying.
Yeah, because we have 8 Dawn to work with. I think we have to swing We have to put at least 2 on Zoro, so that leaves 6. So I think it's 3 copies of 8. That 8K, or it'd have to be like, as you said, I think 799. But knowing that Sabo's in hand and I think maybe a 2K in hand, I think we have to go at least 8.
Yep. One thing you could potentially do is start with the 7 with your Zoro and see how your opponent responds. If they counter out of it, then maybe you have to start swinging with your Uta for smaller so you can find the second invincible. Otherwise, you're going to have to just swing tall twice, I believe.
Yeah.
But Alon knows, or at least his body language is kind of telling me that he thinks it's not very likely, but he's trying to figure out the best way to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, worst case, you're losing anyways, right?
Yeah.
So I don't. Oh, we might have a bunch of copies of I'm Invincible.
That would be super interesting. Yep, it looks like 7-7 or 6-7-7. Okay.
I think we have 2 more 7s coming down. All right, 7 number 1. I'm Invincible. 7 number 2.
And I see a T-Bone and a Rebecca, so things look pretty comfortable from Justin's side.
Yeah.
It's just whether you want to end his misery this turn or this swing or the next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
Might as well wait.
Give him the false hope. 1 more. Yeah, 2K, 1K.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
And there it is. So Justin takes game number 1.
Yep.
And we'll see what game number 2 looks like.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, very interesting game. The fact that Uta had that relatively lackluster 6-don turn of just play Nami into the face of that 7-cost Borsellino was relatively lackluster.
Yeah.
But I think the main card that Uta needs to find in this matchup is its 4-cost Brook. Having multiple bodies in play and potentially sticking them is like the best thing to be doing.
Yeah. I 100% agree. And I think, like, Borsellino's not, like, the biggest. If we play that card, we play, like, 1 or 2 copies of it, right? But in this matchup specifically, I think it's such a great card to hit the board. Uta doesn't really have a way to get rid of it. And worst case, it just, like, trades with Useless Kid. It's an 8K on an 8K. So it's very obnoxious to get it on curve, and Justin was able to do just that.
Yep. This format's been interesting because with the presence of Sakazuki, a lot of decks have had to lower their curve and play a lot more like 3-cost Brooks and then 4-cost 5Ks for the most part. And the threat of playing boss monsters is kind of a lost art. Like, people aren't playing as many 7-cost Borsellinos.
Yeah.
People aren't playing 10-cost Dofis in their green decks as much. So people don't really understand or value the presence of those massive bodies. And in matchups like this, in this particular, an 8K is just unbelievably massive, like you were talking about.
It definitely is. And, yeah, Ucha is a 5-life leader, but it's kind of weird because you want to take cards from your life, especially if you want to try to defend your useless kid in more scenarios than not. But if they're able to just cleanly remove it, you feel very exposed very quickly.
100%. And Alon presumably is going to be choosing second again.
Yeah, because you get your if you go second, you have a lot of just good plays on curve, which lets you use your leader effect as well and get that additional draw.
100%.
All right, looks like we are going into game 2. So we got 40 minutes left, which is pretty standard for something like this.
Yep. I'm not entirely sure how people feel about the 60-minute time allotment for Top Cut. I think in some matchups like the Sakazuki mirror, things can get grinded to a halt.
Yes.
But I think for the most part, the average game takes a lot less than that. So I think things should be fine, especially in this kind of matchup.
Yeah. One piece in general is 20-minute average. And I'd also say, it's the beginning of the day. Yes, people are nervous, but hopefully they slept a little bit last night. And compared to, like round 8 yesterday, people were just in their head. They've been here all day. They're ready to go sleep or sit down. And so I think people are more confident, especially in a top 64. People are more confident with their plays and what their lines look like, and just a little bit more automatic.
That is true. Some people are just grinders, though. I know a lot of people were just in hotel lobbies, just playing games, making sure they're the most comfortable for their upcoming match.
Yeah.
Because these games can get very, very intense.
Yeah, and not for nothing, but this first round is probably the most important round for a lot of people because its invites go to top 32, and we start with a top 64. So there are a lot of people who, yeah, they won X1 yesterday. They ended up on like 10th place, right, in standings, but they got one more game, and if they don't get it, they do not get their invite.
Yep. And the timeline to get invites has kind of shortened a little bit, just because the upcoming championship is relatively soon. It's in like September or so.
September, yeah, sometime. Yep. Yeah, we get 2 this season, so there's twice as many to go to, but half as many ways to qualify, I guess, approximately. Yep. So, I get why people are wanting to get those invites.
100%. All right. A good sign for Uta, the no early Toshigi kind of makes the Sakazuki start a lot more clunky.
Yes.
But the fact that Sakazuki kept the hand means it has something going on, so not going to be the worst. Or at least the Shigi off the top is not bad either.
Yeah, well, that's like their second turn. Yeah. If they had Toshigi, they would have. Okay, we see some stages, which might be the one you have to take. Obviously, brand new to fit your curve would be great here, but...
I'm the greediest Sakazuki player. If I can squeeze in extra searcher, I do.
Yeah,
but I think you got to find a stage, especially in this matchup where having the clear is more important than anything.
Yeah, for sure. And, okay, big 6, taking it, going down to 4. And, probably is playing the stage after getting the cycle. And oh, no,
they just drew a brand new.
They just drew. Yeah, they did the sequencing wrong.
They could have had their cake and ate it too. Had the stage and the brand new. Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, so we must be playing a Brook or a
Nami.
Yeah, it is the Brook.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, as I said, it's one of the most important cards in this matchup. Putting in 2 bodies is unbelievably important, just to make sure that things actually die when you need them to die. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, Uta gets this like power through and just put multiple bodies in play. Interestingly, I tend to hold on to my Brooks a little bit longer, especially for my 7-cost Luffys. So the fact that he put it in this early might signal he has a second.
Yeah.
Which might even be scarier from the Sakazuki perspective, because the first one's like not the worst. Oops.
Ooh, yeah. This, if they have Amma in hand, this is a lot of value.
It's not an if, it's when they have Amma.
When they have Amma.
It's just declarative, especially with stage build. They play so many Ammas that this Hina Amma no Murakumo play is a terrifying one.
Yeah, I will say, like, you can correct me if you felt differently, but this Amma card seems all right. Like, it's like removing a 2 and a 1 is pretty small cost, but it very quickly becomes one of the best removal cards in the game.
It is unbelievably absurd when comboed with the black cards like Hina and Great Eruption and Stage. I thought Lucci was egregious when it got printed in OP05, and we have basically a searchable Lucci effect because it's also Navy. Makes things unbelievably backbreaking for most decks. I was playing 1 for the longest time in OP06, and I probably should have explored playing multiple. That card was unbelievably nasty. Okay, as I expected, the Uta player ended up having a second Brook to put in another Usopp another Usopp body in play. It's not the worst, but giving Sakazuki a bunch of time to clear bodies can be relatively scary. Because 7-Dawn clears are actually not the most difficult from this perspective. If you find another Rebecca Hina Murakumo or a Hina Lucci, you kind of have everything else locked up. So I'm hoping that Alon can end up finding another Luffy and another Brook to have a very explosive 8-Dawn turn, but I'd probably be a little bit more patient with how explosive Brook can be.
Yeah.
From the Justin side, he ended up drawing a Kuzan, but the fact that 2 bodies ended up being put in play this turn probably means you can't afford to play it begrudgingly.
Oh, there's another Amma potentially if they want one. Oh, 2 more. Okay. At this point, I almost feel like I need to take it because 1's in trash, 2's in the top 5.
Yeah.
And most people kind of cap out at 3. Some people play 4, but 3 to 4 is usually the general curve. So
I believe Justin's on 3, so if you bottom these Murakumos, you are not seeing the rest of the game. So
I'm sure there's maybe some better cards you wanted, like, a 2K would have been good, or even like a Helmeppo to get in rotation for a Gecko Moria play later. But
100%.
You just kind of have to take this card.
100%. And from Justin's side, we don't have an amazing turn. I believe there's a Suru in Justin's hand, so we get to do something like use leader ability and stage and go Suru Murakumo, which is not the worst, but it's also not the best either.
Yeah, I might just he might just be playing Kuzan though.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Yeah, I think that's right though. Some people do get like blinded. They're like, if I can remove something, I have to remove something.
That's true.
These two 5Ks are going to be obnoxious, but you know that you need to save your removal for greedier plays later. So.
That is true. And it looks like Justin's doing a little bit of both cleanup duty and playing the Kuzan. It looks like he's probably very likely to be either Hound Blazing or Murakumoing this Brook while also playing the Kuzan. I'm worried because we might not have 2 clears on subsequent turns. Oh, we found the Hound Blaze too, so we're going to have a fun turn that way too. And swing another 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so Hound Blaze it away. You get the higher cost one when you can, because Usopp and Brook at this point are identical. So.
Yep.
And then another 5K going in.
And yep. So a body finally stuck from the Uta perspective, which is not bad, but Sakazuki's 3 life is very terrifying.
It is. Yeah, they get to be pretty safe. Justin's he just pitched a 2K, which is sometimes greedy, but like since Rebecca can get it back so easy, if you have nothing better, it's fine. And also, it's that I don't know, that 4-drop Kuzan is so terrifying to stare down.
I have a love-hate relationship with that card. That card I've been in love with since OPO2,
Sure.
4-cost Kuzan. It's my first alt I ever bought level of infatuation with that card. But I also know how obnoxious this card is to play against, especially against the green deck. So,
yeah, because especially Uta wants to play a card on curve every turn, and the cards that you play on curve don't have ways to interact with this Kuzan. So like you could use like a backlight to maybe try to pressure it and everything, but if Kuzan's around, it is just like a free clear of your useless kid every time.
100%. And from Milan's perspective, we have 7 Dawn remaining, so my default is just like, okay, we're playing a 7-cost Luffy this turn, which actually might not be bad if it ends up happening. Okay. Then we're going 5 at Hina. Ooh, interesting. So we want a relatively clear board, it seems like, and we're going to hope that Justin doesn't have too much crazy top end on subsequent turns.
Yeah, but it was kind of like, as I was saying in the previous match too, like sometimes, oh, no Luffy. Yeah.
No Luffy.
Sometimes you need to, giving them the Hina back into their trash just hurts you a lot more in the long run. Oh, we're already swinging with Kuzan though, which is sometimes scary, because if they're able to, you just give them an avenue to remove it next turn.
Yep. And looks like there's just going to be an Ama from this side. Clean things up, and taking that Ama off of that Tashigi last turn ended up being pretty potent.
Yeah. And we still have, what, 7 Dawn to work with, I think?
Yep. And the barrage of 5K swings. Slowly running Uta out of resources.
Yeah.
Most games against Uta has like 10 plus cards in hand, but the fact that Uta hasn't been able to set up much card advantage in terms of like Nami, and also these barrage of 5s is making it so that even this deck that draws 2 cards a turn is slowly and very quickly running out of resources.
Yeah. But at least Justin could have played like a Sabo or something like that, even like a Rebecca, just to get like more value. So having to put 6 Dawn to do 2 damage is pretty rough.
Yeah, it's not the worst position for Uta to be in, of course.
Yeah. And it is turn. It's our 10 Dawn play, so we gotta see if it sticks.
And we've got the kid in play. Okay. And Kid Uta's always not bad, just because you're making your opponent have the umpteenth removal effect. And Sakazuki plays plenty, but we're already down 2 Amas in trash, and we know that one's on the bottom.
And they've played at least one copy of Houndblaze.
Yep.
So they're running a little bit short for it. So there's some genuine like potential that we're able to get it around, but if we have the Houndblaze without the removal, we can get there. Yeah. So okay, discarding the Helmepo in my mind means that we just don't have it. But I think we just top decked a T-Bone, which I think 4 + 2 is 6.
Yep. Yeah, 4, 5, 6 is 6, and then between leader, stage, and Kuzan, we can reduce the kid down to a 2 cost. And no one really likes to play their 2Ks, but the new 2K from EBO1 T-Bone has a lot of applications when your hand isn't the most spectacular.
Yeah. And if we didn't draw, I think we have Rebecca in hand too, which would be able to find it.
Yep.
We'd have to, hard play it for 5, but I'd still probably do that play.
Yeah, 100%. Alternatively, if Justin would like to, he probably can go like Rebecca Hina T-Bone.
Yeah.
And then kind of get an extra swing at the leader instead of swinging the Kuzan at the kid as well, which would not be the worst either. But I think Justin's correctly identifying he can just save the Rebecca for a better removal effect later. Just preserve the cards in hand just so nothing gets too out of hand.
Yeah. So if we don't have T-Bone here, I can't 100% see. I can definitely tell.
It's T-Bone, Rebecca, Moria has the 3 cards in hand from Justin.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think the play, yeah.
Yep.
If we just play Rebecca T-Bone, we do get removal for it, but we're not putting a lot of pressure outright, I think is the trade-off.
Yep. Rebecca, yep.
T-Bone,
Bring back the T-Bone.
And then for 5. Yeah, and then we get rid of it, but we don't get to like pressure any more damage this turn because we have to use the 2 swings just to pressure it.
That was honestly best case scenario for Alon in terms of how that kid could have went if it got killed. So if there's a second 8-cost kid, this actually might be a way for Alon to just take this game by storm just by dominating the board.
Oh, yeah.
And if your Sakazuki player only has 2 cards in hand, it's one of the problems with the deck, is that it doesn't really have many options in terms of what it can play. Of course, Justin ends up having a Moria, which can end up being effectively 2+ cards of value anyways. Nami off of Uta ability is pretty nice.
Yeah, like Uta can definitely like outvalue, but like the tempo that you're able to make from the deck is a little bit different. But yeah, going 7, just asking for that blocker Rebecca is great. Yep. Playing a Nami.
Yep.
We find like a backlight where the removal on the Kuzan's really nice.
Looks like it's just blue no. Oh, we have to make the choice. Probably the choice between a 2K and a blocker, which is an unfortunate decision you might have to make. But yeah, sometimes just hoping that your blocker is good is more important.
Mm-hmm. Again, like the fact that they had to spend 9 Dawn to get the removal of my kid at least gives me the insight, like, you know what? They don't have a good removal. I think we have currently 2 cards in hand for Justin.
Yep.
Unfortunately, one is Moria, which is the value king, but
sometimes you just got to hope they don't have everything lined up.
Yeah, at least as Elon, I'd feel like a little bit of hope right now.
Yep. Oh, he does have the back. That's nice. Is huge. Okay.
And then, 2 more for the blue no. Okay.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
We're in this.
Green still has a little bit of removal, not nearly as much comparatively, but we got something.
Justin just discarded a Hina to find another. One of the woes of playing Sakazuki is whenever you discard a card to leader ability, you end up just drawing the same card.
Yeah, draw the same card, yeah.
But I think Justin's in a relatively decent spot just because the patience that you get to have when you're at 3 life is kind of absurd.
Yes.
And from his perspective, I'd probably be very greedy and just play a Moria and find a Rebecca and a Searcher. Just have some fun. See what you can find.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, you have to let a couple bodies stick. But if you end up having a bunch of extra 2Ks, you should be fine regardless.
Yeah, but yeah, Alonso just has like a really healthy hand.
Yep.
Yeah, just a quick 1K out of that T-bone attack, pretty standard.
This is a very interesting next couple turns. From Justin's side, best case scenario is he just plays a big body and then Alon doesn't find anything super meaningful. But if Alon's able to set up a potential kid if he draws one, or is able to just apply a bunch of pressure and play another blocker, this game might be swung drastically in Alon's favor. But otherwise, I think Justin is unsurmountably ahead. But that's the main way that Alon can get into this game.
Yeah.
And as predicted, the big monster is coming in. Yep. And brand new's getting in there. All right. Doing the brand new first. Okay. Ends up finding one of the least impactful cards on this board in 7-cost Borsalino. Not having a blocker or a counter is pretty irrelevant here. And also, it's not a card you can play this turn, so.
Yeah, and if we had Kuzan on board still, it'd be good for, like, Kuzan and 7-cost Borsalino are best friends, right?
Yeah.
Like, they work very well together, but without that, yeah, it's strictly worse.
This might be the blue no that could, because I've never really went a whole turn cycle with a blue no in play when I've been playing Uta,
against
so.
against Sakazuki specifically, yeah. Feels invincible now.
Speaking of invincible, maybe Alon has an invincible, might have to do something relatively scary this turn. I don't think I saw one. But from my perspective, I think this turn really needs to be either a Kid or a Luffy from Uta's perspective, because otherwise I think you're in a bit too perilous of a spot where you might just die on the crackback.
Yeah, and like we do get a good amount of cycle. Again, we can do attack with the Nami, draw 1 for 1. Putting it down underneath our Uta gets us another attack and another draw. And, you know, I think the decision is, do we pressure the T-bone or not? Where do we go into it? Your Breku's probably going to get one block no matter what.
That's interesting. I think you probably can never afford to attack the T-bone. Oh, he is going to. I just think that this game needs to end sooner rather than later. But I also understand that the more cards you give Sakazuki, the easier it is for them to clear your blockers, which might be a little bit too scary.
Yeah, like I don't mind starving them a little bit of resources when, again, like it's clear that they're missing a Hound Blaze or they're missing an Ama. So, okay. Oh, that's probably the best card for us to get.
Yeah, it was, but it's also like the worst case scenario for attacking for 7.
Yes.
Which is unfortunate. You can't draw an additional card off of your Uta. But yeah, having a blocker is really important this turn, so that's not in a bad position. But I think the rest of Alon's turn is very scripted with a swing with 5 with a leader and then just playing Uta or playing Luffy.
All right, there's the block with the Rebecca.
Yep. And Justin probably is seeing the writing on the wall in terms of the pacing of this game. And, yep, he's just defending the T-bone, trying to push there. And if this Luffy finds another blocker, we're not in the bad spot. Nope.
Oh, it finds nothing. That's a little rough, but it's fine. Like, the Luffy by itself is okay.
Yeah, and there's 2 other blockers in play, so it's not going to be particularly bad. And we know that Justin's not going to have access to a Murakumo anytime soon.
Yeah, but Borsalino's in hand, so that's going to get rid of the Uta probably like frame 1.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Uta's not great when you are able to stick some really big bodies on the board.
That's true. Importantly, if you play the Borsalino, you cannot play a blocker this turn, which is actually pretty relevant. Alternatively, you can do the same play we talked about, or we did before, which is the Rebecca T-bone line.
Yeah. Which
probably honestly would not be bad just to kill the Luffy. I probably would start with that more often than not because I don't think anything else is going to be particularly great. So, I'm interested about how the rest of this turn is going to play out. Yep. All right. Shrink the Luffy by 1. Yep.
Yeah, so we can, for free, make it cost...
Make it cost 5.
Yeah.
I believe Borsellino bottom deck's a 4 cost.
Yeah, so we won't be able to get rid of the Luffy.
Yep. Just interesting from this perspective. The one downside of blocking with the Luffy, because it's a 7k blocker, can just block the Sakazuki swing for free, is that the Luffy might potentially be exposed to this Moria. But I think if both your other blockers end up dying, I think you're never winning this game. So
Yeah, I mean, if they have Borsellino Houndblaze, you're probably losing already.
Yep. Yep. And it looks like a Rebecca. Bring back... Oh, he had a Lucci. I did not even notice that was there.
Yeah, I did not either.
Yeah. I'm curious why we played the T-Bone instead of the Lucci last turn. Yep. So he gets to go Rebecca, Hina, Lucci. The classic play since, what, OPO 5?
Yeah, yeah. The original combo, and then, the new variants.
Yep. Yep, we got to Lucci those.
Yeah, so the block with the Luffy was correct.
Yep.
There goes
And
some
those,
more Amas back
those
into the
potent
deck.
blue events are going back in the deck. I doubt we'll be out of the time to get back to those cards, but you never know, so might as well.
Yeah.
And now we get to do the bullying in terms of the 5k swings.
Yeah, honestly, it stinks, but I mean, it just depends what you want to do next turn. If you want to try to get Useless Kid, we just let it go and go probably down to 0. But we're forcing the Moria to attack.
Is that an 11?
Yes. So 11 into 5, get the block there,
100%.
and yeah, pretty easy.
Yep. Well, now we continue on. If this Nami finds another Luffy, we can try to make this game go on even longer. But at this point, there's a monstrous board over here in terms of Hina, T-Bone, Lucci, and Moria. So I'm not entirely sure if we can crack back or survive the crackback, even if we find a Luffy.
Yeah, I think Justin's been able to take control of this game pretty quickly.
100%.
All right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Trying to find a realistic line here is relatively pessimistic, to be frank. I'm trying to figure out if you want to keep attacking board or just attack the Moria or just attack lead. It's kind of all decisions that Alon's kind of thinking about.
For sure.
Right.
We have 5 cards in hand?
I think it's only
maybe
4.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 after we end up drawing with the leader and Uta, but
even then, though, so you got to spend at least 2 Dawn to do so. And what's our best hit? Like another Luffy, maybe. And even then, not guaranteed to even survive next turn.
I'll make Sakazuki have it. They don't always have it. Yep. Ends up doing another 7. 7, find a Brook. And
I'm curious where this is going.
I'm curious too. Because triple backlight, you can only attack for 6, so that wouldn't be sufficient here. Does Justin still have that T-Bone in his hand? I know he has a 7-cost Borsa. I'm not entirely sure what the other card in his hand is. But regardless, I think the blocker plus a singular 2k should be sufficient. Yep, and that's the T-Bone. But
yeah, I guess it just depends on our follow-up play.
Yep.
All right, there's 3.
3 and 2. Yep. So, unfortunately, even with double Invincible, This is only 3 swings against 3 life, so it wouldn't be sufficient to push through.
Maybe we're just
2
using it
Dawn.
for board clear, though.
Yep. It might be.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I wonder what the other 5 Dawn is for. Maybe
Right.
leader, or maybe 2 blockers, maybe leader, or using Nami ability and doing stuff like that.
Yeah, because we have 5 Dawn left, so what's our, what, we're doing a 6, so maybe we play like an Uta if we draw it?
Yep. And you can always play a blue no as well. There's a Nami.
Another
Non-counter
Nami.
on this turn is very important. Yep. Oh, I forgot Nami. Can't find Nami.
Yeah.
It's so confusing sometimes how some searchers just confine themselves, some can't, and making sure you got all of that on lock is not the most intuitive.
Yeah.
And, yep,
Just Uta, yep.
good prediction on your front. And
3 in hand?
3 in hand, and you know one's, or you don't know anything about them, but I believe just any clear effect, even something as clunky as a 7-cost Borsa should be sufficient here.
Yeah, 7, yeah. I was going to say, like, even without putting any Dawn on anything,
That also might be good.
you could probably, yeah, playing Borsa if we still have it, get rid of Uta, and then just go 7, 9.
Yep, you have
is-
you have 5, 7, 7, 9 after that, which is going to be more than enough. Doing all combat lethal has kind of been ingrained into my soul at this point.
Yep. Yep.
It can get really, really complicated really, really quickly, but with Sakazuki, when there's no blockers involved, things get pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and with Uta, yeah, 3 cards in hand make it pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
And you know one of them, right, still? I think one's the Brook that's knowledge still.
Oh, yeah, the Brook's very important.
Yep.
7-cost Borsa. And starting with a 7's relatively smart. Yep. Let's go.
And even if we are able to get out of this, we have 2 5s that can easily get out of it, too.
Yep. If you
And
counter out of
5,
this,
yeah.
if you hit like a Gibson, that would have been really funny, though. But we unfortunately know it's
sure
not there.
would. And,
It's definitely not good enough.
Justin's our winner.
Yeah, congrats on Justin for getting top 32, and if he doesn't have it, he's now qualified for national championship, which should be super awesome for him.
Sure is. So, but still, really good match from Elon as well. Pretty. I will say the matchup's not the best for
For Uta,
Uta,
sure.
but definitely tried their best, and I think they
Yeah.
did the right plays and the right lines as
Yeah,
well.
100%.
So, well, that's it for our first round of the day. We'll go back to us real quick. But, yeah, we do have, again, a top 64, so we still have 5 more rounds
gonna be a fun one.
of this top 32. But, yeah, anyone who made it past this first one does have their invite, and we'll see in between rounds who's left and what that looks like as well. But, again, a very stacked room.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to seeing the people that have their national invites, people with multiple championship wins.
Yeah.
I think the last 2 Peoria winners are also in top 64. Both
Yes.
Dexter Riley and Cross AI, Michael and
Yes,
Mufa, are
yeah.
both in top 64.
For
so
sure.
maybe they get to have the back-to-back Peoria wins
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, I didn't even recognize that. Yeah, because Michael for sure, but I forgot Dexter as well.
Yep.
So, both we wanted to get Michael round 1, but their opponent had a
Round 1 game loss.
Round
Yeah,
1
that's
game
actually-
loss. So that's so we'll check in now how that went for them as well, and Dexter.
Yep.
And just kind of everyone else. So real quick before we go to our break, though, we do have, in case you guys missed it, this was the top 64 going into the beginning of the day today. So we had 21 Sakazukis, 15 Moria, 12 Laws, 4 Utas, 3 Enels, 3 Newgates, 2 of the new Luffy Star Deck Leader, 2 Yamatos, and then a single Katakuri and a Nami.
Yep, I'm really looking forward to seeing if any of the more underdog players made it through top 32. We can
Yeah.
see a lot more interesting gameplay because I love Sakazuki mirrors to death, but as much as I love them, I don't think many people love to watch them either.
Yeah. I think we'll have our time for that. I think that we'll have some potential unavoidable Sakazuki mirrors in the future.
Understood.
Too. So, but yeah, that's going to be it for our first round here. We're going to take a break, probably closer to like 20 minutes, and then we'll get to top 32. If you guys want the pairings, or you guys can see based on standings, we'll have a bracket once we get to top 16. We'll have a graphic for it. We're just not there quite yet, but if you guys have anyone that you guys recommend or want, or just to see if they got into top 32, let us know in chat, and we'll do our best to to take care of that as well. But we're gonna take a piece of paper. We're gonna see who won, who lost, and we'll be back with round number 2. And again, I'm gonna say 20 minutes. It might be a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, but we'll see from there.
Yep. See you guys in a bit.
Yep. Be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry for the minor delay. There's an interesting situation. So what's going on is that in 35 minutes, signups for additional One Piece regionals go live. So at 11 a.m. Central Time. So what we are doing as a judge, as just a staff and everyone, is that we're giving people a 5-minute pause, or 5 to 10-minute pause. So if anyone wants to sign up for those, they are allowed to, and then we are going to restart time. So we're just making sure what that looks like on our end. So we're going to be able to get 30 minutes into this round, and then after that, we're going to take a pause. We're going to see what the game state is. We're going to see what it looks like, and then we're going to resume timer. So that's why there was a little bit of an extra pause, so we apologize for that. But we are going to top 32. Everyone here has their invite, which is very exciting. And we have a pretty unique matchup as well, which we're going to go into.
We get to see Nami versus Whitebeard. Oh no.
There it is. Sorry. My bad. We're good.
Nami versus Whitebeard.
Yes.
I have not seen this matchup much. I honestly don't give Nami that much credit. I think it's a very interesting, very combo-y oriented deck that I haven't explored as much as I should have. That deck is very, very powerful, and I think if you understand a lot of the pieces going on, you can beat almost anyone with that deck.
Yeah.
There's obviously very, very powerful hate against it, but I don't think Whitebeard has any of the spicy stuff for it.
I would say like both these leaders kind of have the same thing where they change how the game works just a little bit, and if you're not aware of what's different about playing against a 6K leader, or you're not how do you play against Nami? They both get those kind of minor advantages because of that.
1,000%.
And so yeah, both being in the same spot's really interesting. So, but I will say that Desiree did play against Newgate round 1 and did win, so that's already like a good sign for them. But we will see what this matchup looks like. Yep. Who do you think has the edge, though?
I think it's Nami, weirdly enough. The scary part about Nami is that a lot of its counters naturally get really tall, between like Love Beam and Death Wink, and even like the other like cards like Gum Gum Gavel. You can use a lot of your cards to defend relatively conveniently.
Yeah.
And Whitebeard kind of has no choice but to swing very, very big. Being a 6K leader and putting in a bunch of big characters kind of means that you're forced to do relatively insanely large size swings.
Yeah, like a 5K swing and a 6K swing is pretty similar for a Nami player. So
100%.
That definitely helps. And I know some people play, the name's escaping, but the 2 cost that bounces back to hand.
Overheat.
Nojiko, right?
Oh, and the new Nojiko that bounces to 5 cost.
Yeah. So
okay.
Nojiko's really good for getting the tempo back traditionally, but
100%.
But it looks like an early Kaya getting rid of Desert Spot, and then a second Kaya already. That's pretty strong as a start.
Awesome. I think just the velocity of these Kayas is going to be super powerful, and surprisingly, getting to low cards in hand can be really useful when you're playing Nami. Making sure you have the sufficient cards to get an extra card off of your Love Beam, or just getting to like Death Wink to get plus 6K and draw 2 cards can be very, very, very explosive.
Yeah.
But mostly importantly, getting 2 cards deeper in your 50-card deck kind of changes the clock a lot.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people kind of like they need to find those Kayas just to be in the starting position, and being able to get that so early is strong.
Yep. Nami's first trigger ended up being a Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom, which is pretty useful. Getting to get 2 cards deeper in terms of drawing a card and putting 1 card from the top of the deck into the trash is making this start very, very scary from the Whitebeard perspective.
Yeah, and meanwhile, our 1-drop Nami finds a guard point, which is pretty useless in this matchup, right?
Yeah. A lot of the events are what Nami is going to be searching for a lot of the time, aside from like the rush Luffy's. So they're not great in this matchup, but they're what you got. And sometimes when this matchup goes really, really weird or really, really late and Whitebeard applies a lot of pressure, there are random moments when Whitebeard's at 0 life because of its natural ability, and Nami can just swing 15 with its leader and kind of steal the game that way.
For sure.
Nami had a Sanji's peel off on this turn, which ends up being quite useful, and having one Dawn up to leave up potential Gum Gum Gavel can make sure that we're getting even deeper into our deck. Oh, we're just taking this swing.
Yeah, I think we are. No trigger off of that one.
Yep.
And they're playing pretty fast.
Yep. They're blissingly quick. They both know this matchup way better than either of us, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of buttons to press. Both, like, Newgate, they lose a life every turn, right?
Yep.
Nami's been taking the hits. There's a lot of cards that we can trigger off of life, too. And a second peel off already.
And a Kaya.
And a third Kaya, yeah.
Okay.
Get that info down All-Stars. Easy pitch from that.
Yep, and a Deathwink.
And looks like passing with 2 Dawn open and 7, 8 cards in hand.
Might be 9. It looks like 9. Taking a bunch of extra hits and just playing all these peel-offs is like very, very scary.
Yeah.
And now Whitebeard has to make these weird choices in this part of the game, where whether it wants to just be swinging with all of its bodies and swinging really tall, or just playing some better cards. Oops. Ooh, 2 1Ks for the 6K swing is actually quite brutal for Desiree. And having a gavel for this swing is pretty good. Yep. White Snake ends up being not very useful in this matchup either.
Yeah, when they're a 6K base, yeah, it's an easy card to get rid of.
Yep. Ooh, and Thatch.
Thatch.
I have not seen this card in a very long time.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Yeah. Thatch, man, he's a bully. I'm not going to lie. Like in what, set 3, set 4, playing Thatch, I'm terrified.
I was beyond terrified.
That card, it does nothing. It's just a 6/8, but man, that is good enough.
Yep. The card was really, really good just because the cost sizing is really important in those formats.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I think 6 cost is like relatively easy for decks like Sakazuki and Moria to get to, so it's kind of been a little bit on the downswing. But in matchups like this, it's probably one of the best cards. Another Kaya for Desiree here, trying to figure out what to discard.
Yeah, this is their 4th copy of the card too, so they.
It's the 3rd one, I believe. I think they bounced it.
Oh,
earlier.
They bounced one. Yeah. Okay. Yep. You're right.
But yeah, already down
4th
3
resolution, yeah. Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but again, playing the Marco 5/6 is great. Being able to play the Thatch out and the Newgate, like that's pretty much. You just have to kind of build tempo and pressure, and you swing 7s and 9s just to get the peak value most of the time.
And instead, Desiree plans on countering out of these swings. From a Whitebeard perspective, you're probably doing a bunch of 7s and 8s. Ooh, okay.
So we are going to play the smoke.
The White Snake, making your leader up to a 6K, making sure that Whitebeard has to play the fair game too. We're both going to be 6Ks this turn. Actually makes a lot of your attacks pretty convenient. And then ends up going 0 cost event and pitching a DOS Bones. Okay, it looks like we're trying to get very, very low on cards in hand this turn, so we can potentially use Deathwink to catch up on cards later. This turn we end up doing Spada. This is going to be an interesting turn. Ooh, leaving them on the top 3 in the particular order. I'm very scared to see what Nami's last 2 Dawn is going to end up using for. I know there's a Deathwink in the hand. I'm not entirely sure what the other card is going to be. It might just be like one of the 2 cost events that give plus 4K.
Yeah, it could be like a Love Mellow, correct?
Yeah, Love Mellow would be quite nice. Doing 7 at lead.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, and I think this 8K swing is going to be good. Yep, down to 2 life. And Spada is just draw 2, trash 1. Conveniently draws Impel Down All-Stars to trash, which is nice.
Yeah, and we played a Spada earlier to set that up too, so a little bit. We didn't know what it was in our life, but.
Yep. And given the velocity at which Nami's been playing this game, Desiree should have like 20 or so cards, might even be less.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably 15 to 18 ratio.
Okay.
With this being the 5th Kaya we've resolved, we've had we played 2 Sanji's Pilafs, we played a Desert Spada and a Rubber Band from our life,
Yep.
so just some good numbers.
Desiree's pacing of their cards in hand has been quite convenient into Whitebeard, making sure you have relatively few cards to use a bunch of these very, very powerful effects.
Yeah.
And Desiree found a White Snake out of life, which is actually very absurd given the sizing of these attacks. The fact that Desiree gets to go White Snake and then Gavel means that they get attack or deal with these swings, and these subsequent 6s are like way more easy to deal with.
Yeah. So we're going.
That's another 9.
Another 9. So yeah,
Yep.
if we have another Gavel or something like that, it feels good. But
it looks like Desiree has both Deathwink and Gum Gum Gavel. Not Gum Gum Gavel, Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom. But Desiree has very, very few cards in deck. I'd be really curious for a card count. The game's moving too fast to be keeping track of it in my mind, unfortunately.
yeah, I'm just pressing buttons over here. The life totals are going up and going down very quickly, and
Yep.
Yeah, this is not a great way.
100%. And this is the last swing, so maybe Desiree wants to go pitch with Zeph, play Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom, mill 1, and then play the Deathwink.
Yeah.
All the attacks are neutered. You get to draw 2 additional cards. And if the deck has few enough cards, you might be able to kill on this turn somehow.
You could also put 10 on Nami and go for the
You
fences,
can always
right?
go for it. They are at 0.
If that's just like if you don't think you're gonna survive, go for it, right?
That's true. All right, it's time for Desiree to do the legendary count.
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 left in
cards.
deck.
Okay. Yep. This should be pretty close to good.
So that will get 2 out.
Yep. That's a Deathwink and a Gavel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which Gavel will get 2 more, but then you'd have 2 left, and so yeah, obviously Impel Down All Stars gets out, but
The other card is actually quite interesting. Desiree probably has a greater grasp on what the last couple cards in deck are. But from the Nami perspective, her hand is Deathwink and Gavel, and there should be 4 cards in deck. The unfortunate part is we have to start with a Deathwink and only draw 1 card. And if that card doesn't draw a card, I think we lose on the spot.
yeah.
But if it does draw a card, then we're in it. So
All right, Deathwink.
Yep.
Draw 1.
that should be good. Oh, that's not good enough.
No,
at
we're
1
one
card.
off.
Yeah.
1 off.
We're
Oh,
one
so
short.
close.
Very, very close game. But not finding another card like a Love Love Mellow off of the last card was relatively important.
Yeah. So Dan sneaks that one. That was a 10-minute game. So we might not even need.
They might be done. They're trying to get done before the 11 o'clock
They got
registration.
signups going live in 22 minutes. They got to get there, right?
They know how cutthroat that registration can be.
Yes.
I'm not sure if many of the people watching have dealt with signing up for these events, but a lot of the times things are sold out within like 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So-
And I'm going to mention it again. If there's a pause, 5 minutes to the top of the hour, we are allowing players to take that pause to be able to sign up for events. So that might be in effect. But if we have another 10-minute game and Dan's able to take it, it's a different story. But honestly, I think for that match specifically, that Thatch carries so
huge,
much
yeah.
value. Yeah.
What else was particularly impactful that game? I'm trying to figure out. It was mainly just like the massive body. I don't think many other characters that turn, even like a Rush Luffy, would have been as powerful, which is kind of gross. And I think Whitebeard was very comfortable doing the correct swings. Doing a lot of 9K swings demands multiple cards from the Nami player.
Yeah.
And when Nami is playing a bunch of Kayas and a bunch of Pilafs with its turns, it doesn't really have a lot of the cards or Dawn to keep up with all those massive swings.
Yeah. And I see Chad saying this too, but we didn't really see Dan's hand at the end, did we?
No.
There's
There's a non-zero chance that 15 was good. We never know.
We know that there's a Jozu in hand and a guard point, which the Jozu's plus 2K. But if they didn't have 10K worth of counter, you could have just won.
That is true. And sometimes it's not the worst idea to just do it if you don't think your chances of winning with events is going to be particularly good. If Desiree did like maybe a closer count of what cards were left in her deck, maybe she should have realized that there weren't many draw card effects in her deck remaining. So that might have been something we could have done instead.
Yeah, because I think it had to be specifically, draw into, I guess, another copy of Deathwink or Love Mellow. I guess Whitesnake would have done it as well, but I digress.
Yeah. Nami math, always absurdly complicated. And we're starting this game off with another Nami. I guess it was Izo last time. And another relevant event going into the hand.
Correct.
And from the Nami perspective, do we have any Kayas to start us off? Nothing particularly exciting, just passing the turn.
Yeah. Which is fine. You can, if you have like a Level Up Mellow, or we can set up with, I think we see a Desert Spot in hand, so that can help us get there. All right, another Nami.
Yep.
I'm hovering over the set the life for 4 for Newgate. It's going to happen.
Blisteringly quick.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, 6 is very interesting. You get to let Nami use a Desert Spada or an Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom for free. I'm not entirely sure what the remaining 2 Dawn is going to be used for, but if you need to play more Searchers to fix the rest of your curve, maybe it's just necessary to do so.
Yeah. Desert Spada, I eventually put in my Nami builds, but
we're not a fan.
I get why it's tempting. It's a 2K and you don't get like a plus or anything, but being able to set up your life good, and if it triggers off of your life, you're fine. But it looks like we're playing the Makino play. Oh, we're doing the Rubber Band. All right, get in the White Smoke.
Awesome. And Makino, definitely an underrated card in this matchup to make your small attackers relevant. They always die immediately because this Nami's never going to be swinging at leader. And from Nami perspective, relatively defensive hand again. We're just not going to be doing much besides just leaving up our Dawn and passing.
Yeah, unless you have Kayas in play, which, we saw all of them last game, which is such a benefit.
Yep.
You really tend to want to use your Dawn for defense.
100%. We're doing a relatively... Ooh, White Snake drop. We found a Gavel. Okay. Yep.
All right, Marco. Yep. Okay, which would have gotten rid of a
Kaya. Which is nice.
We're still at 5 life, though, so that is strong for us. And
this is a drastically different game in terms of pacing that Desiree is employing compared to before. When you don't have Kayas, sometimes you have to, but thankfully the Kayas seem like they're flowing this time.
Yeah, the best way to find a Kaya is to have another one.
Yep.
Which
they find each other.
They do.
And these impelled down all-stars love finding themselves in the trash.
They do.
Sauce bones.
Never in your life. Yep. Just always in your trash.
Yep. And get that peel off going while you have the Dawn for it.
Oh, yeah, we still have a Dawn open. Looks like we drew another peel off as well. I don't know if we're going to stay at 5 life, though. I think that might be...
Ideally, we'd stay at 4, but not very likely given the power of this deck sometimes. There. Yep. Just take in and
trigger off of life.
Use that Gavel and pitching Usopp, Rubber Band of Doom, trash 2. 3rd Kaya in the trash. That might be a relevant thing to be keeping track of.
Yep.
And is it Rush Leafy coming in for 6? Yep. Never let them know your next move.
Yeah, man, having to go down to 3. Oh, okay, but
there we go.
Spada helps.
Yep. Timely triggers for this deck is the main way to gain a lot of tempo advantage, even though tempo doesn't really make a bunch of sense when you're talking about from the Nami perspective, given how it plays as a combo deck, but extra velocity going through your deck is really important. Awesome.
All right, so we're down to 2 life and 3.
Yep. Endeavor still has a relatively hefty hand, which is going to be nice going to defend into this swing, or into this turn. Ooh, third Kaya. Or this is the last Kaya of this game. Ooh, Desiree's having to make some really difficult decisions here in terms of how much Dawn they can realistically try to use to play another Sanji's peel-off.
Yeah.
Ultimately, she decided to hold on to that peel-off just to play next turn and leave a bunch of the Dawn that way. Mm-hmm. But they can definitely get clogged up in your hand, especially against deck swinging as big as this. And we got some 6K swings. I wonder what we're deciding between. I presume Desiree has like a Love Mellow. I think I saw a Giant Gavel in the hand as well, but in terms of how to counter out of these upcoming swings, I don't think it's particularly trivial. Very simple. Ooh, okay. Usopp Bend of Doom, pitching that 0-cost event.
Another 6K swing.
Yep.
Right, Mellow. But you know, I think Dan's doing really good at like forcing a lot of over counters.
Yep,
which are pretty
100%.
tough.
Yep.
Oh, and then
an 8K swing, and we're gonna be using
another Gavel. Yeah. Awesome. You know, this is not too bad.
Yep. Especially with the last card of Peel-Off, you get to rebuild.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, good foresight on her to hold on to that just for this turn.
Yeah.
And a Love off the top is also pretty huge.
But I think we just got an Impel down All-Stars.
Yep, and a Buggy.
Okay, Buggy can help.
Yep. If you find a Brickfist, you can maybe Kaya, so we can fix and find anything aside from Impel down All-Stars.
Yeah, and well, Kaya's really good at just putting us down to the good life totals too, or hand totals. But
yep.
The kind of other secret like benefit from running Buggy is that we get to look at rearrange the bottom 4 of our deck, kind of. And most matchups, that's a non-thing, right?
Yep.
But Nami, when we're trying to get to 0, sequencing the bottom of our deck is really, really important.
Surprisingly. Awesome. Desiree's start this turn was a lot slower, so I expect her to have a fair amount more cards in deck than she did last time. Love, counter out of a 7, draw a card, into another Love. All right, we're doing well. Draw.
Yep.
Into a Buggy, okay.
But we only have, what, 2 Dawn left open?
Yep. So we cannot even play the Deathwink if we wanted to.
Deathwink, unfortunately.
This bounces a 3-cost to owner's hand, and we get to bounce a Kaya. That's not bad. This is the second Whitebeard.
No, because they already
ace,
it's ace, yeah.
Yep, shrink those. And Peel-Off off the draw is quite good this turn, but scarily enough, we're going to 0 very likely because we don't really have the counter to survive. So a lot of what we have to do this upcoming turn is try to find a way to win either through just like playing a bunch of Kayas. Ooh, Deathwink. Having to bounce a Kaya.
I think that's fine because we have another Deathwink in hand, but definitely is
not a good feeling.
Yeah.
And after Desiree draws, I imagine we're going to do a card count in deck.
Yeah.
And Dan's trying to do a
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 6.
I think it's 6 or 7, which is
we have 2 Kayas in hand, right?
Yeah, 2 Kayas in hand should make this unlock.
Yeah, that should be pretty quick.
I was definitely underestimating how many times that Kaya has played this game. They've been popping off. Yep. Okay. I'm surprised we pitched the.
We have another
DOS Bones. Yeah.
And we know the bottom of our deck anyways, so it's pretty trivial.
And we should have Brickfist,
Brickfist, and another Kaya.
Yep. That should be good
There
enough.
it
Oh, it
is.
was 6.
All right.
All right.
Nicely done.
Game 3. All right.
There it is. So again, yeah, like Newgate 9-drop is fantastic, but I think it slows you down a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. Having more rushes is going to be a lot more important for the most part. And we didn't have our homie from Game 1, Thatch. That guy's definitely really important, having a massive body and also getting it on curve before we need to spend all of our dawn attacking.
Yeah. I'm going to also, since it's 10 minutes, I'm going to probably just tell them, you know what?
Yeah.
Just wait for Game 3. I'm going to pause the timer
100%.
as well. But just tell them set up and then let us know when.
Yeah, 100%. So I think that's a fair thing for both.
I'll be right back.
Yep. And I hope everyone else that's watching also gets to sign up for these upcoming events. I think there's like 6 or 7 between online and offline regionals. So I want to make sure that everyone gets to play a chance to play into these things because, God, I have no idea how some people just don't have the time or don't have the capacity just to spam refresh on their computer at 11 o'clock sharp every single time. I'm usually on my computer, but today I get to relax, have someone else do it for me. But yeah, 1-1, very high tense situation between Nami and Whitebeard going into the last game, and they kind of have to pause the game in order for them to make sure they get to play in the upcoming regionals instead as well.
Yes. So we're going to do that. They're going to get set up. Let me quickly, before I change, let me just mark that we are 1-1 apiece. I would not be worried that this game will go into overtime anyways. We have 40 minutes to play one game, and each game has taken 10 minutes as well. But in the meantime, so we'll go back to us real quick and just hang out for it. But yeah, and one last time, yeah, because signups go live in under 10, we're going to make sure that they get to do that and do the signups because they are quite competitive. Like that's a lot of people say it's round 0, right?
Yeah.
Round 0 is that like round 0 for me. This event was just getting here.
That was a rough round,
which is rough. So I do want to say thank you to Top Cut for being just patient and considerate with this. I have all the equipment for this stream, and when I'm not able to show up, there is no stream, unfortunately, for something like this. So, but I will say that Top Cut was they did what they could do. So we were able to record all of Swiss yesterday. So that
awesome.
will go up on their YouTube. I'm going to say by the end of the week. Unsure if there's going to be commentary or not, but that is there were 10 rounds yesterday, and who ended up being first after?
I believe
Swiss?
David Lago was the undefeated.
Yeah, so yeah, David with Moria, was able to be there. We do have the entirety of the pairings there, so if you want to see what the top 64 there as well, and then one more time we can talk about what was able to get into the top 64. So we do have, let's go over there. Yeah, so this is EBO 1. This is the last couple weeks of Sakazuki, and it doesn't have any signs of slowing down at all. 21 Sakazukis, 15 Morias, 12 Trafalgar Laws, 4 Utas, 3 Enels, 3 Newgates, which this is one of them, 2 Luffys, 2 of the Yamatos, a Katakuri, and our Nami player as well.
It looks like Newgate was 3 for 3 to get into top 32.
Yes.
It's a great conversion.
2 for 3.
Oh, 2 for 3.
Yeah, because Desiree's first opponent, Desiree fought Newgate round 1. So, definitely very, at least knowledgeable of what the matchup could look like and was able to get the win for it. So, and going to game 3 as well means that, it's not, either player can definitely win this
100%,
game 3 for sure.
And this is the first time that Whitebeard gets to go second, which is one extra card that Nami doesn't get to draw, which actually might change the pace. Game 1, Desiree was off by 1 card, and this game, Desiree had exactly enough. So
yeah, they had...
Oh, they had plenty of extra cards.
Yeah, they had Nami, or they had Dazbones to get Gavel, so...
They had plenty of other ways to potentially do it as well.
Yeah.
But going first or second is a huge tempo swing.
Yeah.
And going second, drawing that Thatch. I'm going to keep harping on that guy. That guy's great.
Yes.
But it should be a fun time either way.
Yeah, and we have like some approximate knowledge. So our first some are one-ofs. I don't think did our Katakuri make it?
I think our Katakuri is no longer with us.
Yeah, I think our Katakuri has missed there. Also, especially since, again, I do not expect this game to go to actual time. We're going to make sure that between top 32 and top 16, we're going to have the full bracket from there.
Yep.
We just didn't have the assets for that.
A fair amount of Sokka converted, a fair amount
yes,
of Moria converted.
good
I believe
amount of
there's
that.
one Enel as well.
Yeah.
And I believe there's one Uta as well.
Yeah, and the Luffy, right? Stardeck 13.
Oh, and the Black Yellow
Yeah,
Luffy.
I think there's a Black Yellow Luffy still around too. So those are some of the outliers. We had a Yamato as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep. We do know that.
That Yamato was terrifying to play against.
Yes. They and their deck list was terrifying to read. Let me tell you.
We don't talk about that deck list submission.
So. But yeah, so and again, if you guys are just jumping in, we are going to go game 3 in about 10 minutes from now. We're just making sure that again, since signups go live for other Bandai regionals in 5 minutes, we want to make sure that players who are playing are able to sign up for those events too. So that is where it is. But we'll go back to us for it. So, Jonas, you did play yesterday, right?
Yes, I had a relatively not great experience.
Okay.
I've had insane success with OPO6 and EBO1
For sure.
since now, so I'm not really concerned about it.
Yeah.
But yesterday, I lost to a Yamato in a very, very close game. I lost to a Whitebeard. I think a lot of people bring Whitebeard and playing the deck very, very aggressively to help kind of counteract Sakazuki, which is really, really powerfully. And I also lost to a Moria. Some Moria players are also absurdly good. I think the best player in North America, Chris Sock, has been playing Moria since like OPO6 and been dominating. So that deck is a beast.
Yeah, and I would say this is a stacked room for sure. It could be a little bit more stacked. I know a lot of people like me were having some weather issues, which is unfortunate. I know because I think Chris specifically.
Chris Sock and a lot of other people from the New York area had a lot of
exactly.
travel concerns.
Yeah, because I think the afternoon flight was the tempting one.
Yes.
Especially like if you could do like a full day of work and then fly to the event. Yeah, it makes sense. But when the storm starts at 6 p.m., that's pretty rough.
Yep.
So.
And a lot of people had to drive from the Chicago airport into Peoria yesterday.
Yeah.
And the thunderstorms were very sporadic.
Yes.
There were just like absurd winds and a lot of thunder for maybe like 3 minutes at a time. And then a little bit later, there was just nothing, clear skies. So it's always a fun thing to look around for.
Yeah, I think the other thing, like I'm from the Midwest, so I'm like a little bit used to thunderstorms. But like since we live in Arizona now, and I'm in Arizona, and especially I'm moving to LA. Thunderstorms are not super common, right? Like even rain in general is just uncommon. So that kind of I could see a lot of people who are going into the area and not being experienced with thunderstorms in a rented car that they also don't know the quirks of, right?
100%.
Can definitely be really intimidating.
And Arizona is great with the fact that it has no real natural disasters. Maybe like flash floods is the main concern.
Yeah.
The downside is the absurd heat for the rest of the year.
Yes. Yeah.
It's an acquired taste.
It is an acquired taste. Yeah. It's a dry heat, right? So like you don't feel as bad, but you're super dry all the time, and it's so easy to get dehydrated because of it as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's why so many card game players are from Arizona. In the summer, you can't really go outside too often.
Nothing else to do.
You got to be in an AC'd room and playing cards for most of the afternoon.
For sure. Well, not to make you biased. If you were to say of our players, who's winning today? If you had to,
Ooh,
I know that is a biased question, but.
Okay. So let me get a quick
maybe
look
start
at
with
these.
is there a leader? Do you think Sakazuki is going to win this again?
I think Sakazuki's going to be winning this again.
Okay, it has the numbers on its side, right?
Yeah,
but
we have the most players playing Sakazuki, but I do think Sakazuki is a little more powerful than Moria, albeit a tad less consistent.
Yeah.
And in a best-of-3 setting, the consistency matters a lot less.
Yeah.
Because if you just have the answers more often than not, you're just going to be better than Moria. So I think Sakazuki in the best-of-3 setting is what a lot of people are gunning for. That's kind of why a lot of the people that have been playing a lot of this format have been bringing Sakazuki into this tournament.
Yeah, and this is something else is that it's unique for us because traditionally North American events are one-day Swiss standings, right? Which I think is fine, but and I think it's a compromise based on just number of participants and time and potentially venue costs as well. But we see like a lot of like European events as well where they do get those day twos, they do get those top cuts, and that, as you said, it has the potential to skew into a deck that's more consistent in 3 games compared to 1.
Yep. Based off of that, I know that, let me see who, or I guess one of my local Arizonan friends, Kyle Henriksen, is currently in the top 32.
Yeah.
He's one of my main testing buddies nowadays. He's only playing for like 2 months, but I think he's one of the best players I've ever played against.
Okay.
So I'm hopefully he has bad tiebreakers, so he's going to be going first a lot, which is not best for Sakazuki.
Yeah.
But he's in a good spot. Additionally, Ryan Hartman has been grinding Moria for a very long time.
Yeah.
He's gotten quite good with the deck, and he was currently 5th seed, which means you get a lot of choices to play your draw, which tends to matter a ton when you're playing Moria.
Yeah.
So I think he's also in a pretty good spot to be winning this event. Do you have any other people that you're looking for in particular?
Let's see. We have shoutouts to Eggman Events Russell. He got a top 64. Wasn't able to get to top 32, but still very, very happy and proud for him. Also shoutouts to AZ local Clay, Clayton Hill, who did get a top 64 finish as well.
Yep.
I know that Michael is still in it. He's playing against Ryan, which was Sakazuki versus Yamato, right?
It's just yeah. Saka. Oh yeah, it's Saka versus Yamato.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what that matchup looks like as well, because I think this is our only Yamato left as well.
Yep, 100%. That might be a very, very scary match for Michael. I'm not entirely sure if he's played against enough Yamato, but he's also been playing Yamato for a lot of formats. So he knows the deck probably better than most people in the world, so he should be relatively understanding of what the deck's choke points are.
For sure. We also have Ernesto, Awaken TCG.
Awaken TCG.
Yep. So top 32 for him is also a really good accomplishment.
I think he's also on, or he's playing Moria again. That deck's been consistent for him a lot, so hope he gets to convert that into a top 8 finish this weekend.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that for our Peoria, for our top 60, our winners, right? We had Dexter, who unfortunately got out at top 64, but he got just making top 64 is amazing.
Yep.
And then Michael from last April as well. So getting both of our winners back into top 64, I think is great.
100%.
I think you mentioned Ryan Hartman already, right?
Yes. I think he's also Chicago local. So
yes. I think the other one is Den. Den's our last Black Yellow Luffy player as well.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So if you're a Black Yellow Luffy stan, you gotta support your boy.
Also, shout out to David playing Enel. I'm a huge fan of that deck, obviously.
Yes.
So he's the last man standing in terms of Enel. So hope he gets to convert as well.
Yeah, Enel's really interesting because it's gotten support in both OPO6 and in EBO1, and it didn't really get any better. Like, it got, like, specific Sky Island support, right?
Yeah.
And it's just okay. It's like tier 2, right? Around that area.
Unfortunately.
Next set, it gets just a specific, like a generic yellow card, takes to the moon, right?
To the moon.
Yes.
I'm going to be playing the OPO7 Enel deck for so long.
Yes.
Mostly because of 10-cost Ace. That card is unbelievably powerful, and it gives the deck another way to gain life, which it was severely lacking.
Yeah. Also, looks like signups are good, so we're going to go back to our game. Thank you guys for being patient.
Looking forward to being on the edge of our seats going into this game.
Yeah, and I just got to press these buttons and hope that I'm fast enough. Like, Newgate ending their turn is always so scary.
Nami ends up keeping. I think a lot of hands with an opening Kaya ends up being way better than average, so I understand. It's like kind of keeping that card over almost anything else. Whitebeard's probably looking for a lot of big bodies and probably ones with rush. I would be mulliganing towards a searcher as well, just to make sure you kind of have that early consistency boost and potentially a swing with it on the 4-Dawn turn, since there's not many 4-cost plays that this deck can muster.
Yeah. So, again, we did take a quick pause so people could sign up online. Shoutouts to everyone who made it past round 0 for your events. And we are going into game number 3. And looks like
Whitebeard chose first. Okay. Interestingly. It's always really funny when both players have conflicting views on whether first or second is correct. From one side, being first with Whitebeard makes you be a lot more aggressive. But from the other side, Nami gets to draw one less card, and sometimes that matters a lot more than anything else.
Yeah. And getting 2 All-Stars out of your hand to turn 1 feels pretty good.
100%.
Going a big 8. We don't have the gavel here, but we do have a Sanji's Pilaf in life. Very nice.
And Anika Robin, quite relevant in this matchup to kill those Kayas. Because if Desiree can't find additional ones, a lot of cards just get clogged up in the hand.
Yeah, for sure.
And
yeah, another peel
another
off.
peel off. This is some explosive stuff coming from here. That is a hand glutted with events, though.
Yeah.
From Deseret's side, I'm not entirely sure how comfortable you are just like using a Desert Spada in the face of a potential 7k swing. I probably would just to sculpt the hand, just because a lot of what you're doing this turn is kind of irrelevant. From the Nami side, 7-cost ace for next turn is going to be pretty good off of the Ezo.
Yeah, I don't know. These one-drop searchers, like you play them automatically in a lot of matchups, but it's one more Dawn you could have put to your leader and make a big swing, right? Yep. So you kind of have to say, this is a 7k, but it could have been like an 11k.
Yeah.
But okay, with Makino, I guess that adds to it. That makes it a little bit easier.
100%.
They couldn't get out of a 7 either.
Yep. We got 2 7s.
Yeah, 2 7s is really good.
Yep. We got an Usos Rubber Band of Doom, Trash 1, and a Zeph. Okay. Finding that 1k counter out of life was unbelievably necessary. It would have been really scary to go to 2 this turn from Nami.
Yeah.
And Desiree just passed. Again, the hand's very, very clunky with events and not enough Kaya effects.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to use these events to either kind of filter the rest of your hand, do other stuff like that, is going to be more important than it's like playing an extra peel off if Desiree had one. Usopp's Rubber Band, Trash 1. There we go.
And there's the ace that we added to hand as well. So it's going to be a big 7. Hopefully you have like a Love Mellow or, just a Gavel.
Yep.
Okay.
I got less cards in hand, and that's the third or fourth.
Yeah, I think it's the third. At least third, yeah.
Yep.
But again, most of the time, like, if you're able to apply pressure and make bodies on the board, it's great. I think personally, like Moria and Red Purple Law have higher than average matchups because you can afford to do that.
Yep.
Newgate just makes some big numbers, so if you have your cards to get out of it, you're feeling good.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, I can definitely tell like these cards are not sequencing the way you want to, unfortunately.
100%. And maybe this Desert Spada can help find the cards we need.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we have like a White Snake, we get to replace it, and then we know what card we're drawing.
That might be useful. All right, now we know the hand a little bit more. Oh yeah, got that White Snake in there.
All right, so we know what card we're drawing as well. Yeah, there's Newgate though. So this is an 8k to a 6k, so we need.
Yep, any of the big events should be fine.
Yeah.
And I think Desiree's hand was clunked with multiple Deathwinks, so using those early,
yeah, it
even
makes sense.
for no additional effect, is going to end up mattering.
Feels a little bit bad, but I think it's the right play.
Yep. And Desiree gets to get a DOS Bones to be bringing back either a Gavel, probably, just because it's better than Stuff Rubber Band of Doom. And we got to get rid of even more of these kind of bad cards in hand.
And
DOS Bones, number 2.
Yeah, DOS Bones is good to help you just, again, find them.
Mm-hmm.
It does it's a little unfortunate that you're spending 1 Dawn to go hand size neutral and not get more cards out of your deck inherently, but
yep,
it's fine for what it is.
Yeah. Also, Gavel kind of compensates a tad in that regard because one cost to get 2 cards out of your deck, even at the cost of an additional card, just might matter more.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Desiree hasn't found a second Kaya means that these Brick Fists are actually a lot worse.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of pitching Brick Fists.
Right, another DOS Bones and a White Snake.
Yep.
All right, another ace. Oh, that's scary.
Yep. We've got a 7 going. And are we at 3 cards now for Love Beam? Yes.
Yes, we are. So Mello is going to let us draw a card.
Get an 8 in there.
Another 9.
Oh, it's not. Uh-oh. All right. Wonder what this turn's going to look like.
Let's see,
Yep.
Gavel.
Pitching the White Snake. Interestingly.
Okay. And Buggy to get out. And then, yeah, you're going to have to take this one. Oh,
Oh,
wait.
no,
No, we
Deathwing.
don't. We got Deathwing. Nice. Yep. Oh, man,
Good
that is
sequencing, yeah.
such good sequencing. Yeah, still at 3 life. Whitebeard's going down to 1 life. Not that it really matters.
Yep. And a peel off. The velocity's coming back.
Yeah, I think we're probably close to the 10 cards left in deck.
I don't think so. Maybe we're close to 10. After the second peel off, almost definitely.
Yeah. But we're at what? We're at 4 Dawn now?
Yep.
So 4 Dawn, 3 life. It's going to be a little tough. And I think that's the 4th copy of Impel Down.
Yeah, you were right.
Isn't it?
We're in
Yeah.
3 in trash. This is the 4th. I think Desiree might need to leave up the rest of the Dawn this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second peel off itself. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
12. Okay. So I'm always scared when we get in this range where I feel like I don't really have that much time left.
Mm-hmm.
So, ooh, okay.
We're playing
So
another Kaya.
Kaya.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're going to go down to 10. I think that's fine because we have another Impel Down
Yep.
All-Stars we need to get out of hand, but only 3 Dawn for defense. Even at 3 life is
Yep.
intimidating.
Okay. And Desiree acknowledging the constraint that they have on Dawn is realizing that that 1 Dawn for Desert Spada isn't going to be applicable this turn.
All right, so Dan's thinking about the numbers.
Yep.
Again, against a lot of decks, 3 life in this scenario would be really great.
Yeah.
However, we've got a 6K leader, we got 2 7Ks and a 10K.
Mm-hmm.
We have an Izo that can convert from a Makino. Dan can definitely hit down to 0 pretty quickly, if not win this turn.
Yep. I know that Nami actually has a 0-cost Gum Gum Jet, or I forgot the name, Gum Gum Rain for the blue
Gum Gum
one.
Rain, yeah, I
Yep.
believe is the.
That's going to be really useful, even if a lot of these triggers or these cards in hand or from life aren't relevant. It's going to be quite useful to just have that 0-cost event. The question is whether you use it now or later.
All right, they got a 7.
Interesting. It might be like a Deathwing.
Deathwing could bounce.
Is that the thing I'd be thinking about the most here?
Yeah. Unless if it's a Brick Fist, you add back the Nami,
Yeah.
right?
I might even
Not
bounce
the Nami,
the Kaya.
the Kaya, yeah.
Yeah. If it's Brickfist, you probably do that. And it was a
Oh, Gavel, I think.
Gavel. Gavel bounces a 3, I believe, as a trigger.
Yeah, so you could bounce back a Kaya as well, but
I think having that plus 4K is make sure you don't die this turn, and you get to relax a fair amount this turn. And Dan is acknowledging the threat of this potential Kaya, but doesn't want to attack with its 12 first, with its leader.
yeah.
So it's just doing a 9. Still has 8 Dawn remaining. I think it's a bit risky to take this, but if you have it like set plus 7K in counter, you should be fine.
I would have. This is just me. I would have done the big think on that second to last life still, just to. I mean, if we spent a minute on that last one, you got to commit every time now.
I think if you're committing to the big think, you should be doing a lot of contemplating throughout the entire game. But Desiree's been very comfortable with the pacing of this game in terms of what she should be doing on pivotal turns. And usually when my opponent makes a very critical decision and takes a lot of time on it, I can kind of glean a little bit more information if they're doing it on only one particular moment.
Yeah, and they forgot to KO the Kaya off the new gate because we put 2 Dawn underneath there. So we'll see if that is impactful or not.
Yep. And that's what I believe has 10 cards in hand, and there is a big swing with Whitebeard or a new gate leader for 12.
12, yeah, 12.
There is sufficient counter from Desiree's side because of the 0-cost event, the Gavel, and the Love Beam.
Yeah. You could just Deathwing out, right? Like,
I don't believe there's a Deathwing remaining in the hand. Okay, so we're starting with that. Mill 2 down to 8 cards in trash.
All right, so that's.
Then pitching a little bit extra just so the Love Meme draws.
Yeah.
So we have 7 cards in deck.
And I think that's out. Yeah, that is out.
Yeah, that was plenty. And Desiree keeping track to make sure she has an even number of cards in her deck so that all these Kayas end up being perfect. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
6 cards, yeah.
She accidentally knocked a little bit of her trash off the floor, but not that big of a deal. We have
find
Kaya,
another Kaya, so
draw
getting rid of the
down
Kaya
to
doesn't matter. We're down to 4.
Down to 4, sorry. Yep. Are we just Zephing?
Yeah.
Zeph the Kaya.
All right,
Trash
mill
2.
3.
Just
or 2,
and then the Kaya for the last
Yep.
one is good enough.
That is it. We have a winner.
Yeah. Congrats to Desiree getting top 16.
Yeah, that is insane. Yeah, again, like went through the Whitebeard gauntlet. Is there a potential another one?
I don't
It could
believe
be
so.
top 4. Could be another Whitebeard.
Yes.
But yeah,
That would be absurd.
that would be absurd if you had to face all 3 of them.
But it looks like no matter what, Desiree's going to be playing a red-purple law next round.
Yes. Yes, indeed. So very close match. Got to game 3, but they were able to get it with the Nami. So the other Whitebeard player is. Let's see. One was Ryan Grant.
Yeah.
Round 1, and then the other one.
There were 4 or 3?
3. There were 3.
Dan and then Long.
Then Long.
Yeah.
So. There it is. We'll go back to us real quick.
100%.
But yeah, that is the end of at least our coverage for top 32.
Yep.
A couple questions and stuff that I saw. VOD for this is going to be on YouTube as well. VOD for yesterday's stream that wasn't able to be live streamed, just recorded locally, should be also up on the Top Cut YouTube. I'm going to say by the end of the week. We'll see how soon that is, but we have that. We do have top 16 to go through. I'm going to be in this extra time that we have working on the bracket, so it should be like a 25 to 30 minute break between, just because this match was so quick in comparison. But we'll see exactly who's left and who's playing who and what leaders are left as we get those. So that is there. How are you feeling?
I honestly learned a bunch about the Whitebeard versus Nami matchup. That was super awesome to listen or look at. I haven't watched that matchup since like a Japanese finals a couple months ago. And that was played very differently compared to that. So there's probably a lot more about Nami and its depth that I learned from that game, and I get to explore a little bit more once I do my own testing with it.
Yeah, and again, like both of them are leaders that try to take advantage of your opponent not being 100% familiar with the matchup. So I can definitely see why it was back and forth. And but yeah, having Nami, overcome the odds, be top 16, I think is really unique for this. Obviously, it's a deck that I think is just going to be around forever. Whenever there's a format where a deck takes too long to set up, it can be around. Just kind of how mill decks works in most card games, that they can always be it's never the worst deck, right? It's never ever the worst deck.
As a person who loves to play Enel, that matchup's atrocious.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'm sure.
It's so unbelievably bad.
Yeah.
But that's just the power of playing Nami. You have some really, really good matchups and some really, really bad ones. That's kind of the point of playing a combo deck.
Yeah.
And you get to bring that kind of rogue offbeat deck a lot more often if you kind of attack them in a particular way.
For sure. So we're going to look at what our top 16 is going to look like. We're going to spend some time in between now and next round getting that data ready for you guys. And we'll be back again. It's probably going to be closer to like 25, 30 minutes before we get back. So apologies for the longer in between, but it will be worth it, promise.
Yeah, I promise it'll be worth it. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yep, see you guys in just a little bit. All right, we are back with top 16 just about to start. I'm joined with Jonas as I have been. How you doing, Jonas?
I am still doing great. Watching those last two games with Nami has been a blast. Or last game with Nami has been a blast.
That last match, yeah, for sure. And it did get us into what our top 16 looks like. We have that on the screen as well, but we're going to go back to it real quick just to show you guys what it looks like, again, in case you missed it. But of this top 16, we do have... All right, we should be back. Audio's back. Our apologies. Our apologies. Yes. So, all right, this is our top 16. We got a good amount of mirror matches, but some unique ones. We've got Red Purple Law versus Sakazuki, Moria mirror match. We've got Red Purple Law versus Sakazuki once again. A Moria versus Whitebeard, Sakazuki mirror match. Nami versus Red Purple Law, Moria mirror match, and the match that we're probably going to, Sakazuki versus Enel. Jonas is a big fan of Enel. Can't have it not be there, right?
I've been playing Saka versus Enel since 05, and it's a super awesome matchup. And a lot of cards have changed since OP05, with 8-cost Moria being printed, and a lot of the yellow support with like Kikonojo, Raigo from EBO1. All those cards are going to be changing a lot of how the game's going to play, and I'm looking forward to seeing two Masterclass people play against each other.
Yeah, let's just jump on over there then.
Yeah.
So they should be about set up as well. Yep,
Perfect.
Getting it set up. We have David on the Enel versus Richie on the Sakazuki.
Yep. And I think this matchup depends a lot on how players are strategically approaching the game. Both players have the potential to like starve their opponent or like refuse to attack them, to not give them extra cards. And depending on how each player tries to approach it, a lot of Enel's early aggression and early ways to gain life are kind of worsened significantly. Additionally, not attacking Sakazuki from the Enel side make its ways to KO effects like Gadatsu or 9-cost Yamato a lot more powerful when your opponent has a bunch more life. So seeing how these games are going to play out is going to be very interesting in terms of how these players are going to employ strategies to beat each other.
Yeah, and they are good to go as well. And looks like we're just determining our opening hands. Looks like David's okay with theirs as well.
Looks good from both sides. And yeah, they look like they're good.
And there's a fist bump.
Always. It's classy at this point. I presume Enel won the or had higher seed, so they get to choose to go second.
Yeah.
So this game's going to be very, very interesting in terms of how these first couple turns are going to be playing out.
Yeah, David ended up going X1, finishing second in Swiss with Enel. So, and with our first in Swiss getting knocked out as well, they're going to be deciding who goes first every round they're in. This
100%. So having that choice of player draw is going to be huge in a lot of these Saka games, because I think it depends a lot whether you're going first or second because of playing 8-cost Moria on curve or being off kilter.
Yeah.
This brand new taking a Houndblaze there, really powerful against the cards like 7-cost Enel from the Enel side. And I assume he's also planning on playing the Tashigi from his hand. Strongly debating whether they want to use leader ability first.
Yeah, I probably should. Oh, we're just using Great Eruption for the cycle.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, never mind. They chose not to take the Tashigi. I apologize.
Yeah.
Instead of just taking the Houndblaze, just be a little bit safer.
Yeah, so using Great Eruption immediately says in my mind that Stage is probably not in the deck, or it's not at full. Like, if the worst case is like a hybrid between the two. David does know the full deck list as well,
yep.
So that's known information too. But yeah, Great Eruption. We only have a couple more weeks on it. You got to use it when you can.
Only. Cracker from Enel's side. A very annoying body to deal with, just because it's able to present a double attacking threat, and Saka doesn't really want to counter out of them. Getting extra cards out of Sakazuki is something that Sakazuki players refuse to do most of the time.
Yeah. I will say, like, yeah, the trade-off for Sakazuki, at least the perceived trade-off, should be like, oh, well, you don't get as much card advantage, but you just get better than average cards, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So any pressure to make that gap even bigger is scary for the deck.
100%. And taking a 7-cost Borsellino when going first from off this Tashigi is going to be quite powerful. Additionally, playing Kuzan this turn is very, very scary. So...
It looks like Richie's got a pretty high... almost, I would say like at least everything's all art that can be so far, right?
Oh, it looks like everything is alt-art. It is not max rarity if you want to be nitpicky about it, just because of... come on, if you're going like halfway through max rarity, get the manga Sabos, get the SP Rebecca's. Come on, like commit to it. But either way, now this is a gorgeous list, 100%. And I love the juxtaposition between the alt arts and then the base leader.
It's like, yeah, I spent all the... I mean, if you don't have alt art leader now, you don't have to pick it up. It's fine. You get like 3 weeks with it, right?
I mean, might as well. It's like not that much more cost. Ooh, Flampe this turn. It looked like Richie's planning to not attack Enel to make things a lot more clunky from the Enel side. Especially not giving rush or an ace rush on this turn is very, very critical.
Yeah, not giving them rush, not giving them value for their Charlotte Cracker.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can get there. I will say, like, traditionally before Moria came out, unless you were playing 10-drop Kaido, you had a hard time if you got to late game against Enel, just because you wouldn't get enough pressure. But, man, 2 Morias, Enel does not like those on the board.
You're telling me. Okay, so Richie gets to be the first person to play a 7-cost Borsellino here, presumably. If it's a trigger body, we might be doing some fun stuff this turn.
Something's thinking.
Yeah. There's a lot of triggers in Enel. Trying to figure out whether to use it's important, though. And it looks like David's not going to have to fight that fight. He's just going to be chilling. Enel stabilizing at 3 life, or having Sokka be at 3 life isn't the most fun. But at least Enel gets going to his 8-don turn and potentially has a way to deal with this Borsellino. Whether that be 8-cost Katakuri or something more convenient to deal with it.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to, what, 8-don?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. So, I mean, 8-drop Katakuri to get rid of the Borsellino is not, like, my least favorite play.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And this attack is always super fun because from the Enel side, if you counter out of this swing, then you get to Katakuri and put him with a 4 life. But if he takes the swing, then you get to play a rusher and put him down to 2. It's always a really obnoxious turn to play from the Sakazuki side because you don't really know what your opponent's going to do with their 8-don.
Yeah. And but there's the Katakuri, and then we have, what, I think like 8 or 9 cards in hand for Enel?
Yeah, it's plenty. Additionally, having a body stick this turn would be pretty useful from the Enel side. From Sakazuki's perspective, the 2 cards that matter most are the 2 things that are about to be put into play. 4-cost Kuzan and 8-cost Moria. They are just such powerful ways to gain cards against Enel, and they're also must-answer threats.
Yeah.
So the fact that Richie had this very critical Moria on this 9-don turn is going to make sure that David needs to have a lot of cards to do some pretty important things this turn.
Yeah, I think we have to specifically, like, we have to kind of play Yamato, even though we're not going to get the heal, but to get rid of the Kuzan, because if Kuzan's allowed to stay on board, they just get so much value from that 100%. Existing.
Yep, and Richie might be refusing to attack with his leader this turn, purely because of the best answer being a 9-cost Yamato.
Yeah.
And you don't want to let your opponent gain a whole extra life for free.
Yeah, it's just free advantage if they do have it. Yeah, I agree. You pass. Yeah, I don't know. Enel just has like so many like tricks, and your life total matters a whole bunch.
100%. And from David's side, I saw a 7-cost Enel. I saw a 8-cost Kingdom or 6-cost Kingdom come to deal with Moria as well. Honestly, this is a very critical turn to see how David wants this game to play out.
Yeah.
If he plays a 7-cost Russia now, he's trying to get his opponent to 1, just like put him really dead to potential reject plus Amaru, and just try to steal the game that way. Alternatively, he can just take this game relatively slowly by going Flampe, go to 1 this turn, and then play a Yamato to kill the Kuzan and gain that life right back. It's a cute trick to draw a bunch of extra cards, which is fun.
Yeah, it's really nice. And then, yeah, hopefully they have Yamato. But I didn't see it on the first pass, so
Ooh, okay.
I hope they weren't trying to dig for it. I mean, if we do have Kingdom Come, that is important enough where, like, we're gonna go down to 1 anyways, so
Yeah.
like better get the card draw.
If you have an Amaru, that'd also be a decent way to spend this turn. You could now that you're a 1, you can Amaru the Kuzan and then bully that, and then use the Kingdom Come with the remaining Dawn to reduce the Moria or get rid of the Moria.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's not a bad spot to be in if you end up doing that. The one worry you might potentially have is if your opponent has a second Moria, you're kind of left in the same spot and they're up a couple extra cards instead, which definitely won't play out particularly well. Richie looks like he has 6 cards, plenty of Rebekahs. I'm not entirely sure if people have been watching or like vigorously noting what Richie's been pitching to his leader ability, but both Sabos are in the trash at the moment, and one of the Rebekahs was used on leader ability. So, he ends up having the Yamato. So he has the best card for this turn, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So going back up to 2.
Yep. And the Yamato being a very powerful, impactful play this turn to both deal with the thing that makes it easy to clear an 8 cost and a 9 cost, because Kuzan's effect is way too powerful, but also making sure you get that extra buffer of cards and life when your opponent can randomly be swinging very big swings out of nowhere from the Sakazuki perspective.
Yeah, and we decided not to attack with the Katakuri, which means that, you know, the Moria can't pressure it either. Normally, like, one like big body a turn, you know, Sakazuki can remove and develop, but having 2 survive is a little bit, you know, asking for a bit.
Yep. Looks like Enel has 8 or 9 cards in hand, and Sakazuki is swinging with his leader.
All right, reducing the Yamato by 1.
Yep. And look, Richie has a stage and a bunch of Rebekahs. Is that an 8-cost Moria? That's 3rd from the right. That might be. If that's the case, we have a decent Houndblade's turn to maybe kill a Yamato, but I'm not entirely sure if that's actually what I think it is. Okay, Great Eruption. Yep. And we got a 6-cost Yamato. And if you play stage, you get it down to 4. But if you play Hina, you get it down to 2. So it's probably a turn that involves that Hina instead.
Yeah, with Rebekah,
Yep.
100%. And that does mean, though, that we're not establishing another Moria, which is good for David now, because if we go Kingdom Come into Pressure the Life, we're in a good spot.
Yeah, we're in actually a very good spot. Even if one of our relevant bodies ends up dying, it's not really as important.
All right, so we do make that cost 2 now.
Yep. Interestingly, how Richie ends up prioritizing taking an extra 2K over that Sabo. Whenever I play this matchup, I end up valuing my Sabos a ton, just because it's a kind of get out of jail free card when you're playing in the super late game.
Yeah.
Because it's such a hard card for yellow decks to deal with in general if they're played on that turn.
Okay, looks like we're going 6K, which makes sense when we haven't used leader effect yet, and there's a Moria still to pressure, so easy 2K out.
And David chooses to discard a card in order to buy himself a little bit more time rather than just taking a bunch of hits.
I'm surprised we didn't make this attack a little bit chunkier, though, because what are we going to use this 3 Dawn for?
I think that Tashigi's getting in there.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think doing 9 and 9 isn't the worst, but if your opponent ends up having the second Yamato, you're actually in a pretty obnoxious spot. This way, you're able to get 2 cards out of the Enel opponent's hand, and you're able to kind of make sure that subsequent bodies die a little more frequently to swings.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the one kind of turn for Enel to gain the initiative. If it has a way to apply some pressure and deal with Moria, or if it has a way to keep gaining life, that's also a particularly great way to power through this game.
Yeah, because again, I think we do have. I think Kingdom Come is in hand, so being able to get rid of Moria would be great. Though, you know, another Moria would easily be able to answer this 8-drop Katakuri,
Yep.
right? So it's a lot of back and forth.
That is true. But at the same time, if your opponent had a second Moria, they probably would have played it that last turn just to put some bodies in play. If you had like a Moria to bring back a bunch of Rebekkas and Helmeppos, you could have Houndblazed the Yamato and also put in the 8-cost 9k. So from my perspective as the Enel side, I probably am expecting very few Morias. At most one, if not 0. So you can just hope your opponent doesn't want to draw another one, which would be nice.
Oh, but we found another 8-drop Katakuri. That's
not bad either.
That is pretty good. Obviously, it makes the game go longer, but I think as long as you can answer their Morias, Enel wins the long game, right?
100%. I think David wants to take this kata pretty slowly and just like bully the board with 5k swings, get some cards out of it that way. Ends up pitching the 2k that he ended up getting back.
Yeah, this will probably go out to Shigi.
Yep. The 5k swing tells me that I think David might be taking a really fun turn where you just to go 8 at something. It doesn't really matter. Probably the Hina. And then probably Kingdom Come. Translation issues. The Moria. And then put 4 Dawn on a Flampe to swing at the Hina again to get an extra card. He wants to take this game relatively patiently and wants to get some value out of these Flampes. Alternatively, you could just do the Amaru plus Kata play, but I think it turns a little bit worse.
Yeah. Because, I mean, Amaru to...
Okay. He ends up having Amaru. Okay.
Yeah, because with the Flampes, you are able to, attack into the one. So this is, what, a 3K swing? Or, sorry, 4K swing?
So, yeah, he on 1 into 0, and then probably 4 into brand new.
Yeah.
And these Flampes did work. More work than I
did. They've done a lot. Yeah. You're going to go 8 into 5.
Yep. And see how that goes. And if this all pans out, then all of a sudden you have 2 Katakuris in play against against Sakazuki with like nothing in play.
Yeah.
And that might be very, very obnoxious for Richie to deal with. The Amaru Katakuri plays have been insane since I've been playing.
Yeah, Amaru, like, I know that Recheck's getting hit, right? But I think Amaru, if we're banning a yellow event card, Amaru is the second most requested one, right?
Both the trigger and its just main effect are both absurdly powerful.
Yeah.
Especially when a lot of the blockers in this game naturally end up being 4 or lower.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of the format has kind of revolved around having 5-cost blockers. I don't think Sakazuki would be playing Sabo if not for the card Amaru.
Yes. Yeah. Because it still gets bottom deck. The protection doesn't matter that much against that matchup specifically. But, yeah, yellow being able to Amaru it. Like Sabo can't get rejected. It can't get Yamatoed. It can't be 200 million volts. Very good for the yellow matchup.
100%. And naturally, when you're playing the Enel versus Sakazuki matchup, one of the main turning points is when you have 2 bodies in play, or 2 big bodies in play to your opponent's 0.
Sure.
The fact that this happened right here, and Sakazuki might not have a decent play, is a very good sign for Enel, where it gets to be able to close this game out if it has subsequent bodies. But obviously, the main way to keep up is with this powerhouse of a card in 8-cost Moria. It looks like a Houndblaze is going to be in effect this turn, where the Helmeppo is reducing the cost of the standing Katakuri, and then the Hina off of Rebecca does the same. So Houndblaze is going to be able to get a bunch of cards, or at least one additional card out of the Enel player's hand. And that original hand that was 8+ cards is now being dwindled down to 5. And this is kind of the way for Sakazuki to slowly put Enel in this vice grip.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have a Tashigi swing into one of the one
I was
drops.
also going to mention that. Yeah, you definitely should probably just swing with that Tashigi. That Tashigi's probably not that relevant, but Flampe got in last turn.
It did.
And it might get in again, so.
Yeah, Helmeppo's got... I mean, we can still another Amaru can get rid of the Rebecca.
That's
pretty
true.
nice, too. A simple 5 into 5.
Yep.
9-drop Yamato would be good here.
Yep.
Heck, I would not hate another Katakuri.
Yep, I would not hate another Katakuri either. And then another Kingdom Come just to deal with these Morias. Or that Kingdom Come has still been rotting there. Been using that on this turn would be not bad either.
Yeah.
Looks that Rebecca's going to get some good value this turn.
Yep. All right, we're spacing out 6 and 4.
Yep. All right.
There goes the Kingdom Come.
Tell me this Flampe's going the distance.
Yeah. Bully that Hina.
I was mentioning this earlier, but the less cards Sakazuki has in hand, the harder it is to set up these like multiple card combos to clear bodies.
Yeah.
This turn, Sakazuki isn't planning on dealing with as many bodies this time, just because it's gonna be hard to deal with, or it's really hard to play into a Moria and also deal with another body. So Sakazuki gets a little bit of breathing room because it's only a Cracker it has to deal with alongside of Kata, which is a lot more palatable. From Michi's side, hasn't found the third Moria, but having 4 life gives you a fair amount of breathing room to just like play cards that draw cards.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't fall too behind on board, of course.
Yeah, that's the thing with like Sakazuki. You have a like Moria lets you get some value, but most of your like small searches and stuff, it just gets you more consistency, which is fine. But when you just need hard numbers of cards in hand, it's tough if you don't find your Moria or your Rebecca's.
Yep. Which
we've cycled through quite a few already.
And Rishi is also relatively familiar with this matchup and the way he's attacking. A lot of playing against Enel is trying to attack in ways to induce cards.
Mm-hmm.
And starting off with this 5k swing is either inviting the Enel player to just counter out of this to be relatively safe and get a card out of his hand, or it's like making Enel have to calculate the potential swings if the Sakazuki player ends up countering, or ends up taking this, or the Enel player ends up taking this, rather.
Yeah, and you can kind of be a little bit greedy if you know you have a heal, but like if you can bait that out and tell them you have to spend 8, 9 Dawn doing that, you can't do anything else next turn.
Yep.
That's strong as well, but
yep.
Looks like we're thinking about attaching a Dawn.
Yep. I wonder what Rishi has planned out for the rest of the turn.
So we just hit the 40 minutes left in round mark, so we're honestly I think this is going to be a tough matchup to go through 3 games, right?
Yep, this is a slog fest.
Yeah.
Yep. And David correctly identifying that countering this swing doesn't really matter as much. Your opponent isn't really planning on doing super big swings, and even if they do, you can just use 2 cards to kind of buy yourself a whole turn in terms of threats being deployed.
Yeah.
And Richard starting off with a Toshigi is either a sign of weakness or he really needs a particularly good clear this turn. Obviously, having Moria is just so much better than anything else you could be doing in this matchup, so you can't have everything. But
is that a
Ice Age, one of the new premium Bandai cards.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that just came out.
It finally came out in the States. I know Canada had them for a couple weeks before this.
Which is usually the opposite of how that works.
I know.
On a lot of experience I've had.
Ooh, okay. All right. Richie is kind of forcing David to counter out of one of these 7k swings. And this is a relatively lackluster turn. Also, additionally, the fact that Richie didn't start with Toshigi to get that Ice Age is making it so that his clears this turn are actually a fair amount worse. The fact that he shrunk the Cracker instead of the 8-cost Katakuri with the leader ability means that Ice Age Houndblaze is no longer going to be dealing with it.
Yeah. They need a Great Eruption or the stage or something else. Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I think it's as you said. I think the reduction on the Katakuri was the better target. but it meant we had to find the Ice Age, which we just happened to do.
Yep. Looks like Hina's played this turn to reduce the Cracker down to base cost of 0, and then Houndblaze buffed the Tashigi and then bottom deck the Cracker. So we get a 5 lead, get a card out of David, and also force him to have a way to gain life, which is really important.
Yep. And another 2K to get out, going back to 10. Man, 10 Dawn is a lot. A lot of Dawn, right? It
is, yep.
However, I always feel like Enel's the one that it doesn't go as far, right? You're like, oh man, if I had 1 more Dawn or 2 more Dawn, like there's some insane plays I can make, but just you feel capped at 10 in this leader compared to a lot of other ones.
It's more of a control deck than anything. If this deck was able to get to 20 Dawn, it'd be the best deck by a lot.
Oh yeah, even just like 12 Dawn. 12
that's
Dawn
true.
Would be nice, but
Yamato plus something.
Yeah. Oh, he's scooping up.
He's picked him up. Okay. Interestingly.
I swear there was another Kata.
There was a Kata, but maybe he felt like he was treading water a little too much.
Yeah, when we were so hard on the time as well, like we kind of need to take a step back and be like, all right, there's maybe like a 40% chance I win this, but if I lose, we're gonna have 20 minutes left, and I'm not gonna have enough time to recover. So, totally get like based on how timing works, you would want to take that extra 5-10 minutes for another game.
100%. And props to David to making that relatively cutthroat decision and just being like, all right, I'm going to call this game a loss. I need to save some time so I can win in game 3 if we get to that point.
Yeah. And it's the same, like, I think the biggest card for this matchup that's changed from OPO5 is Gecko Moria, right?
Yes.
Sure, you can play your 9-drop Yamato, but then I can play my Moria for 8. I'm able to establish bodies on board, and if I'm able to remove your 9-drop that you just played, like it's just such a tempo swing, because now I have to either answer your card or like get set up. It's just tough. It's really tough for now if they're able to get those.
1,000%. Like when I was playing this deck, the best answer to a Yamato on 9 was like play Hina and then play 7 costs Porcelino to bottom deck it. And that was like a very good turn. You got to put 2 bodies in play. But now all of a sudden you get to play Moria and then go Houndblaze with Rebecca, Hina, Helmeppo. And that's just like way more devastating of a play in terms of tempo, in terms of cards as well. So
yeah, and it doesn't seem like it'd be strong, but all these like 1s and 2s drops that you play throughout the game, more times than not, Enel wins because you can't establish 3 attacks.
Yeah.
As we see Tashigi's, Brand News, they start attacking late game because you just need something to pressure, and they're very good at doing that eventually.
Yeah. I was aggressively attacking Brand News when I was playing Enel in 05.
Yeah.
But nowadays, there's like so many of them, it's really hard to clean up everything with your leader. So you kind of just have to take this calculated risk a lot of the time about whether your opponent's going to attack with them or not.
Yeah. Also, I did get the update since chat was asking, and I didn't ask for it, but someone else sent it to me. Nami's on game 2. They're 1-0 against Red Purple Law right now.
That's good.
Which I would traditionally say like is a harder matchup than New Game.
100%.
Because they are able to establish these 5K bodies and be aggressive. It's like being aggressive and establishing board at the same time is how Nami loses.
Yep. And a Nami versus that matchup, I think Whitesnake is one of the most overperformers for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Enel game 2 gets to go second and passes on to Dawn. There's not much that can do on 2, so maybe decides to play a Flampe or something.
Yeah, but I normally am not. Flampe I only play if I need to go from 2 to 1 or something like that.
Yep. I'm unbelievably greedy with playing that card. I just love playing it just to make sure that my 5-cost aces and stuff like that are going to be quite good.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Sakazuki chooses to discard a Kuzan on his 3-Dawn turn. From my perspective, either my opponent's hand is good enough where they don't need Kuzan on 5, or they have a second Kuzan in their hand. Those are the only things that I'm looking for in terms of what their turn's going to be looking like. Yep.
All right, well, not having to do anything turn 2 is rough, but it looks like we're both kind of
just chilling.
Seeing suboptimal hands, right?
Yeah. Not having searches from Saka's side is like quite bad. And then David is choosing not to attack to potentially use a Gadatsu to good effect in order to kill a potential Kuzan. However, Richie just has the 5-cost Sabo to kind of neuter any potential good plays from the Enel side. Yep. 5-cost Sabo making it so that nothing can be KO'd until the next turn. Stops cards like Sabo from starter deck 13, and Gadatsu as well, even though Gadatsu wouldn't do much this turn.
Yeah, reject also.
Reject as well
yeah.
is important.
Normally, I like to, like in this matchup, at least this is before Moria, being able to play Sabo into Kuzan, or sorry, other way, Kuzan into Sabo.
Yep.
It's very dangerous for yellow because it sets up a Kuzan, it can't be KO'd, and it's very good for removing their bodies afterwards.
100%. And Enel finally gets to get a taste of water and finally taking a hit off of life now that things are relatively safe from the Sokka perspective.
Yeah.
Additional one reason not to attack on the first swing is Cracker is in David's deck, and if your opponent ends up triggering a Charlotte Cracker on the first turn, a lot of tempo is taken away from you. A 7k swing double attack is quite scary.
Yeah.
Yep. And
there's Gadatsu. Yeah, can't do anything about it. That's fine.
Yep. But Richie also just knows the fact that David knows he needs to play a threat eventually, otherwise this game's just going to snowball. And then from the Sokka side, you can choose to either play a 7-cost Borsalino, which would be quite nice this turn if you have it. And then you get to take this game from there and see how it goes. If David hit a timely Nami this turn, that would be quite good.
Oh, yeah.
But,
yeah, normally when my opponent thinks it's usually a reject, and they're deciding if they want to keep it or get the draw.
Yep.
Oh,
and it is a Cracker. And now this... Oh, it's Tashiki this turn. Interesting. I honestly thought this turn would be 7-cost Borsalino, but you don't always find them. I think Richie's on 1 or 2, so having it on curve every time is not the most likely scenario.
Yeah, I understand the think though for yellow for the Charlotte Cracker, just because you have to go like it's tempo for hand advantage, right?
Yep.
That's the trade-off for it. And if you do this and then they still are able to get rid of it, it just feels really bad.
Yep. End up pitching Shirahoshi from hand as well. Right. T-Bone out of hand, or off of Tashiki. I'm not entirely sure about the strength of Richie's removal effects this turn to KO anything. If it's just Great Eruption plus T-Bone, it's not an amazing turn, but you do what you got to do. That's a lot of shiny blue cards in the trash. I guess not blue, but Kuzans are gorgeous when they're in the trash.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, stage. Okay. So
they're gorgeous on board and in trash.
Yeah.
In hand and in life, not so much.
Oh. And as predicted, there's just a T-Bone for a clear. I've been seeing a lot of T-Bones being cast recently.
Yeah, I've honestly never really have seen them hit the board before. They're just like, oh, technically better than
Virgo from OPO3.
Yeah, Virgo, but the tempo you get from this is actually pretty strong because Enel needs to kind of respect the fact that they have so many 5 and 6 attacks that are coming in, and even this Virgo is good enough for that.
Yep. And it looks like David might be doing some relatively aggressive stuff this turn. 7-cost Enel seems like the most likely culprit. Yep.
Yeah, it sure is.
And
maybe blocker 2K, right?
Yep. I'm not entirely sure if there was a 2K, which might be a concern. It'd be pretty hard to have more 2Ks here because there's a T-Bone in play, there's a Suru, and a T-Bone in trash. So you either go to 1 this turn or just let your Sabo die. Alternatively, you could just like take this hit, but I think, or you just block with your Sabo.
And just let it go.
Yeah. Or give 2 1Ks. That's also like the last option, but I think that's probably the worst. Going down to 1, okay. Your concerns about potential reject Amaru are kind of stopped a little bit because of the fact that there's a 5-cost blocker in play.
Yeah.
So you can't just die to anything willy-nilly.
I will say, though, like the other thing is like it makes Yamato feel worse, too.
1,000%.
So, if you get out of it, you have to be worried about, like, if Yamato can hit something next turn, and... I think that's fine. I think it's fine. It's yellow just has a lot of, at this point, conflicting cards where if you play around one, you play into the other.
1,000%.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful about what you're letting your opponent do.
Yeah. Also, props to David for finding this one critical moment to apply a lot of pressure. Based on the pace in which Richie was pitching Kuzans, you can kind of suspect that he really wants to play a Moria and bring back a Kuzan. But given the strength of David's board, it's really a hard play to make. So the fact that Richie gets to get that value, or can't get all that value, is going to be quite good. Ooh, okay. So
yeah, and we know that, like, yeah, Enel is just, like, the better card, I think, for this matchup. But do you like, in general, 7-cost Mom or Linland, or are Enel more in your builds right now?
in my Enel builds, I'm a huge fan of Enel over 7-cost Mom. And 7-cost Mom is a very powerful card, but the fact that your opponent's given a choice, and when you're playing Enel, some of the choices aren't really that difficult, it makes the card a lot less important. Like, for example, when you're playing against Red Purple Law, you're going to be like not attacking them for a very large portion of the game, and the effect of the 7-cost Mom isn't going to be as impactful as just like a rusher. Additionally, when your opponent is like trying to control the game out like Sakazuki can, 7-cost Mom is going to be not as impactful either, because you get to just give your Enel opponent a life and just make the game go a lot slower that way. So the fact that you aren't like racing your opponents a lot of the time makes 7-cost Mom a lot less scary.
Yeah, and there's the Moria, getting the 4-drop Kuzan.
Yep.
And a brand new. Yep.
So Kuzan draw. And then brand new finds Great Eruption, Houndblaze, Houndblaze. Houndblaze is going to end up being quite useful in case the Enel wants to die in the next couple of turns. However, the Great Eruption might be an extra card to help find some 2Ks down the line. So I believe he ends up taking the Houndblaze there, right? Yes. And now David has to make a relatively tough choice. If he ends up having reject, you could rationalize trying to go for game here.
You could.
Just because the fact that your opponent didn't counter out of an early 6 at lead kind of signals that your opponent doesn't have that many 2Ks, especially when you went down to 1 life with that 7K swing. I would be smelling blood in the water a lot of the time.
Yeah, I would have, if I'd have a way to go for game, I'd be pretty tempted. But they've got, what, like 7 cards in hand right now?
Yeah. I think it's like 8 or 9, especially after drawing 2 cards off of that Moria. Okay. It looks like David's taking a relatively slow approach to this turn. Guess to go block 2K? Oh, he's saving the brand new. Okay.
Yeah.
This is turn a Kata. Okay. So you get to Kata, and here you have to choose between the 4-cost Kuzan or the Moria, and they both have their pros and cons.
Yeah, I don't think it's an immediate one's better than the other.
Yeah. The Moria being a 9K body is like quite scary in terms of defending the 7-cost Enel. But on the other side of that coin, the fact that your Kuzan makes clearing a lot easier is also a very scary proposition.
Yeah, if Kuzan survived, I think there's a really good chance that Richie would be able to get rid of both bodies on board. And I think this just makes it a little bit trickier to do so. Obviously, Moria on board is not your favorite thing to see, but yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah. Relatively unfortunate for Richie. It's kind of funny. He had to play a T-Bone on his 6-Don turn, and then every subsequent turn afterwards, he has been discarding Luchis. So you kind of get a glimpse of what his hand's kind of looking like because of that.
For sure. And it is so so tough when Katakuri 8 drops in play, because it's like normally like life only goes down kind of thing, but
yeah,
having to say, oh, Sakazuki's life goes higher. That's right.
Yep. And now Richie, now that he's at 2, gets to be a lot more liberal in terms of how he plays his cards. Yep. He doesn't have to be as worried about dying at this point. Okay. And Richie's targeting that 5K lead to get even additional cards out of your opponent's hand. And this turn, it looks like it's going to be a... Oh, no Rebecca in trash, so it's going to be Hina plus Tashigi. Okay, so that's going to reduce the Enel by 4 to get rid of it. and then pump the Sabo, I presume.
Have we already used the protection effect, though?
He is resolving the Toshiki before the Hina
Gotcha.
completely resolves. So I'm surprised we didn't just attack with our leader first. Or sorry, use the stage first and then play the Moria. Because if we pump our leader to make it an 8k swing, that also might have been a lot more obnoxious to play into.
Yeah, I just don't think... yeah, because it costs 2, right?
Yep.
But we can... What, Hound Blaze? But where are the Hound Blaze? I guess it goes on Moria, right? The other Moria? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to let it go because otherwise we just lose value. And Moria, even though it's a 12k attack, it's just going to be sitting there.
Yeah. I honestly probably would have killed the Katakuri instead for this exact reason.
Yeah, because we could have gotten the numbers for it, right?
Kind of wasting a whole 10k attack or 12k attack. Doesn't feel like the best. But then again, you just have 2 Morias in play against a relatively controlling deck when you're at 2 life. So it should be fine. And now that we gave the life with the Katakuri, at the very least, our Yamato is a lot more powerful.
Yeah. So we're back at 2 apiece.
Yep.
I'm sure that's going to change momentarily, but...
Yep.
And then 6 at lead to pressure either the
yep.
Sabo block or go
6
down to
and
1.
8. Yep. 2k counter with the Suru, and then this 8k swing. Richie has to choose between just blocking this and then subsequently playing like Rebecca Sabo. And just bring back this Sabo to kind of protect your board even further. I probably honestly would just block and just kind of block her out of this game. Because David is very quickly running out of cards in hand.
Yeah.
And if you get to keep bullying the amount of cards in hand instead of trying to push for game, you're going to be able to kind of destroy this entire board and also make sure you can't die if you just block this swing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely deep in the think tank.
Yep.
Okay.
Ends up blocking.
Block. Oh, and just letting it go, too.
Yep. I believe Richie has at least 1 Rebecca, if not 2 in hand. So letting the Sabo die is unfortunate, but recycling that draw 2, trash 2, and making your stuff unable to be KO'd is going to be quite strong.
There's also a chance that, I mean, if they have another 8-drop Moria, they're running out of space on board, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So that could be the reason as well, but...
The undeniable riches of having multiple 8-cost Morias is very, very scary from the Enel side.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say getting rid of a Sabo, I'd count that as a win still for David, though. I'd be happy to see that off the board. All right, looking at that trash here. Again, Rebecca in hand, but on trash, but you can easily put it there if we want to. I mean, per usual, another Moria is still one of our best plays, if not the best. And we could remove, probably the Katakuri, but not the Yamato.
Yeah. 10k swing at this Kata is a very obnoxious thing to deal with from David's side. And if you end up committing these cards here and the Moria ends up swinging really tall, it's not the best position for you to be in. But then again, if this Kata dies, I don't think you're in a great spot either. So.
Yeah. Because you can definitely bully it. Oh,
Is that 2 beiges? Yeah.
2 beiges. Wow. I would probably... I don't know. It's tough, but I don't... If they play another Moria, they're not able to get rid of my Yamato. I think Yamato might be a little bit too big for them to remove. Because they didn't have Ice Age in hand from this, as far as we know, right?
Presumably, no, yeah. But I think a Rebecca Hina is pretty close to what you need. 5k lead. Interesting. This 5k swing is not the worst, but I think in terms of sequencing, it's actually kind of bad in case of a beige swing. But if you need the cost reducing in order to Hound Blaze this Yamato, it's just a necessary evil. Based on this, on Richie's brain just churning, trying to figure out the attacks, I'm just presuming that's a Hound Blaze turn in terms of Hound Blazing the Yamato. But
yeah, you just need the reduction to get there. But oh wow,
it's just 13.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that will probably be enough, right?
Not necessarily. When you're playing against Enel and they give you two 2Ks for 10 into an 8, their hand's either all 2Ks or all bricks. So if his hand's just three 2Ks, which it very possibly could be.
I just don't know if I'd want to give them 3 more cards, right? But with no blocker on board, 5 Dawn available, the big attacks have been gone,
Yep.
and we know the last card in life is not going to be able to use as a counter.
Yep.
That body becomes really important.
Yep. And yeah, David ended up having 3 additional 2Ks, which makes this swing relatively uninspiring. And then this turn, it looks like we have Yamato down to 7, we have an Ice Age down to 2, and then it looks like a Lucci probably. Yep, and it's KO the Yamato. Yep.
But that is if David has reject in hand, I think he gets it.
I think he gets it a lot of the time if one of the last cards in hand's a reject.
Yeah.
But I think Richie has like 7 or 8 cards in hand. So trying to figure out the exact math isn't going to be easy.
No. But you've definitely given them a chance to win this game now.
1,000%. And looks like it's 0 cost event, 2K, Yamato, Enel in hand for David.
What was the... All right.
6K swing, rude. But
yeah, needed. Yeah. 8 into
8 into lead.
8 into lead. Yeah. Okay, which means it has to be another Yamato.
Yep. And you can never kill the Lucci with your Yamato this turn, so might as well just attack first. Don't give your opponent information, and then KO the Shigi anyways. Okay.
Yeah.
And now Richie's in another spot where technically you could try to kill Enel because you have 4 swings, and with Enel's leader ability and 2 life, you need 4 swings to kill, or 4 attacks to kill, or to KO.
I also want to mention, I think Judge is helping us, but Kuzan is in life. It is not on board rested, so.
Face-up life is always a weird thing to keep track of.
Yeah, for sure.
But the life zone definitely helps in terms of making sure things are a little bit more clear.
Yeah, I love this mat. It's fantastic.
It is gorgeous. And if Richie has another Rebecca Sabo, it's not the worst. Oh, okay. Looks like Richie is going to be applying a pressure at lead. Interestingly, I probably was saying the same thing that you started the turn with last in terms of just going 10 at Yamato or 10 at Katakuri and see how it plays out.
Yeah.
But at this point, I think Richie's trying to get the game over with in the next 2 turns. And either have Enel hit a convenient trigger or do something else this turn.
And also, I did get a couple of updates. So,
Awesome.
Longley is currently still in it with Whitebeard.
Awesome.
Nicholas Diaz is still in it with Red Purple Law. And Dane is still in it with Red Purple Law as well.
Awesome. Is the Nami player still playing?
Nami player lost to Nicholas on game 3.
That's unfortunate.
So very close.
Yeah, very close game.
We got 14 minutes left in regulation for this, so these are big things. I get it. If you're able to remove the Yamato, though, I think you just win the game, right?
I believe so. David's been really, really persistent in swinging 6K attacks, and Richie has been having the 2Ks, but it's really hard to have all those 2Ks when there's only 8 in your deck.
Yes.
So Richie's hand is bound to be relatively light on 2Ks, given how persistent David has been with his swing so far. So Richie might be concerned about an Amaru. If he goes Rebecca, bring back Sabo, play Sabo, there might be some potential concerns about just dying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is where it becomes just very, very tricky, because it is you're putting them in the range where they can get there.
David pitching or discarding a Katakuri. Okay, and it looks like Richie is going for something that resembles lethal for this 10K swing. Or going for game in terms of a 8K or a 10, and then with 6 down remaining, maybe an 11 or 12K swing if there's a Hound Blaze involved as well. David's naturally just doing let's check the trash to see any additional Hound Blazes so I can do some math in terms of how combat's going to play out. And there is an 11, and I believe there are 2 2Ks and a 0-cost event. So it goes up to 9, and then 0-cost event, pitching or discarding. Yep. Interesting. Okay.
All right, so we survive.
Yep.
That's looking pretty good for David.
Very. 1 life, no blockers, 7 cards in hand. A lot of my attacks starting this turn off. Oh, it's trivialized if you have reject.
Okay, all right, yeah. I think we're going to game 3.
Yeah. 9,
sure are.
Yep. All right. 11 minutes and 40 seconds going into this last game. I might have been misremembering the cards in trash for Richie. There might have not been a Sabo there. But also, when your opponent gives you 5 2Ks on the previous turn, it's really hard to put them on having more counter the subsequent turn.
Yeah.
So trying to go for game there might have just been a strategic decision based on how the previous counterings went.
Yeah, and I think it's really greedy from Richie, and I also think like this also shows 30 minutes ago David conceded game 1 in a spot where he wasn't like losing on the spot, but I think recognizing that I have to get to game 3 probably in this match. Let's try to get there, and 10 minutes is not a lot, but we're gonna have to try to make it work.
Yep. And at this point now we have to start considering any of the time rules that might come into play once this game might go to time. Based on the last couple games, we might be reaching that point.
Yes.
And the first 2 tiebreakers are number of life that each opponent has. The person with the most amount of life at the end of overtime would win. And then if both players have the same amount of life, the person with the most amount of cards in deck will win. And Sakazuki naturally goes through a lot more cards with its leader ability.
Yeah.
So that might be one thing for Richie to be concerned about. Do you have to protect your life a bit more aggressively than you would normally? Because you don't want to end up reaching that second tiebreaker rule.
Yeah. And real quick as they set up, because I know that you guys are curious about it, we're going to look at the bracket real quick. Probably real quick, take a screenshot if you want to, but Red Purple Law, Whitebeard, Red Purple Law still in there. Other matches are still going, so in case you guys are curious. Yeah, Richie's, we can look at it a little bit longer, since Richie's doing a mulligan. So, yeah, we're watching, the quarterfinal, the final table, Richie versus David. We have Nanuel, who's playing the Moria mirror match. We have a Sakazuki mirror match, another Moria mirror match, and then a Red Purple Law versus Sakazuki that's still being played.
And congrats, Dane, Long, and Nicholas making top 8. Huge accomplishment this weekend.
Yeah.
You still have a lot more to go in terms of getting to the winner spot, but the first 3 games are down.
Definitely. So we'll continue to update that as we get there, but let's go to the match. And just quickly, turn 1, nothing from Enel. Turn 1 for the Sakazuki, top 5 for the Tashigi. Again, these players are probably going to be playing a little bit faster, just to try not to get out of that. No one likes hitting time.
Yeah.
All right, gets the Hound Blaze.
Yeah. Hound Blaze is not going to be bad. It's going to be pretty useful in terms of making sure that any early aggression from Enel is going to be dealt with in a relatively easy fashion. And Enel, knowing its role, especially with 8 minutes on the clock, it cannot afford to be playing around Kuzan. It just needs to get this game over with. And similarly from the Saka perspective, the similar strategy of just stalling the game out a little bit longer is not going to be as fruitful based on how this game is going to be played out. And Richie has a Kuzan. Very backbreaking play, especially once you attack your opponent to put him down to 3 life.
Yeah, and like you pretty much have to say like you better reject it because otherwise you're in a bad spot, especially since we hit them down to 3 Gadatsu. You get out of range for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I have Gadatsu, I probably just wait. But in end of time procedures, closing it, like obviously hitting for life is tempting. Yeah, see, there's Gadatsu. Yeah, that is probably a mistake there.
And yeah, Kuzan can be absurdly nightmarish from the Enel side, but if your opponent doesn't have the particularly great clears, you will have some time. Oh, Enel is countering very aggressively, and just taking these hits. From the Saka perspective, I think the best play you could possibly have is kind of using that Hound Blaze and then playing another Kuzan. That would probably be the most absurd. Murakumo this turn, and playing a Rebecca to bring back either a Hina. Yeah, probably just Hina just to play. A lot of extra pressure from the Sakazuki side. You get to attack a lot more. And I think Richie wants to get this game over with.
Yeah. I understand it. We're just going 5 into the Kuzan.
Yep.
That's going to just get a easy 1K out, and then the block with Rebecca makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd still agree that Richie's on the advantage right now. Yeah, if we were a little bit less greedy and like let us like get dots to get rid of the Kuzan, I think the game would have been a way different spot right now.
100%. And now Richie's trying to figure out if it's worth it to ignore this Kuzan for this one turn, or this Enel for one turn, and just try to put in more threats in the form of Moria if he has one. Or if he wants to use this Hound Blaze that he searched on turn 1 to pressure this Enel to make sure that David has basically no way to pressure life back. Both are very reasonable strategies to employ. I think the Hound Blaze effect is probably the safest one to be using. But of course, this can also end up being relatively scary if a bunch of triggers end up getting hit.
I'm guessing it's an Onami. That's my guess.
Oh, I think it's probably a Satori. I wouldn't think this long on an Onami, I think. It is an Onami. You got this. All right. Psychic David.
Ah, man. Yeah, okay. Kuzan's so tempting, right?
Yeah, I would want to kill the Kuzan pretty badly.
Yeah. Especially, like, I don't think they're going to pressure my life this turn.
Yep.
I think Kuzan's probably the play regardless, but...
An important note is that Hina was a pretty good way for Richie to use the Hound Blaze to good effect.
Sure.
Which might have been the tiebreaker for David. Because as it is right now, Richie is going to have to attack with a leader in order to shrink the Enel down to a 2 cost. But I think he might be doing that anyways. Oh, it's just Rebecca. Okay. Looks like it's a Rebecca.
Get
Hina.
the Hina back, sure.
And then, yeah, it's a base
0.
Cost. Yep. And there's the Hound Blaze. Okay. So
all right, now decision point.
Decision point 1, whether you want to use the leader ability or not. And 2, are you capable of countering out of a 10k swing, which is probably the scariest.
Yeah, that's the other question, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we actually are going to save it. Yeah,
Yep.
Okay, there's another Enel.
And then leader
Use the effect,
ability.
discarding something.
Probably Kingdom comes a bit too slow this game. Yep.
Yep. And then we're going...
If there's second Hound Blaze, it's a lot scarier, but it looks like it's just 10.
Honestly, though, I'd be kind of tempted to attack into leader at this point. Because it puts them into the point where if you don't play Yamato next turn or Katakuri, I win.
That is true. But I think Yamato would be a little too scary in terms of board presence.
Yeah, but you knock them down to 0. You can't get rid of the Rebecca or Kuzan with that.
That's true.
So, I don't know. They got to play fast. We got 4 minutes left on the clock.
That's true.
I get it, but I would definitely consider doing that.
I think the average or Sakazuki player errs towards sides of conservatism. If there was like a trigger cracker into a Yamato, I think David would be unbelievably ahead, and that's probably the main reason why Richie was like relatively scared.
That's fair.
Especially if you're playing a racing game against Enel, you're very scared of any potential triggers. But maybe you just have to hope this game is going to go down to that kind of thing instead.
Yeah. Yeah, but if we have a Yamato, we are. I think we're going to pull ahead a little bit here.
Yep.
All right, 1K to get
Saba.
out.
Yep.
Sounds good. And it's a Saba, which is, generically such a good card for us.
Yep. Get that block. Is there a Yamato? That's the real question.
Yamato?
It
There is.
is.
All right, this is getting.
Your ability to predict is terrifying.
I watch a lot of games. At some point I think I watch more games than play, so it is a gift and a curse.
That is true. And Enel thrives in racing scenarios more than almost any deck, just because of how scary the leader ability is and how it helps you save or make the game go on a lot longer.
Yeah.
So David kind of forcing the scenario and the time rules being a factor has been a huge tempo swing in his favor. Okay.
All right, Tashigi looking. Let's see if we got any other updates. Let's see.
Okay, so he's doing it to Shigi, trying to figure out what he wants to do with the rest of his turn.
Yeah, because they've got 9 Dawn. Like, what card would we be picking up?
I would be looking for Ice Ages to complement a Moria a lot of the time. Great Eruption is going to be fine, too. Great Eruption notably cannot combo with Moria to kill a 9 cost, and that might be changing the pace of this game. So a lot of what Sakazuki's clear effects are going to be this turn probably do not involve a Moria and probably just involve a Great or a Hound Blaze a lot of the time.
Yeah. Also, I will mention our clock is like accurate within probably 30 seconds. So the exact turn 0, I'm going to get a confirmation with the judge when he calls it. But yeah, then they will have the extra 10 minutes.
Yep. I always forget about how Top Cut has a 10 minutes of overtime instead of 5.
Yeah, but it's still 3 turns though, right? Or is
I
it?
believe it's not. I have to double check
turns?
with the judge.
Okay.
My gut's telling me it's 5 turns, but we can double check.
Yeah, I'll double check with that when it goes into it.
Yep. So as we reach the amount time on the clock, there's still going to be an extra 10 minutes of overtime where they get to play the remaining of the game. I believe it's 5 extra turns, but we're going to double check that shortly, in which they get to finish out the rest of this game, and then we'll reach the tiebreaker rules.
All right. I believe we just hit turn 0. So
Yep.
Richie will be turn 0.
Yep. There's a Hina play.
Let me go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll double check.
Please check. Okay. So it looks like I was wrong about the Hound Blaze thing. It ended up being Hina plus T-Bone to end up killing this Yamato alongside Great Eruption, which is never the worst. And I think Enel is going to try to find a way to make it so that the tiebreaker rules end up working in their favor in terms of relatively tall swings. Richie only has 2 cards in hand, which is relatively small when you're playing Sakazuki. But being at 3 life kind of naturally makes that happen. The 6K swing is really hard to not counter out of if you're trying to play towards time. But then again, this 6K swing definitely makes me scared of a Yamato.
Yeah, and so we are doing it's 3 turns.
It's
so
3
this
turns.
is turn 1. So
Okay.
this is David's second to last turn.
Yep.
Yep. Another Yamato.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yep. The 6K swing that Richie was not able to pitch out of when he had 2 cards in hand and 3 life is definitely going to make going for lethal a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
And even if lethal doesn't end up panning out, the fact that Enel gets the last turn of the 3 turns is going to be huge.
And the thing is that if you go down to 1 as Richie right now, you have to win next turn, right? Like Enel's really good at being at 1 or more, which means it's going to go to deck count, and I think Richie's going to lose the deck count.
Yep. Playing brand news, playing Tashigi's definitely just naturally does that for sure.
Yeah. The other thing is that even if you put them down to, since you're at 2 life, if David just has a card that heals next turn, is able to equal it 2,
and then just
make sure deck count is public knowledge, so you can make sure that you're not behind. You get from there too.
Yep. And I think Richie knew that his role was going to have to be the aggressor, and why he played the Hina T-Bone last turn to get extra 5k bodies in play. But the second Yamato is so huge on this one turn where all that really matters is life more than anything else.
Yep. So it went down to 1. So again, in this situation where this is going to be Richie's last turn in overtime, with about 8 minutes on the clock, I think it's David's advantage right now, but we'll see what pans out.
Yep. Richie's trying to figure out how he wants to maneuver his attacks. From my perspective, I think he has to just go for a lethal, or at least put your opponent to 0, and hope that's good enough. But I think David has a lot of counter in hand. I think I saw at least 2 1Ks. So it's going to be relatively difficult to actually put your opponent to 0, if not 1.
You have to put them to 0.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to win this turn, essentially, because if you go down to 0, if you're that aggressive, there's no way that you can survive in the first place.
Agreed.
If we're tied at life, I think, again, we're losing the deck count, and it's very uphill for Richie.
Yeah. I agree, but putting your opponent to 0 at this position makes it so your attacks have to be like 8, 8, 9 based on the allocation of your 10 Don.
Yeah.
And it's so unlikely that connects. But you don't have another choice, really, so I think it's just something you have to commit to. Ends up pitching Helmeppo, drawing, trying to figure out its attacks, and we're going to play on from here. Also, I'm not entirely sure the exact deck count information, but
no, we were making the assumption, right, that Sakazuki is less because they play brand news and other cards that
100%,
and just more draw cards in general. Like your leader cycles every turn, right?
That's true. But there was also, I believe, a Lucci played, maybe not. That might do a little bit less or a little more cards in deck. But the main reason I brought it up is because maybe that discarding the Helmeppo might be the tiebreaker, which might be a concern.
Yeah.
And yeah, at this point, Richie doesn't really have an avenue in order to kill David. Or sorry, to go for a game against David. And as it is right now, there isn't much action to be done besides just doing a bunch of 7k swings and hoping. You might also want to play Lucci's to put less cards in trash or in your deck. Ice Age. Reduce the Yamato down to 4.
Sure.
Yeah. 5k at leader.
Or is that just a discard off leader effect? No.
Helmeppo was the leader effect.
Okay, you're right.
They paid 1 Don for the Ice Age. We have a 6k at leader. Reduce the thing by 1. And David knows that this is going to be the last turn of the game anyways. If we don't have
Richie's last turn,
yeah. So if you don't have to do math in terms of making sure your opponent dies, everything's fine from there.
Yeah, and Richie's conceding, and due to OT rules, David's able to take that one.
Awesome. And props to David for seeing that concession very early in Game 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Saving those extra 10 minutes was honestly the entire duration of Game 3. And he was able to use that to good effect to make sure that he was able to win the last game through the overtime rules. Yeah. Having that foresight, especially in a game this intense, is really
there's a reason he's here, right?
Yeah, there's a reason he's here.
That's the way I like to say it. So
100%.
Yeah, but both well played from both players. Getting top 16 is amazing, and congrats to both players for getting their invites. And are serial cards also at top 32, or was it top 16? I can't remember.
Only top 8 get serial cards,
okay.
But top 16 got the Law promo.
Gotcha.
Which is a gorgeous one and very playable in the RP Law deck that a few of the people that have topped are playing.
Gotcha. Well, cool. Let me just update this bracket super quick, and then we'll go back to us.
Awesome.
And see how that is. So we are in overtime, so we are going to take a break, but it is going to be a short one. We'll have top 8 on the bracket as soon as we get there, but it should be coming in pretty quickly. And yeah, honestly, just that was a really good game.
Yeah,
I really
very,
enjoyed
very
watching
close
that
game.
one.
I enjoyed watching it, and seeing other people do well with Enel is always fun.
Yes, for sure. So I think the next match I want to see is maybe Red Purple Law. We haven't been able to see them, so probably something from the top half of the bracket. But we're going to take a tiny break. It's going to be, again, I'm expecting like less than 10 minutes. So,
Yeah.
but I'll put that there. We will be right back, and we'll see you guys in top 8.
See you in a few.
Hey everyone, we are back with our top 8. Sorry about the bit of extended delay just due to taking their top 8 photos, but if you guys want to look at the top 8 real quick, we do have them, that was just shown on the screen, but we do have our Red Purple Law from Timothy versus Walter on Moria.
Yep. We have Dane H on Red Purple Law versus Malik on Sokka. Long L playing Whitebeard versus Nicholas D playing Red Purple Law. And then Seth F versus David A, Moria versus Enel.
Yeah.
3 Red Purple Laws in top 8 is a lot more than I expected given the top 64 breakdown.
For
and
sure.
only 1 Sokka. So
yeah,
the
very,
king
very
might be dead.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. But yeah, it's Red Purple Law is definitely the newest deck on the scene right now.
Mm-hmm.
We did have like the top 16 breakdown that we saw earlier, which did have it was the third most popular leader in the top 16.
Mm-hmm. Sokka and then Moria were the 2 most popular, followed by RP Law.
Yeah, so like that's like a big difference, and so obviously like Sokka did have like the number advantage for it, but not being able to only having 1 left is really interesting.
100%. And I do think a lot of the Sokka players did overestimate their comfort with the RP Law matchup. I think the matchup can be quite scary if the RP Law player is adapting between being very aggressive and being very controlling. It's really hard to sculpt your hand in the perfect way. But even still, I think that RP Law is a very difficult deck to pilot. I think there's a lot of decisions that go into it. And honestly, I don't think I'm a great RP Law player, but I do think a lot of these people that will be playing are going to be insanely adept with the deck in a lot of different matchups. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're approaching some relatively tough matchups upcoming.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to, and this is what it looked like at the beginning of the day. We had the Sakazuki, the Morias, the Laws, and they're still around too. We do have a single Enel, who's out of the 3, and a single Newgate, and then our singletons and doubles from there. So we're going to which match are we going to now, though?
I believe we're going to the Moria versus Red Purple Law matchup.
We haven't seen either of those players today, too.
Yeah, we have not. Both Timothy and Walter are new to the feature match. Going into this, I thought that the Moria versus Red Purple Law matchup was like heinous for Red Purple Law, but there's a lot of strategies that the deck can employ to make the matchup not nearly as bad. Mostly relying on the 5 costs between 5 cost Kid, 5 cost Queen, and Miss All Sunday. They're all going to give you inherent card advantage or Dawn advantage, and it's relatively hard for Moria to clear particularly well.
For sure. And I would say that Law does have a bit of an issue with. Again, them having 5 life is actually pretty big on a lot of ways, too. So not only is it harder to get through it, but also the fact that Kid and Killer, you need to do 1 more damage before they get to go off. So, yeah, we'll have to see.
And while the matchup might be pretty good for Moria, there are only a select amount of cards that are quite good from the Moria perspective. They really need to find their Luchis, their Absaloms, and their Great Eruptions. They're the cards that make sure that you can help clear 1 or 2 bodies like every single turn. Otherwise, once RP Law gets to have too many bodies in play, the game snowballs from there. Yeah.
And looks like they are going here. So we do have, who is the higher seed between these two? We have,
I believe it's Walter.
Yeah, because Tim started at a 33rd seed, and Walter was on our, let's see, where's Walter? 25th seed. So a couple spots ahead. I think they had the same pairing or
record. I think
record.
Day
yeah,
1.
yeah. Just tiebreakers were better in Walter's side. So
I'm curious how they're going to decide between first or second. I think they both should want to go second, especially when Moria is playing the 3-cost Hina. But I've heard some people like to go first with Moria just to gain a lot of initiative and being the proactive deck.
Yeah.
So let's see how they decide and how the game plays out for the next couple turns. Looking forward to it.
All right, and set in the life there. And it looks like Walter's deciding if they want to keep their opening hand.
Yep.
Yeah, deciding not to.
Yep. And Tip-Face keeping. I'm curious what the strength of his hand is, but I think a lot of what I'm looking for is the first 5 cost and also Rage Use to keep up on cards. Because when you're playing against Sakazuki, you can race them down a lot quicker because they're at 4 life, so your Kid and Killers are alive sooner. They just have less cards in general. But in this matchup, you're going to need a lot more cards in hand to kind of stay afloat. So Reiju Queens kind of end up being a lot more necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to, Moria definitely can just get more value throughout the game. Obviously, like 8-drop, Moria is fantastic. It gets some removal potential. The counterplay from Timofey is that if we notice that they only have like one copy of Absalom or like one Perona, right? We can bottom deck those and get them out of rotation. But also Walter might have to be careful what cards we put in there because we can kind of play some mind games. So I think there's a lot of counterplay for both, but I also think that Moria probably has the edge in this matchup, maybe 55-45. Would you go maybe as bold as 60-40?
I think if both players are as strong as these, it's close to 55-45 in Moria's favor.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on Timofey's draws, I think it could just be as close as 50-50. That's kind of one of the perks, but also the downsides of Red-Purple Law. You kind of live and die by your opening hand sometimes.
Yeah, because you have no very little consistency pieces.
Yes.
Especially compared to Moria, where you essentially just get so much extra consistency from the trashing of the top of your deck and being able to use cards from your trash.
Yep. Trying to see what happens here. Just probably a technical issue on their side.
All right.
Just another extra cut, seems like. Might have been some shuffling issue.
Okay. Yeah, because traditionally, your opponents should be the last one to touch the deck, yeah.
Yep. I'm really curious to see what these opening hands are.
And let me, here, I'll be right back. I'm going to confirm our timer is pretty synced.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yep. And you can adapt it accordingly. Alrighty. Well, Moria, whether they want to or not, is going to end up keeping this hand. And let's see how this game goes. And Walter ended up having the choice and chose to go first, which ends up being, or went to go choosing second, especially with Hina. I think that's the correct decision. And from Timofey's side, he just plays a Gordon early, which honestly can be a pretty good play in this matchup. One, because it's really hard to justify using one of your precious Absaloms on a Gordon. But additionally, getting 2 threats in play before your opponent's able to put a Perona off of leader ability makes it so that you might have 4 cards in hand, which might end up mattering a ton.
Yes. Also, I was too quick on the timer, so timer is accurate with what the judges now, so they are starting pretty much essentially at the tops, the full 60 minutes.
Yep. And, Shariah. And playing that early Gordon makes it so that Perona just does not matter anymore. I believe Timofey's at 4 cards, which is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and we did take 1 life as Moria, and we do have the Shariah out, which, man, when I think like at the beginning of the format, that card was like, it was probably looked at like as a cheese card, right? Like, oh, it's neat, it has some weird things, but never really wasn't really present.
Yep.
And now, very obnoxious.
It's so oppressive against yellow decks because of, regardless of the size of the attack, you can always just block and 1k counter out of any potential attack at leader or a character. So against like Black Heel Luffy, which is naturally swinging really tall, it's going to be one of the most scary things you can do. Okay, so from Moria's side, turn 1 brand new into turn 2 Sindri plus lead ability. Nothing spectacular in terms of like board presence, but you don't need much. Just like early hogbacks, just drawing extra cards. As like a way to stay afloat in this matchup more than anything. And no Absaloms in trash yet, but Walter might be keeping them in hand to either counter out with or like potentially hide from Timofey to not give him full amount of information. Yep.
Again, the hogback to get a 2k back. Hey, that's not too bad.
Yep.
Not too shabby.
And I think Timofey's main way to gain a bunch of advantage this turn is if they have a 5-cost kid. This is basically the ideal start. If your turn ends up being use Gordon effect, play 5-cost kid, and then put in a 4-cost body, you're going to be able to gain a ton of advantage that way. Additionally, Miss All Sunday would also be similarly explosive. But either one is fine. There's just more kids than there are Miss All Sundays. Speaking of which, Miss All Sunday.
All right. But yeah, I've seen that. I think almost a staple at 2 now, right? Like it's
Yep.
been creeping up more of a
Yep.
staple card for the deck.
It has been crushing. I think it's a very critical card in this matchup. I also believe that a very recent Treasure Cup winner, Nicholas Powell, kind of is almost the exact same list as Timofey's list in terms of playing 3 queens, 2 Miss All Sundays. A lot of the other numbers are very similar. So I like this thing. Importantly, I'm not entirely sure if Timofey's planning on using leader ability, but it was a bit risky to not use the Gordon first. Because if your opponent hits an Ice Age out of life, that was a relatively scary proposition. But
yeah, I think that's fair. Unless like we're trying to play like a 3-drop, I guess. But yeah, being able to get rid of the hog backing at the tempo is great. But it looks we're getting greedy though.
Interestingly, we're trying to get to really high Dawn amounts in this game. To be completely fair, this hogback isn't going to be particularly scary. Like a 5k body isn't really going to change the game. However, I like to play this matchup a lot more aggressively. I would be activating the Gordon. I would be swinging with Shariah just because I don't think you get that much time in this matchup to set up a bunch of relatively slow stuff, mostly because of the power of 8-cost Moria.
Yeah, and like like blockers are really deceiving at times because sometimes they're like, oh, it has to block, but if you attack with it and then they attack into it later, it essentially blocks still, right? So it just depends if you need that aggressive edge or not, and it looks like we're going to try to punish for the fact that I don't think they've seen Absalom yet, right?
Not that we know of in Trash, but a lot of Moria players tend to be relatively secretive with their Absaloms and hold on to them for as long as they possibly can, just to kind of mess with their opponents. But this Gordon might just get some insane value this game. So, because your opponent can't really justify killing it. And if there's a crazy turn,
Lucci is devastating.
Lucci was a massive punish for the patience that Timofey ended up using. That is always the one downside of playing your Gordons, is if your opponent has a Lucci, it ends up being very backbreaking.
Agreed. So, yeah, Lucci being the good punish there. That's like Absalom's always the one that's on my mind when I'm playing. Like, this is the deck. This is their in-archetype way to get rid of it, and the Lucci there, super big punish.
100%. And Timofey is very likely going to be taking this swing. At the very least, Timofey gets to have the perk of not using leader ability last turn, which is they're going up to 8 Dawn, and Irreparable Law seems like it's a deck that wants to use its Dawn aggressively, but at the same time, it gets to have some very disgusting aggressive plays if they end up just, Miss All Sunday. Okay. Ends up triggering it as a 5k body. Interesting. But now they're going up to 7 Dawn, so it's not significantly different, but I think the fact that you get 7 to 8 Dawn, you get to play like 3+ bodies a turn can be one of the most scary things you can do. Okay. So from Timofey's side, they are going up to 7, and if they don't have a Gordon this turn or a Raise Max, the board might get really scary in terms of like how much pressure that Walter is going to be able to have.
And I don't like immediately see one. Also, like if we have Reiju, we just strictly have more cards in hand. So we have more cards in hand, and we have more Dawn too. So we can't even do that.
Yep. And
there's an Absalom.
There you go.
Okay, so that's in rotation now too. All right, so we have, 7 Dawn right now?
Yep. One of the best plays you probably could have, again, involves a 5-cost kid. But if you don't have that, you're probably just going to be playing like 3+ bodies this turn.
Yeah, because I think we have like an Ain, so maybe we could do something like Ain -3, get rid of, I guess, the brand new, and then we can. I think we have like a Reiju in hand, since I think that'll get us down to the Dawn amount and cards in hand account.
Yep.
That
because your opponent's currently at 6 Dawn. Yeah, and we have a Bond Clay in hand too. So a decent play that wouldn't be bad, even though it wouldn't deal with board as well, would be play Bond Clay, go up to 4, untap Dawn, play Ein, go up to 9, and then Dawn -3, and then play the Reiju. You'll draw a bunch of cards, have a full board of 5Ks, but your opponent will also have a 5K and a 6K to pressure back with. But Timofey kind of strategically needs to figure out if he wants this game to go on relatively slowly and just grind out and attack these hogbacks, or if they want this game to go really quickly and just keep attacking the board and hope they don't have counter.
All right, so it looks like the answer was Bond Clay, so we are at 8 Dawn right now. We're going to -3 and get rid of the brand new. We're going to play something out of our hand.
Probably the Reiju, because now it's 5. Yeah.
1, 2.
So less Dawn, 5 cards in hand. Draw 2. One of the most powerful cards to come out from that Reiju deck. It is so fun to play. And it's kind of the main reason this deck has longevity that it does now.
It's one of the best cards that this deck got, right? And the other one being the Bond Clay that we also played this turn, right? So just very strong, being able to not only ramp in active, but also be a 1K, which Ain is not. And then also sometimes it's just like a 9K attack, right? Like it's such a cheesy card at time. It does so many things.
It is silly sometimes. Okay. Then second Reiju. Oh, okay. So we're kind of delaying playing that Ain potentially just because we have plenty of Dawn and we're just trying to prioritize making sure that our board survives these upcoming swings.
Yeah, and I didn't see immediately a Gordon or Raise Max in hand, at least at the starter turn. So maybe they're trying to dig for that for some removal later.
That makes sense.
This is a deck that can answer Sabo, which is one of the good things about the deck as well, because Moria tries to be defensive on their Sabos at times. So
I think Sabo is probably at its worst in this matchup, just because of how easy it is to just use the bottom deck from the RP Law ability with it complementing a Gordon or an Ace if they end up playing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now Moria kind of has a relatively awkward turn. There is an entire board of scary threats. I guess they're not scary per se, but there is an entire board of threats, and your opponent has 6, 7 cards in hand. So it's relatively scary to play a Moria this turn, especially in the face of a Bond Clay. But I'm not entirely sure how you're going to be kind of amassing a board to beat this body of 5Ks unless you have a 9K body in play.
Yeah. Also, I do want to mention, like, the reason that we were able to build this board was because we didn't use the minus effect last turn. Because of that, we were at high enough Dawn to be able to play these 3 bodies out and do that. So, like, yes, losing the Gordon to Lucci was rough, but we were still rewarded by the fact that we got this, like, really good tempo value play that we have right now. And we're going to be able to defend this board pretty easily, too, I think.
Yep. Not anymore. 7K swing's a little too much.
Yes.
But honestly, from Timofey's side, the fact that one whole Dawn was used to make that a 7K is relatively important.
Yeah, because now we're at 7 active, which means that we can't play 8-drop Moria. Hina coming out for 3 is rough, so maybe there's an Absalom or we know the Absalom's in. Yeah, so 2 7s and then an Absalom is good.
And it was a good turn, ultimately, from Walter's side. We got to deal with very likely 3 bodies if Timofey chooses to not counter with 2 cards here. And now you have 4 bodies on your side from the Moria perspective, which is honestly a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah.
Honestly, the characters usually don't stay in play too long from the Moria side that often in this matchup due to the presence of Gordons. But Timofey's early... one Gordon getting KO'd ended up making it so that Moria got to build a massive board this turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I'm pretty sure if we could have saved the Missile Sunday, we would have. So that just means that even with this bulky hand, we don't have like a 2K, 1K, which is a little bit telling. But
that is true. But Moria is at relatively few cards in hand and at 4 life. And it's going to be pretty hard to defend these upcoming swings at the board. I think the Hogback basically has to die or to get KO'd from the attacks immediately. This Lucci might be staying in play for a little too long, though. Interesting. All right. From the RP Law side, I think Timofey's tempted to play a Queen here. That's the only card I recall seeing from the hand. Maybe there is a Gordon in there, but the angle isn't amazing. Additionally, if Timofey finds one of its copies of film Red Law, Toy Law as I like to call it, that'd be pretty good here. Be way to bottom deck this Absalom to make sure that it doesn't end up going back in the trash.
Yeah, and is that the only? Because it's the only Absalom that we've seen in rotation, right?
I believe so.
I think
we're about to
gonna
check.
ask as well.
Yeah, it's a Perona.
Oh, there might be a second one in there. It could be a Hogback. Hogback and Absalom do a good job at hiding as each other.
That is true. I know there are at least 2 Hogbacks in the trash now. Okay.
Yeah, and
now we're going to try to...
Oh, we're trying out the Lucci.
Yep.
I'm not sure about this one. With only 2 cards in hand, though, you're probably fine.
Yeah. Timofey's taking a very, very controlling approach. When you have 2 Reijus, you can justify doing so as well.
Yep.
But on the flip side, the fact that there's a Lucci in the trash isn't fun for,
no.
for Timofey either. So, if our turn ends up being 5 costs plus a reducer effect, the board has kind of been destroyed completely. But, ooh, okay. Are we starting off here? Okay, yeah, so it is one of the film laws. Done -3. Remove that. Is that Iron coming in finally? Or are we trying to put the pedal to the metal?
It's probably Iron, yeah.
Okay. And we have one last swing for 7. A little too big, but we're not complaining.
Yeah, put him down to 3, so... Oh.
Ooh.
What is it,
not many triggers. Yeah, Great Eruption trigger is not that relevant when your opponent has 6 cards in hand, but it's not the worst per se.
Yeah, it's also better because it can help you get a removal, maybe.
Yeah, 100%. I think the cards in your hand, from the Moria perspective, matter a lot more than the worst card in the in Timofey's hand.
Yeah, if it's Great Eruption, 100%. If you have Moria as well,
yep.
you keep it. All right, so 10 hold on.
If you can sculpt a best case scenario for Walter, it'd probably involve Great Eruption and Moria.
Yep.
Especially to complement the Suru and the Lucci in the trash to KO 2 characters this turn. That would put Walter unbelievably ahead this turn. Aside from that, basically, honestly, any Lucci effect, even if it involves like a Rebecca and a Hina, would still be sufficient. But I'm not entirely sure if we have those pieces currently.
Yeah, the fact that we're still thinking about it means that, I mean, what, we have 4 cards in hand right now?
I believe so.
Not a lot. I mean, all these bodies are the same, right? They're, at the end of the day, they're all 4-drop 5Ks as well, so it doesn't really even matter which ones you remove.
Yep, there are some scarier ones if your opponent ends up playing Beppo, for example, or like obviously Kid and Killer is a high priority 4-cost 5K you need to deal with.
Yeah, and for Moria, specifically a 4-cost card and a 3-cost card are essentially the same, since all our reduction is by 2 and our popping's by 2, so... All right, but we did have the Great Eruption, which I think we're both going to say was off of life.
Yeah. Given how your prediction track record so far, I'm going to trust you on that one.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take that one. And we still have 9 Dawn available. Which is a little peculiar, though, right? Because we could have used 1 more Dawn for something if the play is the 8-drop Moria.
That is true. One potential thing they might be considering is if they have a second Great Eruption, they might want to play, or an Ice Age, they might want to just use that Ice Age so they can bring back a brand new instead of another reducer from their trash. Just maybe like effectively turn an Ice Age into something better.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it looks like we're going to go for the double removal, and yeah, there's the Moria.
Yeah. Also, if they don't have a Helmeppo in trash, then both characters would be a 2-cost, so you would need the extra reduction.
Yeah, but it looks like Rob Lucci back at it since we put it so nicely back into the trash.
Yep. Ooh.
And it looks like we're playing.
Special Cerberus out here.
Yeah.
I believe it's a one-of copy in Welter's list, which honestly is not the worst. It kind of forces your opponent to deal with it.
Yeah. I know we're playing it in rest, but against Red Purple Law, when we can bottom deck it for -3 Dawn anyways, it doesn't truly matter. Just another body on board, I think, is
That's true.
impactful part.
And Red Purple Law gets to go into a turn with an extra character, but I think this is kind of the main problem with taking the game a bit too slow from the RP Law side, is your opponent has 3 life, 2 cards. It's like very, very difficult to try to go for game, if not impossible. But I think we're going to try our best to try to get this game over with in the next couple turns.
Yeah. So how much time do we have for Red Purple Law?
I believe it's 7. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is kind of like the middle ground, because now, since we kind of started doing value defensive, we have to commit to it, because we only have 2 life. Their Moria leader and character are gonna pressure a lot of that immediately, and if we leave like the Hina out or the Lucci, like that can just say game 2.
Yep, 100%. Speaking of like trying to go for a lethal, one small thing. We swung 2 5s. Never mind. If we were planning on swinging 5 and then 6 that turn, I probably would have started with a 6 with the Hina instead of a 5, but it's kind of all the same at this point. Okay, so yeah, as you were saying, if Timofey is going to start with the relatively resource denial approach to this game, they're going to commit to it. So I'll keep attacking the Hinas, keep attacking any 5k bodies that are rested, and then try to whittle the hand down that way. Okay. We got a 5-cost kid.
Yeah.
Do we have a kid killer? Is that what's happening this turn?
I will say 5-cost kid would have been better earlier, right?
100%.
If you want to go for kind of like the value game, he definitely represents the ability to do that.
But Timofey is kind of putting pedal to the metal all of a sudden, which is actually quite interesting. Putting in that kid killer is making it so that either Moria is going to 1 or they're going into their turn with only 1 card in hand, which is not the greatest position to be in. However, having all these characters to attack with might be too much to handle from Timofey's side if Moria ends up having Ice Age to complement an Absalom.
Yeah, because we saw Great Eruption Ice Age last turn, right? And I think we've seen some Helmeppos lose. So like the fact that they're not really in rotation right now is makes it a little bit safer for that Eustace kid right now. All right.
This is a very tough decision about whether you want to counter out of this.
Yeah, it is, because being put down to 1 is not as scary as going down to 1 against yellow, but Red Purple Law is probably one of the best game pressures.
Yeah, it's really hard to try to survive at 1 life with a blocker in this matchup, of course. So if you end up countering out of this hit, maybe you're trying to make this game go on a little bit longer. But if you take this hit, I think you have to go for game a lot of the time.
Yeah.
If your turn's Rebecca Sabo, that's a very different decision, but we will see how Timofey ends up trying to play this turn.
Yeah, but that's just like the power that this the red kid and killer, it's just so strong. Being able to play it off our leader effect, being able to be a 7k attack for very not only cheap but also efficiently. Yeah, it's just so many times if they have 2 kid and killers, I lose a lot of games.
The card is a menace. The new EBO1 card has been like very overperforming in this meta when red has not been particularly popular before this. This edition has made it so that Whitebeard gets to play more rushers if they want it. It made this alongside Bond Clay has made RP Law back on the menu, and it's probably one of the best decks in the format, as you can see based on the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. And I've even seen a couple of Zoros playing this weekend too, who definitely would take advantage of this card as well.
I am terrified to deal with an 8k swing. Okay. From Walter's side, it looks like the 6k swing is trying to deal with board.
All right, so we're going the longer game, it seems.
I'm kind of surprised. But I guess if you have 4 cards in hand and you have 2 blockers, it's going to be pretty safe. But when a Red Purple Law has 7 Dawn going into turn, it can do a lot of nasty things.
Yeah, because chances are, if we're doing it like this, we don't have a way to out the 5-cost kid.
That's what my assumption is. Yeah.
It's probably going to be surviving.
Yep. And there's a 7 going at Kid Killer.
Yep. Just got to let it go.
Yep. The upcoming potential 9K swing at it would just be too much anyways, so might as well commit. And make your opponent deal with this 5-cost kid, because if you don't, it's going to be another scary attacker going into this turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, yeah, Moria just... You don't want to give them more cards, right? But you kind of have to pressure something.
Yep. If Moria doesn't want to go for game this turn, as it didn't, obviously, it has to go for game next turn. And it looks like we're doing a Rebecca play this turn. Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, and Rebecca is it's an auto-inclusion in Sakazuki, but it's a bit of a decision point in Moria in comparison. Do you like the card in the deck? Or
I think it complements Hina absurdly well in the deck, and that's like the main reason why I would include it. It's also such an absurd amount of card advantage. Bringing back Sabos when you need them, bringing back extra 2Ks when you need them, like you did in this case, can swing a lot of games. But it is like not the most powerful presence on the board in a relatively aggressive deck like Moria.
Yeah, and it is trivial for Law to remove this Rebecca, right?
Well, not exactly trivial. The fact that Red Purple Law has to remove 3 Dawn to get rid of it makes it so that a lot of its turns don't look amazing. However, if you have 2 rushers,
then it is.
Then it is the worst
trivial.
case scenario. And it looks like we have both Kid and Kid and Zoro.
Yep.
Or Kid and Killer. So with 4 cards in hand, I believe this is deterministic math.
Yeah, I would probably scoop if I was Walter at this point and just go to game 2. I think with just the numbers that exist, also swinging with the 3 cost.
Playing around Ice Age is also a very smart decision.
Yeah.
Timothy is locked and loaded in terms of trying to figure out what the correct attacks are and with what characters.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a way out.
4 7K swings is definitely too bad. Yep. And with 5 cards in hand, each of these 7K swings is going to require 2 cards. Or you can do 5, 7, 9. Either one's perfectly fine. And then the game is going to be locked up. Yep. And that's game 1 for Timothy.
Yeah, takes the first one. So 25-minute round or game for the first one. About average pace, right? You want to try to do 20-ish, so still enough time to get to game 3 if Walter wants to get there. But I definitely think we could have gone there a minute faster.
That is true. Not finding the Ice Age on that one critical turn from Walter's perspective was relatively not great. Additionally, Timothy was controlling the game for a very long time in terms of attacking 5Ks, and then kind of put his opponent to 1 very, very quickly. That was I was relatively unexpected even from my side. But that Kid and Killer was huge to play on that one turn. And the fact that Walter only had Moria bring back Rebecca to survive wasn't amazing either. I wonder how that game would have played out if Moria was able to counter out of that second 7.
Yeah, right. And it was... I don't know. Do you think Walter could have gone for game on that previous turn too?
Without an Ice Age, no. But with Ice Age, I probably would have went for it.
Gotcha.
Even with double Great Eruption, I probably would as well. But without it, it's like very, very difficult, of course.
Yeah. So I'm just updating this. So we're going into game number 2. Law was able to take the first one. 30-ish minutes left in round. So obviously none of the other matches have finished either. But we're on the lookout for that. If you guys want to, again, since we have a minute, we can go into to looking at the other matches that are going in right now. We do have this match that we see right now. We also do have we have Red Purple Law versus Sakazuki. At our second table, we have Whitebeard versus another Red Purple Law, and then also Moria versus Enel from David, the Enel player we watched last round.
David presumably has higher seed. Yeah, he has higher seed for the rest of the tournament because he was second after day one.
Yep.
So having the choice in that matchup is pretty huge. But anecdotally, people say that the Moria matchup is quite bad for Enel.
Yep.
But I don't think it would be that bad given the fact that Moria has a lot of difficulty killing 7-cost Enel.
Mm-hmm.
So that might change a lot of things about how the game plays out.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, since we're at this top table, I mean, we've got Whitebeard's Enel. There's a mild, 25% chance, right, that the other side has Red Purple Law versus Moria again too. Mm-hmm. But that we'll probably try to jump to the other side, just depending on what it is. But these are undefeated. And again, like with the Sakazuki being our largest piece of the pie, right, and only having one left in the top 8 is also pretty dramatic too.
Yeah, 100%. And Sakazuki doesn't have like the most amazing matchup into RP Law, but it could also definitely still win, especially if Malik ends up having higher seed as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think that's something that is just impactful for that. And I don't know. Like Red Purple Law again is the newer deck, so people have like less experience than Moria, which was relevant at the start of OP06, and that's kind of how that looks. But we're gonna go back to our match. We're getting set up already. And a bit of a quick turn from them, so sorry we missed the first couple turns, but we do have the double raise Max Gordon on the side of Timofey.
1 Dawn turn was Gordon, 3 Dawn turn was Swing 7 play, another Gordon effect in the raise Max. And this time is there exactly 5 cards? Oh no, there's only 4, but sometimes you have to bring back Perona anyways. And Timofey is very aggressive in terms of just like playing around these Peronas and just putting these Gordon and Raise Maxes in play. It's a really difficult proposition from like Walter to try to kill all of these, with the exception of having a Lucci. Lucci makes it pretty easy, of course.
Yeah, I would say like of the cards you can bring back with Moria, Perona, and Absalom have a lot of good targets almost every time. So like obviously Absalom would have been an okay target here to get rid of one of their 1-drops, and it looks like, we're going to use the Raise Max effect to make that cost less. For 5, we're going to play the Missile Sunday, which lets us get the draw because we want to go from 5 to 6, and then we'll go to 6 to 3 and get the bottom deck of the Perona.
Yep. And this is a very explosive start.
Yeah.
You get to put in multiple bodies. They're going to make sure you stay up on Dawn, especially with Ein.
Yeah.
And this Gordon that's still looming in place, going to deal with the next threat that Moria plays.
Yeah, very intimidating. So you kind of have to use an Absalom to get rid of that, but then you also have these 2 5k attacks that are coming in next turn. Instead of Missile Sunday, if we happen to have Eustace Kid, that would have been a fantastic play as well. We just would have lost like 1 less Dawn and have a blocker up. So I think Timofey has like a really strong start.
We have a Great Eruption, probably reducing the Ein. And is there another Lucci on this critical 6 Dawn turn?
Yeah, another Lucci would be great.
Yep. And it looks very much like a Lucci.
Either that or just hard play an Absalom, but yeah, I think Lucci's way more common. There he is.
Yep. Honestly, not too dissimilar from last game, except the fact that there's now the first body that was the hogback last game ended up being dealt with, so Moria has a way less powerful board than it did last time.
Yeah, so we were at, I believe we're at 6 Dawn, right?
Yes. Importantly, it doesn't look Timofey has another Gordon effect.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So the turn of like potentially Kid plus something else is no longer on the table. But if this queen ends up fighting a Gordon or his Raise Max, this entire turn is going to be definitely very, very backbreaking.
I don't think we found one still.
No. Yep. Discarding Bond Clay. And we have a Dawn -3, it looks like. Or are we just waiting this turn?
Yeah, you might be tempted to wait, right?
That's true. But I saw a Sachian Penguin and a bunch of extra 2Ks in Timofey's hand, so I might just try to apply a little bit more pressure. and put extra bodies in play.
Yeah, so 6 going down to 3.
And then down -3, get rid of the brand new, and it looks like a Tachi, yep. So get that 2 Dawn back. We're back at 4, going up to 6 again next turn.
Yeah, so that's not too bad. We could have also like gone Bond Clay out, but in this scenario, I think Bond Clay, Tachi and Penguin's just better, even though you lose a little bit of counter in hand. And we also decided to not attack with the Missile Sunday, which is a little interesting.
I was also surprised by that. From my perspective, I don't think you want to go that much lower than 2 life on this board. So attacking leaving your Missile Sunday active so your opponent can't attack into it is kind of precarious if your opponent has too much pressure after that. But then again, your opponent's Morias look very poor from the trash this turn. It's just bring back Helmeppo, which is never the best decision in the world. Oh, now I think about it, that also might have been a consideration. Not swinging 5 makes it so that they can't counter with a 4-cost body, like an Absalom or a what is that card called? A Hogback. Yeah. So not swinging 5 makes sure that the Moria that Walter potentially might have is like very, very bad.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because Moria's. If you play Moria, I mean, 2 are in the trash right now.
Yep.
So if you have the 3rd one, it's getting nothing good.
Yep. Looks like Hina, and I presume that there's an 8K swing. Oh, just another Lucci. Okay. So based on how Walter's playing this game, I'm just assuming that Walter doesn't have a Lucci. Not an Absalom. Because I probably would have just played an Absalom this turn if I could have. But then again, the counter in your hand is very, very necessary at the same time. Okay, so how does he feel about this 6K swing? Right, another 2K. The 2Ks from the Red Purple Law deck are extremely precious. There's only like 10 or 9 in this current list. So not having them can end up being very, very scary, and forcing your opponent to use them is also a good thing to be doing.
3, 4, 5.
So we found a Gordon.
And I think we found a Reiju as well. So Gordon Reiju.
Yep. Gordon Reiju is a very powerful play. As for what to do with the remainder of the Dawn, it's interesting.
Yeah. Because we could do, for 1, play Gordon, make a 7K attack somewhere, and then use the effect. We could also, play a body out for 4, use the effect, and then play Reiju.
Yep.
Good amount of flexibility.
And I wonder if the 6 is going. Yeah, 6 went at Lucci based on how that attack went.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they counter out of that every time, so I think I'd rather go 6 to face, but...
I agree. I probably would have started with a lot more swings at leader, making my opponent be a lot more scared of a potential killer in kid, and then forcing them to have additional 2Ks.
Yeah, I just like that value. Every time I see it, I'm like, man, why... If I swing in their 6K, they just get free value on the defense. But, obviously then, if you do that, then you lose because you left their board alone, so...
To me, it seems like they naturally want to deal with the board a lot of the time and put their opponent in awkward spots on whether they can afford to counter. Okay, looks like they...
played the Bond Clay off the effect, so we get an extra Dawn to go with. Are we going 6 into Lucci again? No, we have to. Yeah, I don't know. I think with them at 3 life, it would have been just way better just to pressure.
Yep, I probably would have been way happier if I did 5, 5, 7 at lead as well. But again, maybe you put your opponent in really awkward spots and whether they can afford to counter. I think the Bonclave might be scary if Walter ends up having one of those Morias, even though 2 of them just went to the bottom with a Lucci effect.
Yeah, I do think that Temefe is doing a good job at playing the more playing out the Bonclave in spots where it would be awkward for them to do anything. That was just going to face. Okay,
it's a 5.
Yeah. All right, so we're going down to 2 apiece.
And it looks like Timofey's going up to 6 Dawn. So Dawn management is one of the most difficult things to get right with Red Purple Law in terms of trying to make sure that you have a fair amount of Dawn to both attack with, play or deploy your characters, and also use Dawn minus ability. But Timofey's been very consistent in being in the 5 to 7, 8 range, like basically every turn of this game. So they have the flexibility to go super like lean or super aggressive in terms of just playing bodies, activating bodies, and stuff like that. So from Moria's perspective, I mean, you can always quote-unquote go for lethal if you feel like it, because you technically have a fair amount of attacks, but it's a very relatively precarious thing to do.
Yeah, and Red Purple's Law, like, their hand is always, you could be convinced very easily with those 4 cards in hand that Timofey has like 2k or less counter in it, right?
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, based on like the early counters, Timofey ended up using 2Ks relatively liberally. So either the hand is like a lot of counter or like a lot of non-counters, like Ainz, like Gordon, and stuff like that, or it could just potentially be all 2Ks, like more 2Ks. And Walter makes a relatively reasonable assessment of like, hey, I just want to deal with board and make this game go on a little bit longer. The Morias at this point are probably the worst they will ever be in terms of potential cards to be playing. And Walter doesn't have much else to be doing besides just playing Sabo.
Which, again, is a little dangerous in this matchup, right?
Yep. It's a relatively clunky card in terms of actually putting relevant cards in play because it's such an easy card to deal with from the RP Law side. But it will fix the hand in terms of having the correct amount of counter at the very least. And it forces your opponent to use a Gordon or a Raise Max effect and Dawn -3.
Yeah, and I don't think, I mean, we've had, how many Gordons and Raise Max have we used? 3 already?
3, yeah. Timofey played the 2 very early and then had that Gordon on that 1 turn to deal with the second Lucci.
Yeah, so the fact that they having another one is, approaching unlikely territory. So, yeah, your Sabo is safer than I'd say unusual.
Oh, remember those 2 Morios we put in the bottom of the deck?
Yeah.
I found the other 2, it looks like.
Yeah, there's the other 2, yeah.
Yep. Okay. And because of the threat of 5/7, Timofey counters with another 2K. And there is a Absalom. I guess Absalom's pretty bad this turn. But I think Perona's equally bad.
Yeah, we might actually play Cerberus. I don't hate playing that right now.
Yeah, second blocker is going to be really tough to deal with.
Obviously, you wish you could have sequenced it to play it first and then the Sabo, but
there's not many ways to KO it, so. Oh, is there exactly 5 cards in Timofey's hand?
No, he just wanted to.
Wanted the 5K body?
I don't know. I would have played the blocker, I think.
I think so, but if your hand is relatively sturdy in terms of counter, you can rationalize just trying to just put an extra attacker in and just make my opponent try to go for lethal.
Yeah, because Law is really good at removing 1 card a turn, but if you put up 2 blockers, they don't have like a fantastic way out of it.
Yep. All right. So from 6 Dawn, from Timofey's perspective, the hand is Shiraya, Reiju, Otama, Kid Killer. Yep. So starting with a Reiju, kind of get some extra cards. If you find a Gordon, you're pretty happy.
Yep.
And then found a Bond Clay, and I didn't end up seeing the last card.
Yeah, I will say, like, most of the time when I ask someone if they're playing Red Purple Law, why did you lose? It is either I saw none of my Gordons and Raise Maxes, or I saw all of them.
That's true.
And so it's, are you on 6, 7, or 8 copies?
I am a stan of 8.
8, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
I am an 8 believer. I think it's more important to make sure you have it when you need it.
Yes.
Rather than
you
losing
will.
some games to not having it in the first place.
You will find it when you need it, and you will find it when you don't need it. You will find it for sure.
I believe Timofey's on 7, which is kind of the more balanced approach. And Timofey's also on 2 Otamas as kind of a fake Gordon effects a lot of the time.
Yeah, because I like either Otama or even like sometimes like Fiesta to be able to find your Gordons and Raise Maxes. So
it's a consistency piece to find a lot of the other film cards between the Gordons and the Shirayas.
Yep, and I think Ford Cost Law, there's a lot of small finds you can get off that.
100%. I personally like having the Otamas just because I always make sure that I have the reducers more often than not. But I also agree that Manifesta can be a very powerful card. And Welter ends up going block 1k on the 6k swing, which is probably the best in terms of saving the number of 2ks in your hand. I wonder what the rest of this turn is going to look like.
Yeah, and just making sure like he doesn't fall for some bait where Gordon was still in hand or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Otama reducing Perona by 3, and then by 2, and then Don minus bottom decking the Perona. Is there a Kid Killer coming in? There's Spawn Cray. And then 7, I presume, at the Hina. Alternatively, you can just go 7 at lead. If you do 7 at lead, they go to 1, and they're kind of priced into going for game. Oh.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Yeah, they're right. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah, that was the new one. All right, so that must have been at either Lucci or Sabo, probably Sabo.
Yep.
And 2K out of it.
Yep. So Welter, based on that countering, is just like, all right, I got to go for game. My RP Law opponent probably has like 4 or 5 cards in hand, and we're starting with a 7 to take it.
Ooh, and the quick 7 take is
terrifying.
A little scary.
Yep. And with 4 cards in hand, you probably have to do another 7 and just hope it's good.
Yeah, but yeah, we're just scooping it up.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes
you can just go for it.
Yeah, just gone, and you can see why they are trying to pressure for board because with 3 swings and 3 of them have to hit, it's a little bit intimidating for Moria to find those numbers and go for it. But
100%.
With 4 bodies, you feel a lot more confident. So that's game number 2, and we got a good 15 to get into our game number 3.
Awesome. 15 minutes is probably sufficient to get a large majority of the game, if not the entire game, over with.
Yeah, and these end turns usually take so long, so it's if we get into overtime, I think we can generally resolve this game to a good spot. But I think as we get deeper into these top 6, this top 64. More and more of these games will go to game 3 because just, again, these players are really good. These matchups are not super polarizing most of the time, and it just kind of shows that, either player has a real chance to win.
Yeah. They also want to give us a show. They want to make sure that we're having a good time watching 3 whole games. And, yeah, of course, they're obviously absurdly talented and good players that have put in plenty of reps. And they know what their strengths and what their weaknesses are when playing this deck, and you kind of get capitalized on it because of it.
For sure, and I did ask out. We don't have any results left for all the other games in top 8 are still playing, so nothing super relevant to talk about on there. But again, we do have a Red Purple Law versus Moria we're watching right now. We have another Red Purple Law versus Sakazuki. We have a Whitebeard versus Red Purple Law, and a Moria versus Enel. So those are our potentials into our top 4 right now.
Do you have any potential winner candidates in mind, or someone you're rooting for?
If Enel can get over Moria, I think they have a moderately good chance.
Yeah.
David's been playing hot all weekend
That's
too,
true.
Right? Since he was 2nd seed, he went 9-1. Was able to beat Sakazuki as well. And I think generally the Whitebeard matchup is pretty okay because
I think it's a very comfortable one.
Potentially, yeah. And yeah, Red Purple Law. I think that one's a little bit more polarizing potentially against it because they do get a lot of pressure. But if you're able to stabilize and starve them out, Enel's the best leader to starve out a Red Purple Law.
100%. That matchup's very weird in the same way that Red Purple Law kind of lives and draws by its opening hand. When you're playing against Enel, when you're playing Enel, you need to draw Gadatsus and Yamatos, and a lot of your cards just don't matter.
Yeah, but with Reject, Gadatsu, and if you're able to cycle Yamatos, you just kind of win that matchup too. So you can stabilize for sure.
All right. No turn 1 Gordons from Timofey this game. And Timofey chooses to go first, interestingly. Okay. It's always interesting to figure out or play games where both players have different perspectives on what's correct, going first or going second. But I like to say that someone's wrong and someone's right. But they probably just have different perspectives on how the games are playing out. And trying to figure out who's the correct one based on this one game is also a fun proposition.
I I usually like going second red purple law, but again, Timofey didn't just stumble into top 8 either,
100%,
right?
yeah.
So like they know what's up. This I would be surprised if this is the first Gecko Moria they played this weekend either.
Yeah.
So
And it might not even be the last.
it might not.
Okay. Alrighty. So Timofey's going into their 5-Dawn turn, and I think this is usually the critical moment in terms of the strength of the red-purple law opponent's hand. If the turn ends up being Missile Sunday, we get to go super late into this game, put another body in play, and then try to use our life total as like a cushion to make sure that we kind of have this board and cards in hand on lock.
No, I didn't check how many copies they're running it, but they've been seeing that Missile Sunday pretty consistently.
I know.
I
believe it's 2, but I should double check.
Yeah, is that the? I mean, either Missile Sunday or Eustace Kid on curve feels really good. And if you have a Gordon established, like with Eustace Kid, it's amazing. So that might be one of the reasons for it. I don't know. I'd be so afraid to keep Raise Max or Gordon on board when they can just Absalom it very easily as well.
Yeah. Ends up countering with a queen, which is interesting. Probably either pretty light on counter, or they're trying to use their Dawn for other big, powerful things.
Yeah.
But going to 8 Dawn, one of my favorite things to be doing is just making the game go on pretty long.
All right.
Okay.
So we played out the Hina, and we're going to be able to play an Absalom from it for sure.
Discarding a Moria, so I think they're going to be using their early pressure to try to get this game over with. And we end up killing the Shariah, bottom decking 2 Great Eruptions. So the lone Missile Sunday we've seen all 3 games. And we'll see how this game continues to play out.
Yeah, I think like this is probably one of the strongest openers for Walter that of the 3 games we've seen. Yeah. Hina does a lot. Like if you go second, giving Hina Absalom, that's a lot of tempo.
100%. And this is the main reason why Walter prefers to go second, is just this interaction. But it's not like Timofey can't follow up with their own explosive turn. 8 Dawn is a lot. So.
Yeah, in red purple law, yeah, that's an insane amount of Dawn. So yeah, I think we need either Gordon or like a Trafalgar Law. The 4 cost would be great. Probably try to pressure down, like bottom deck the Absalom. Keep it out of rotation if there isn't another one.
Looks like there's a couple 5K swings going at Perona.
Yep.
The real question is how many 5K swings can we do?
Looks like right. two is enough.
2 is sufficient. All right. So what we can do this turn probably involves... All right, Ein. No 5 costs, but we should have at least another body to play, and then leader ability to play a 3rd. Okay. Now we have Gordon. That's good. So we get to make sure this Absalom is no longer in sight the rest of this game.
Yeah, and then just finishing at the -3, and we're going to be playing. Okay, yeah. His opponent did it before. He knew it was up, but playing the Reiju.
Yeah, they're both tied at 6 Dawn, so this Reiju is going to be drawing 2 extra cards, and this last 3 Dawn is the Zoro.
Okay, so we're able to use it efficiently. That's nice.
Yeah, very very potent turn from Timofey. Putting 3 extra bodies this turn, neutralizing 2, is a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, and that just seems like the power of this is the second time they've been able to do it. Of this build of it specifically is that you're able to build the board, but you're not losing as much Dawn, and some of the cards are drawing as well.
And yeah, Timofey is recognizing that this turn is probably the most critical one of this game in terms of how the game's going to play out.
Yeah.
If there is an 8-cost Moria from Walter's perspective, you want to defend this board as much as possible, so you get to kind of bombard with 5K swings. And based on these 2 5K swings, you can kind of get a glimpse that this is basically just going to be Moria. And is there not a Lucci? Is it just like a hogback turn? Yeah.
Let's see. Also, I did get confirmation that Whitebeard did win.
Ooh, congrats to Long for getting into top 4.
Yeah, Long is in top 4. We also had Dane win, which is another red-purple law. Then we were watching the other 2 matches, including this one.
Yep. So, okay. The Moria brought back a Hogback and a brand new. Unfortunately, the brand new did not hit a Navy card, so Walter didn't get any additional cards in hand based off of that. But having a stockpiled hand this turn is not the worst, and amassing this absurd of a board is a pretty good spot to be in from the Red Purple Law perspective. Again, we're at 8 Dawn, so we get to try to do some fun stuff this turn. Thankfully, Timofey has a second Reiju, which might just be good enough to power through this game. I think we're starting off with it just to see if we have to go for game. Is that a Film Law in hand? I believe so.
Film Law to get rid of a Hogback would be pretty nice. We've gotten to the... I don't see this situation often, but where you got too many cards on board.
Yep.
Something's eventually going to have to leave.
That was one of my concerns with defending the fourth body. Keeping those extra counter in hand. Additionally, that Otama is like very critical. Makes it so that your opponent basically can't go for game. And defending this additional body was like nice, but it wasn't really worth it since we have to kind of trash our own body after this turn.
Yeah.
And another 5k swing.
And we've got, what, 2 cards in hand as Moria?
Moria, yep, 2 cards in hand, 4 life.
Yeah, because if we're able to hit them down to 2, like then if we play Kid and Killer to continue this, it's in a good spot. All right, 6.
Make them have the 2k. And I think Timofey's plan for the rest of the turn is play one of the Gordons that they just found.
Yep. Probably
Don
over
minus
the
3,
Zoro.
get rid of the Hogback, and then put in Kid and Killer. And then do 7s with both the leader and the Kid and Killer. And now there's just 5 attackers going into this turn.
Yeah. I would potentially do 1-7 and then, I don't know, maybe get rid of the brand new just to make it real tough on the math. Because brand new can go for game.
That is true. If that's the case, then, yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
And from Walter's side, this is definitely a huge sign of weakness. Down minus 3. Trashing the Ein instead of the Zora, which is honestly not that significant.
Yeah.
But it will end up mattering. And I believe it's Kid and Killer. Bottom deck that. And then put your opponent to 1 with a full board.
Yep.
Not the most fun, obviously. But your opponent should have 3 cards in hand from Timofey's side. And yeah. I think it's going to be really hard for Walter to justify not going for game this turn, given how overwhelmingly powerful the board is. Mm-hmm. However, the attacks for lethal resemble like 7, 9, 10.
I think you're right, yeah. I think 7, 9, 10, where I'd ask cards in hand, because Timofey has how many cards in hand?
I believe it's 3 or 4.
Yeah. I think the best way is to go 7 with leader and see what happens. Mm-hmm. If they counter out, I've probably lost the game. We could also do, 8, 9, 9?
Yeah, 8, 9, 9 is also reasonable. I probably wouldn't put my opponent on that many 2Ks, but I probably would err on the side of just doing 7, 9, 10, but 8, 9, 9 is also fine too.
Yeah, because in this game, too, it's nothing. There are a lot of these non-deterministic spots where, 8, 9, 9 would have won, but
7, 9, 10 wasn't because he has 2K, 1K.
Yeah, exactly. 8K is the amount.
If you think you need to get lucky to go for lethal, then 7 or 8, 9, 9 is not bad either, especially given how few 2Ks that Timofey is actually playing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree. I think you have to go for it because I don't think I could confidently remove enough board for me just to not lose. Like, even if you remove board and you have 2 cards in hand, Red Purple Kid Killer and Leader can still win you the game. I feel like next turn, right?
I know that Timofey has a film wall that I saw earlier, but I think one of the cards in hand is another kid killer. There's 3 cards in hand, by the way.
Yeah, so like that's like a bit of a justification for doing the 789.
You mean the 899 one?
Or 899?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can. I think that's very reasonable too. You give your opponent a few more outs if they don't end up not having it, but aside from that, that's basically it. And I think Walter's trying to do the exact math that we're kind of deliberating here.
Yeah, so we also just got notification that David did win with Enel too, so that's probably going to be our next match, Whitebeard versus Enel.
Yeah, and long one already. So yeah, Whitebeard
Yes.
versus Enel, and Dane won with Equitable Law, and then we're trying to figure out the last person in the semifinals between Walter and Timofey.
Yeah,
and
which will be the winner of this game.
Yep, and this is either the last turn or the next to last turn, so we're going to be finding out pretty soon, especially with a minute 20 left on the clock.
Yeah, so and that's just minute until overtime. With the 10-minute overtime as well, I don't think we're gonna.
Yeah.
I don't think overtime mechanics are gonna come in at all.
Yep.
So we should be okay.
Yep. And Walter is deliberating very thoroughly this
You
turn.
got to. I mean, you have the time. I don't think this is slow play at all. This is again. You have to decide who wins or loses. Oh, I have.
Anyways, okay.
All right. I'll check that in a minute.
All right.
All right. The bracket I was given might have been incorrect. So Whitebeard's definitely in, but I think
Okay.
it might be
And
switched.
Timofey did have Otama plus Kid Killer.
Oh.
And Walter chose to do a 7 instead of a 10, or instead of an 8.
Yeah.
This is one of those things you definitely deliberate on multiple times, but honestly, I think that Hayden was correct in the 899 assessment. I think you need to get a little lucky here. And based on how Timothy was playing, it's very likely he has 2K, 1K, but it's very unlikely he has 2Ks. So
Yeah, that's what I think. But then again, like if there's 2K worth of counter in life, then you just also lose. So
yeah.
Yeah. I think we're gonna get some swings in, but I think Timofey's got this.
Yeah. Our concern about having to deal with board is be a bit too overwhelming is still the same concern. So. Yeah, Walter's trying to figure out what to do with this turn. Yep. And while he's deliberating his last turn, there isn't really much concern for any other like overtime rules, for example. Timofey's ahead on life, and is also ahead on or has more ahead on cards in deck, so we're not worried about that concern either.
Yeah. I think Timofey's pretty much got this one. Because unless like there's no card to really remove board, we don't play any rush cards generically. Yeah, I don't know what the answer would be at this point.
Neither do I, and we're about to find out pretty soon. Yep, and we just have a Moria. Moria looks like it's probably bring back a blocker or just extra counter, and just hoping it's good enough.
Yeah.
There's also a Cerberus, now that I think about it, and kind of force your opponent to down -3. I guess that might be better than just like doing nothing. Borsellino and brand new. Okay, so at the very least, this Borsellino is going to require Timofey to have a Gordon effect. Ooh. Finding a non-counter there was pretty unfortunate. And yep, unfortunately, that brand new finding a non-counter was also very huge. But Timofey has 2 cards in hand. I believe one's a Kid Killer. We don't know what the other one is.
Yeah, I mean, setting up a blocker's nice.
But it's largely not going to be enough, I think.
I don't think it will either.
And I believe there's 7 Dawn available this turn. So that's a lot of 5s and 6 or 5s and 7s, and then 1 6, I suppose. Yep. So you can rationalize starting with the 6, but I think I'd probably just like do a 5 anyways. Just get a little poke in there. Yep. And we start with the 6 with Zoro. Take a 2K probably. Yeah. Yeah. And Walter's trying to figure out if there's a way out of this game, even if he counters.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a Kid and Killer in hand as well, like you can just use that Dawn, 3 Dawn freely, and then get another attack.
Yep. Ends up 2K'ing. Then there's a 7. Probably a bit too early for 7. Oh, no, we have... This is probably a bit too early, but we'll be fine. Dawn -3. I believe Walter has 4 or so cards in hand. There's a Kid Killer.
Yeah, there's Kid Killer.
So you start with a 7.
Another 7.
With 1 non-counter in hand, I believe this is deterministic.
Yeah.
But if you just end up taking this hit, you cannot counter out of 9, 5, and 5. Mm-hmm. So everything else is just going to be gravy.
Yeah, I agree.
But gotta go through the motions. Yep. 2K, 1K, and if you just do a 7K swing, then it's also perfectly fine here because it's going to connect no matter what. And then the 5 and the 7 also are good at the very end. Oh, there's 3 cards. Does that change anything? I guess it's not guaranteed anymore.
Yeah.
But if you do this 5K swing, then you do 7/7, I guess, at the very end, and then hope your opponent doesn't hit a counter out of life if they have a 2K in hand. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We have 7 and then
again,
7.
Walter had more cards in hand than I thought he did. So.
Yeah, I thought he had a couple less. So.
Yeah. All right.
And then 7.
7K. Do we get there?
Oh, he did.
Oh, the double 2s.
Ooh, jeez. All right.
I think Walter's going to take it now.
Yeah, that was a little too much 2K counters.
Yeah, and I don't know. Do you think there were some numbers that could have done better, or?
Yep. So I think I probably wouldn't have swung 7 until the Borsellino was gone. Yeah, but I think Walter had too many 2Ks based on how that game played out.
Yeah, I definitely thought he had way less.
Yeah, I did not expect him to have 4 2Ks that turn. So.
Yeah, and that last card in life had to be a 2K.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it ended up being that. So that is there. We do have Walter taking it with Moria. Super close game.
Absurdly close.
And we'll be in the top 4 there.
Yep.
So let me, real quick, there was the matches that we've seen are correct. The quarterfinals or the semifinals were switched from where we had on the bracket. So I'm updating that right now. But I can show you guys what that looks like real quick and what matches we have next round. 1 second.
As a small note about this game, Hayden, you would have won the turn before. 8-9-9 was good.
It would have won, yeah.
It would have won because the life was a non-counter and a 1K.
But it's the risk, right? Like you gotta be careful in that, and to say I want to make this the final game or final turn is very tough.
Yeah.
We'll take I'm going to take like a 10-minute break. I do need to I'm going to fix the bracket in the meantime.
Makes sense.
But none of the wins were unreported. It's just kind of how these semifinals were were like. So.
And the semifinals are going to be very spectacular. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, 4 different leaders in this is amazing.
Yeah, and none of the boogeyman.
Yeah, none of them are Sakazuki. Reverse the ban. It's easy. We can get there. So, give us a minute. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in top 4.
Yep.
All right, we are back with the top four. Just about to get started. We do have 4 players left undefeated. And Jonas, what 4 do we have?
We have 4 different decks today. We have Walter Jewel we just watched last round on Moria. We also have Long on Whitebeard, Dane on Red Purple Law, and David we watched in the top 16 playing Enel.
Yes. So I feel like we got to give it to the Whitebeard players. I know they've been supporting the stream. They've been wanting. So we're going to watch Long's game for this one, which means that we'll see the other on the other side. But, man, just honestly a lot of diversity through this. And I think that's something that it's really interesting in a top cut scenario that we don't get a lot in North America.
We have 4 different decks, none of them being the boogeyman of the format, and Sakazuki is going to make sure that a lot of people aren't going to be super comfortable with their games. There's going to be a lot of new things they have to explore, like halfway through. There's going to be a lot of interesting decisions that probably aren't the most optimal, but they might just get to their opponents, which would be super fun to watch.
Yep, and looks like they're setting up, so we'll head on right there as well. Again, this is going to be Long Lei on the Newgate versus Walter on the Moria. I haven't done this matchup a lot. What's your thoughts immediately on it?
So from theoretically, Moria was the main reason why I would never want to bring Whitebeard to a tournament. I thought this was a really bad matchup because having 5 life and also having a bunch of KO effects makes sure that you don't have a lot of threats that are going to be sticking and your rushers aren't going to be as impactful. However, a lot of your clears with Moria aren't nearly as consistent. So sometimes your bodies end up sticking a lot more. If they play 5-cost Marco, that thing's basically always living. And it's not easy to kill a 5-cost when you're playing Moria.
Yeah.
Additionally, Moria also has a game plan where if it draws multiple Peronas, just gets to make the Whitebeard opponent discard cards multiple times.
Yeah.
The fact that Whitebeard can't really deal with that because they're always going to have too many cards in hand is going to make a lot of games very lopsided sometimes. But I think there are 2 main objectives that what Moria can have in this matchup. One is just try to be really, really aggressive with all of its 5k bodies and be swinging 6s consistently, and then target the hand with Peronas and stuff like that. Or it can take the game relatively slowly by just bringing back hogbacks repeatedly, keep preserving 2Ks, and then block her up at the end of the game while also KOing things. It honestly depends on what your opening hand with Moria looks like, but that's the 2 main things that I look for when I'm playing from the Moria side.
Yeah. And, I think Newgate is generally in the meta because it can have a good matchup against Sakazuki, right? Because it can be very aggressive. Luffy can be, hit the board and prevent you from just blockering up. And it's a big difference. But, yeah, we're started pretty fast. Newgate already down to 5 life. Something else that it seems kind of weird to say, Moria with 5 life seems so defensive, right?
Yeah.
When there's so many decks that have 4 life right now, 5 life becomes a lot all of a sudden.
It's weird to think about, but having 5 life versus 4 life means you're kind of up 2 cards. The fact that you don't have to defend a life and you also get an additional card from your life immediately kind of changes the pace of the game a ton. So from both sides, Whitebeard didn't have an ideal start because it didn't have a turn 1 searcher in Nami or Izo, so it can't swing twice. But at the very least, we get a relatively big swing with our leader. We get to swing 7, and then probably pass the turn, which is not the worst case scenario. But the fact that Whitebeard doesn't really have anything to attack with on subsequent turns isn't going to be fun either. And Nami found Radical Beam, or just look at the top, or plus 4K.
Yeah. Is that also from the new Premium Bandai?
Premium
Yeah.
Bandai.
I would look at that card too. I'm like, oh wow. And interesting that we left that 1 Dawn open. Do you think we're going to use a guard point or Rat Beam or?
Honestly, not. But I don't think your opponent's countering out of a 7k swing when you're at 5 life either. So there's no real reason not to do it this way.
Yeah.
So I think just sometimes leaving up the Dawn, scaring your opponent a little bit is not the worst position to be in either. Yep. And it looks like Walter just has early Perona, just gets to attack Long's hand, making them discard a card.
Yeah. Perona's live always in this matchup, right?
It's just unbelievably good in this matchup. It's also a 2K, so it's weird with attention because Whitebeard really, really taxes your 2Ks in your hand. And early just like discarding a 2K just to put it in play is sometimes a little risky, but it's honestly not the worst position to be in either. Long ends up using that Rad Beam, which is really interesting, to defend out of the 7K swing here. From my perspective, I'm either inferring from Long's side that he doesn't have Dawn to leave up the Rad Beam for the next couple turns because he's going to go Rusher into Rusher, or his hand just has multiple Rad Beams.
Yeah.
So I really am curious what that means from the next couple turns from Long, but I imagine his hand's pretty strong to want to use a Rad Beam there.
Yeah, and something that I've noticed from Walter, and he's reading a lot of these red cards, and Reds hasn't really been meta for like the last 6 months, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Red cards have been ingrained into my head ever since like OPO2 and when I first started.
Yeah.
But ever since Sakazuki came out, red has kind of been on the downside.
Yeah, Newgate's like the divide deck because if you've played in set 3 or 4, there's no way you don't know how any of these cards work. But if you started playing in OPO5, OPO6, there's a good chance like you just haven't played against a lot of red decks because again, it hasn't been as dominant as it was in the first half.
Yeah. I honestly miss some of the red cards. I might be in the minority in that, but.
Between the two of us, I mean, there's no minority when there's two of us,
yeah.
but you definitely miss them more than I do.
100%. And from Walter's side, it's very critical if he has an Absalom here, just to make sure that this Luffy ends up dying. I think one of the main ways that Whitebeard can win this matchup is by defending life relatively early, making sure it's not like dying to these early swings, and then having one of its really big bodies stick in either the form of 5-cost Luffy or 7-cost Ace. Looks like Walter is just going to be nickel and diamond, doing some sixes probably at the Luffy to kind of goad his opponent into giving cards. Yeah, ends up using the Ice Age as we kind of expected, given the fact that we searched it with a brand new earlier. Walter's doing a 7-net lead, probably just bringing back an Absalom, making sure that this threat is going to get removed immediately. And we have a 7 lead, and we're going to be Absaloming this Luffy. The fact that Long forced the Ice Age on his Luffy might mean that his 7-cost Ace might survive later. Especially with this board being rested. 7-cost Ace is probably one of the best plays that Long can have.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be a bait, but if I'm Long, I'm like, oh, Walter's never played this matchup before.
Oh, that's true. That also might be a concern. Like, I imagine Long is like way more comfortable with this matchup than Walter is.
Yeah.
Mostly because Walter's playing the relatively quote-unquote rogue deck. But also it seems like Walter has been testing more against like the more popular decks and not nearly as much against Whitebeard. So that might end up being a factor later in the game.
Yeah, because like I mentioned it when we saw the Whitebeard versus Nami matchup, is like both these decks are what? Just decks that are like kind of take advantage of your opponent maybe not knowing the right plays and ways because they have different linkages, right? Whitebeard always being a 6K is interesting, and Nami not hitting you at all is different than most other decks in the game right now. And if you're not used to the advantages that you need to take out of that, you give your opponent a lot of advantage on the other side.
100%. And let's see if Long ends up having that ace that I was talking about. 7 down on this side. Doesn't look like it this turn, but it looks like we're going to be swinging multiple 7s, which won't be bad if he ends up having another 5-cost ace. And just
Ors.
It's Ors. Okay.
I almost did not download this card, but you know what? I ended up doing it.
I was telling you, the one of it. It's going to be good. This is a card that resembles 5-cost Marco from that OPO3. Once per turn, if this card would be KO'd, instead you may trash an event to save it. Moria only really has one way to kill or clear a body any given turn. Between like Luchis or Morias and stuff like that, it can KO something once. So having a 7K body stick in this matchup can be very relevant, and there's not many ways that Moria can attack back.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, against something like Sakazuki, which they can reduce it and then thread in like double Hound Blaze or something, it makes a big difference. But Moria specifically it's pretty much like a Thatch, but harder to remove.
Yeah, and we saw Thatch from the earlier Whitebeard player in the Nami matchup where it kind of was an all-star. It looks like this little Ors Jr. might be the all-star of this matchup. And Long is going to continue with the early swings. I believe this might be a second Perona in the trash, which might be really good this turn.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. And again, like that's why I think like on the surface, Moria can have a good time because it's very easy for you to say, you know what, I'm going to make a 6K attack because you get the benefit of playing stuff, but the stuff that you play is just worse. Like no one's playing the 4/6 vanilla, right?
Yeah. Lola.
If Whitebeard was more present, I think immediately people would put that 1 or 2 copies because it's fine. But in the meta where things get removed immediately, just getting this value from like the hog back to get a 2K or something like that is just more impactful.
Yep. And Walter can choose to either play another body this turn, either like a Sabo to make sure you don't die, or it can just keep applying a bunch more pressure. You do have 5 remaining Dawn. If you put 1 Dawn on Absalom, 1 on Perona, and then 4 on Brand New, you get to do a lot more swings this turn. Mm-hmm. And that might be sufficient to like actually get this game over with. Ends up being a Sabo this turn, a little bit more defensive. But the one downside of this Sabo turn is you didn't get sufficient amount of cards out of your Whitebeard opponent's hand. And if they play a 9-cost Newgate this turn, it's actually quite obnoxious.
Yeah, 9-cost Newgate, even 7-drop Ace, which just invalidates what the Sabo's really trying to do as a blocker. And even then, like, it doesn't get out of an attack for free, right? It just prevents an attack.
Yep. And a lot of matchups where, like, you have a 5K leader, sometimes your 6K blockers end up getting a block for free.
Yeah.
Your 6K blockers aren't the worst in this matchup either. It makes your 1K counters end up being a lot more impactful. But for the most part, the Sabo isn't getting as much value as it would against normal 5K leaders.
Yeah.
So Long ended up defending a lot of its the swings very early. So from my perspective, I would put Long on a 9-cost Newgate in his opening hand. Mm-hmm. Usually Whitebeard players either take swings very, very aggressively just to go to 0 because there's no reason to counter it when you're going to lose your life anyways.
Yeah.
Or if they have a 9-cost Newgate in the first couple turns, they start defending their life very aggressively so that they don't have to worry about potential swings when they play their 9-cost Newgate.
Yeah, and being at 2 life, playing 9-drop is usually pretty safe. Being at 1 life's a little bit scary, especially when you have 9 Dawn, but being able to, like, you're going to stay at 2, it's going to be very easy for you to not lose next turn. I think it's going to be near impossible with an 8K leader with 2 life. And Newgate's kind of hard for Moria to actually get the amount of reduction to remove, so yeah, it does hit the board.
Yep. 9-cost Newgate, making the Newgate leader an 8K base, even on the opponent's turn, makes a lot of these 5K bodies very irrelevant.
Yeah.
They might be able to attack into the Ors Jr. if they would like, but that's still a 2 Dawn investment. It's going to be pretty clunky.
Yeah.
And I believe Long has like 6 or so cards in hand, if not more. So it's not going to matter as much just to relax a little bit too much on this game. So this Ors Jr. was terrifyingly good.
It is terrifying. So the only potential like issue with it is that, yeah, you have an 8K leader, but you also have now this 7K that you can sync attacks into. Mm-hmm. So, you know, there's like some thought of like, do you just not attack and do you just be more defensive? But in general, I think Long's got quite the advantage in this matchup already.
Not entirely sure what Walter's hand is. If you have a Moria, you might be priced into playing it. If you end up having like a Lucci and a Suru in your hand alongside an Ice Age, that might be your way to get in this game. But given how aggressively Long was defending life, I am very, very scared about the number or the quantity of Newgates in Long's hand. And also how much time you can relax this game, just like letting this 7K or this the 7K Ors Jr. just keep pelting away at you the rest of this game. Okay, so Moria Ice Age, Ice Age Great Eruption Moria is going to make sure that this Edward Newgate is going to be KO'd, which is a pretty good start for Walter.
Yeah.
Additionally, bringing back a Cerberus this turn alongside the Lucci is making it so that you get to buy a lot more time if there's a second Newgate. You get to go block one of these swings, take an 8K swing, and get this game going a lot longer. Yep. Makes sense. And yeah, Lucci rested to make sure your Cerberus is active, and then we get to Lucci away both the Nami and the new gate.
Yeah.
And while that Nami might look unassuming, the potential of a 2K counter Makino is always looming when you're playing against Whitebeard.
Yes.
Especially with multiple copies, you can make your 1-cost character an 8K swing with only 2 additional Dawn.
Yeah, that card is. I mean, like you're not losing anything anyways from Lucci being able to do those effects. So it's a free removal in that sense. You got the card you're worried about the most and stuff. But yeah, I think that Nami, if left untouched, can still do a lot of pressure.
Agreed. And Long's deck looks like it's mostly geared towards Sakazuki, in the fact that a lot of its ways to deal with blockers are actually relatively narrow in their application. I believe Long has multiple copies of Nico Robin, which only KOs 1Ks or less. So normally Whitebeard's pretty good at dealing with 2K bodies, so with like 5-cost Marco, for example. But since they're leaning a lot more on Nico Robins to KO blockers, this Cerberus might just be getting its full value in terms of blocks.
Yeah, I also got an update. So the other table here in top 4 is Dane on Red Purple Law versus David on the Enel. They just finished their first game with Dane taking the first one. So it's 1-0 Red Purple Law versus Enel. 2 games still left to go. But yeah, if the game ended that quickly, definitely Red Purple Law, I think, would have found their pieces and Enel couldn't keep up for that first one.
If the game goes longer, it's closer to Enel for sure.
Yes, for sure.
So from Long's perspective, I'm curious what this turn's very likely going to look like. I think that's the easy part in terms of swinging with the ores for 7.
Yeah.
Yep. Get that free block, and if there's a second new gate, we have a second new gate, which is not going to be bad.
Yeah.
If we don't have a second new gate, which it doesn't seem like we do, we're probably just playing a rusher and trying to rely on our events to survive with 1 life. Probably,
then, maybe rush Luffy to end the game, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Put your opponent to 0 is a lot easier to win when you're playing Newgate. And while you will lose 1 of your life to go to your hand at the end of the turn, having 1 life of the 6K body is actually not the worst position to be in.
Oh, going down to 1.
Yep. The real question is, if we find another rusher, how large of a swing are we going to make? So the Dawn's going to be taxed in terms of having the additional rad beams and maybe guard points to defend with. Interesting.
Ooh,
Trying with a Nami. Maybe finding that Luffy.
I guess so, yeah.
Yep. And yeah, if you play the 5-cost Luffy, you can attack for 7. If you do that, then you'll have 2 Dawn remaining. That's probably the most natural thing to do.
Oh, we're looks like we're paying 7 though.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 5 cost, play Luffy, probably put a Dawn on it, and then swing 7 at lead. I think a 6K swing is probably too irrelevant. This is you can just counter out of it, and potentially Walter might be able to survive a whole extra turn. At least the 7 requires 2 cards. But if you do a 6, it's also not the best. I imagine, based on Long's hesitation, they probably have an event or 2 in hand.
Yeah, they probably have 3 events, right?
They might have 2, and they're concerned about going. Ooh,
okay. We're just going for it. 9.
Yeah. The concern you might have is there's an event in your life that you don't have information on. That might be a concern. But this 9K swing is kind of forcing the action. Long using that rad beam earlier might have been something that we didn't think about that mattered this turn, because you want to keep those 2Ks for these lethal swings anyways, and having to hold up a rad beam is a little too clunky. From Long's side, I believe there's like 7 or 8 cards. I think we're probably going to get a count of cards relatively soon.
Yeah, if 8-drop Moria wasn't on board, I'd feel a little bit safer.
Yeah.
But 2 cards and not finding a 1-drop, because we had rad beam at the beginning of the game, right?
That's true, and we ended up using it.
Oh, we ended up using it. Okay.
Yeah, we ended up using it that turn, which I thought was very questionable.
Okay.
But if your plan was to just like go down on Dawn completely on this 10 Dawn turn, which you'd have to have the foresight of like multiple turns in advance, which props to him if he is, then his hand's going to be quite good. From Walter's side, I think a 9K swing's a little too non-committal. I think you have to do a 10 here a lot of the time with your Moria.
Well, but if you don't have a 1K, I mean, I guess what, double 2K gets out of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least it means like the zero cost event, you need a little
That's
extra.
True. But if Long's hand, or this swing only requires 2Ks, it's probably just not good. Yeah,
Yeah,
two
there
2Ks
they are.
and Sanji and Jozu. Your
Your
opponent looks like he has 5, or Long still has 5 cards in hand. So lethal is like a lot more precarious in terms of the sizing of your swings. But at least none of your Dawn was committed.
All right.
10?
Here's, yeah, I mean, we have to get down to it, but I think these are numbers that make sense against a lot of other leaders. But I don't know if these are numbers that make sense necessarily against Newgate. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I tend to be swinging very, very tall or wide against Newgate. I would probably be using one of these Dawn to make these Peronas and these Hogbacks a little bit bigger.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas Walter's erring towards the side of just making these swings tall and demanding a lot of 2Ks from the opponent.
Yeah.
Which is not the worst case to be in. But I think naturally your Whitebeard opponents tend to hoard 2Ks near the end of the game.
Oh, see, and like
Yeah.
this, you could have gotten a lot more value from this too.
Yeah.
Because if they only had 2Ks in hand,
Yep. 2K, 2K, 2K. Yep.
is that enough?
That was a 10K swing, or it's an 11K swing. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it was enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 6K leader, 6 2K or 3 2Ks. Yep.
And so, but in case if we would have done 6K, 6K, and then
Yep. I think if you start with a 10, things are a lot more murky.
yeah,
If your opponent ends up taking it, then you can go 15 with your leader, or just like put Dawn on all your things and go 6, 6, 13. That also would be fine.
yeah,
But the main problem with that line was just the fact that your opponent could have 2Ks. And this might be Walter's inexperience with the deck when playing against Whitebeard. But when you're playing against Whitebeard, a lot of your early swings are just natural 6s. And then when your opponent ends up countering out of them, that's usually with 1Ks. So naturally at the end of the game, their hand ends up being a ton of 2Ks because they're not going to like use their Jozus at all. If you're swinging 6s, they're not countering out of it with a 2K. So it's a lot more useful to count the number of cards in hand and attack the total quantity of cards rather than attacking the total like, amount of counter.
yeah, yeah. I agree. And so like, but this is like the knowledge checks that we get. And real quick, did Dane just win the? Okay, so our red purple law player was able to get a quick 2-0 on our Enel player, which is kind of like how we said like if red purple law is able to just go quickly, Enel can't keep up. But then the second you give them 9 Dawn, then they usually start to stabilize, right?
I agree. Yeah, that matchup's just about drawing Gadatsus and Yamatos.
Yeah.
And if you aren't drawing multiple Yamatos and a Gadatsu on curve, the matches are going to feel quite poor.
Yeah, for sure. So looks like we're getting ready for our second match again. Winner of this will have to face against a red purple law in the finals, and both these decks last round were able to beat a red purple law to get here, right?
They were able to beat Red Purple Law, and I think both these decks naturally have pretty decent matchups, just based on like from a theoretical perspective. I haven't played them, of course.
Yeah.
So being prepared to play against Red Purple Law and do well against it is probably a large factor to their success, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And I haven't looked at a lot of Newgate matchups. I know specifically that Sakazuki tends to be on the side for it, and additionally the fact that you're a 6K leader and red purple law is really good at making 5Ks. Traditionally on Star Deck 10 came out, it was a bad matchup, but now that they have so much better ways to find that free Dawn, it's very easy to convert those all into 6K swings.
Yep.
And that eats hands very quickly.
Agreed. Okay.
All right.
I'm thinking about potential lethal if we ended up doing something slightly different that game. So someone in chat was talking about if the lethal was regardless. If you end up doing a 10 with Moria and they don't counter out of it, I think your or the rest of your attacks are 6, 6, 6, and then 12. If the hand was only 5 2Ks, like the counter that Long was forced to end up using that turn, then all that really mattered, those cards wouldn't have been sufficient.
Yeah.
Because one card for the 6, one card for a 6, one card for a 6, and then 4 cards for the 12k swing. So our Long's hand might have been 2 extra cards with counter, but forcing that situation would have been a lot more appealing for the most part.
Yeah. I will say it'd be if Long ends up winning it, to see neither player in finals have black, being no Sakazuki and no Moria, is insane. Like, just no one would believe that, because I think we both said we have Sakazuki is probably going to win this event.
Yep.
Already gone. Moria would have been in my backup, and if Walter doesn't win these next 2 games in the next 40 minutes, it's Whitebeard versus Red Purple Law in the finals.
And I'm looking forward to watching that game, because I imagine that the Red Purple Law players have been playing against Whitebeard a fair amount this tournament. There's a lot of it in the top tables day 1. So I kind of want to see how that ends up changing the game. To start us off with the Moria opponent, chose to go first.
Double Perona is fantastic.
Double Perona, especially going first, is probably one of the best things you could be seeing.
Yes.
And yeah, one thing I'm concerned about is the quantity of 2Ks that actually got milled. There was a Sindri played, and there are 3 2Ks now in the trash.
Yeah, that's fair.
There are 12 in Moria, but that's also one thing I might be concerned about. Long, this time, ends up having a searcher on the first turn, which is going to be pretty good. I'm trying to figure out what to do this turn. I wonder what he's debating on. Maybe like a card with counter, like a 2K, maybe another Rusher, maybe even a Radical Beam. Those all might be useful on this particular turn.
Yeah.
Just a 2K, just make things like simple for later. Your Dawn ends up being pretty taxed in this matchup, so holding on to it's not the worst. And double Nami start us off is quite good. Yep. From my perspective, I think like 5-cost Luffy is one of your most important things to be doing, aside from Lil Oris Jr., of course, on 6 Dawn. But
yeah, that seems to be doing pretty good too. But we get the Rush Luffy, so again, very impactful for the Rush. And yeah, looking at those Peronas real quick.
Yep. And yeah, Moria sometimes doesn't even have to make a decision on its first couple turns.
No,
it's like pretty easy just to Perona this turn. You could rationalize doing the hogback play if you want this game to go super late, but I think if you're first, you should probably like prioritize your pressure and use that to the best of your ability. And just like you have double Perona, might as well. Yeah, discarding a Helmeppo, putting a Ice Age and a Moria in trash. The fact that Walter ended up discarding a 1K is also quite interesting. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess they just have a lot of counter in hand, I would imagine, or maybe they just wanted to potentially set up a Moria play later. Because you can't put cards in as easy as you can with Sakazuki into your trash.
I agree, especially when your opponent's not swinging any 5K swings.
Oh yeah, that makes it a lot harder too.
Makes sense. Okay, so now Whitebeard has to deal with this clunky 4-Dawn turn. Whitebeard from the past ended up having a lot more 4-cost 6Ks to play on this critical turn. But nowadays, a lot of what Whitebeard ends up doing with its Dawn is just swinging with its turn 1 searchers and just doing like a relatively large swing.
Ooh, Great Eruption.
Great Eruption. Ends up making your opponent discard a card. Definitely taxing Long's decisions now while his hand's relatively small compared to later. But at the same time, that Great Eruption might have been used to good effect to clear or something later, which might have ended up mattering. But again, Walter's committing to this very, very aggressive, discard-oriented strategy, and I think he's going to employ it relatively well.
Yeah, because obviously, like Long's like having decided and getting rid of the Luffy we just found last turn.
Yep. The cards that were searched are now the ones that are in trash. The Sanji was used at a 2K, and then the Luffy just got discarded to Perona, or to Great Eruption.
Yeah, we're turning into a hand destruction deck pretty quickly, and Newgate does still get affected, even though you have like a dozen cards in hands. They do get affected by it.
Yep. From my perspective, I think this is like a pretty easy 6K swing. We're just Makinoing.
All right.
Okay, so we're doing 2 5s. Interesting.
Reading the Makino.
Makino. Yep.
So this is a 6K. Do you think we have a second Machino?
I don't know, but
If we do it like that, we probably do.
yeah, I wouldn't like second Great Eruption in life.
Oh, man.
That's a brutal one. And discarding 7-cost Ace. As long as just committing to just double Machino this turn, looks like it.
Oh, my
You were right
goodness.
on that one.
But yeah, but we're going to go, like, Whitebeard's hand's going to be pretty small.
Yeah.
We just discarded, 2 Machinos for this. But these 6Ks are doing work, especially since they're technically not getting more cards in hand either, right?
Yeah. The fact that Whitebeard has 2 cards in hand is a feat that I've very infrequently seen.
5 life and 2 life, 5 in hand. Or sorry,
5 life, 2 cards in hand.
yes, I can't even I can't process that. I can't even say that out loud. It's so bizarre.
But yeah, Perona your opponent into Great Eruption trigger is a pretty nice one. But this board is going to be gone for sure. Attacking the Namis and with the Sindris, and Long is contemplating countering. Yeah, I think it's a little too ambitious to try to save these when there's a 2 5Ks looming.
Yeah.
But Long's not in the worst position either. The fact that he discard 2 rushers is not great, but that comment before about Walter milling 3 2Ks from his trash is an actual thing. The fact that he's Long's been counter-attacking with only 6s recently is definitely pressuring that idea. But he doesn't have that many 2K counters presumably in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine Walter is identifying that concern too, and he's going to be bringing back a hog back to bring one back.
And there's 2 Great Eruptions doing their job already.
Oh,
Ooh, we get Moria.
That's a sign of strength right there.
For, and we're at, what, 5? So we're going to 7 next turn?
Yep. That's interesting. I'm worried about the potential, like, race potential, but can't do much about it. Oh, wow. We're ignoring. We're actually racing.
That's not the, with.
I would be swinging 8 at lead and then just Perona at
Leaving
the
double Machinos up? I don't know about that one.
But, okay, let's see how this plays out. And if his hand is exceptionally like sturdy in terms of counter, it won't really matter, right?
I don't know. This is an 8K Nami for free.
I don't think I've ever seen 2 Machinos on top before, so this is going to be very powerful in terms of what they're going to be doing on this game.
This is the most bizarre game I've ever seen.
I was telling you, these matchups are relatively rogue. These games might just be very, very weird in terms of how they end up playing out. Importantly, I probably would have just swung with the Nami for 8 first. Especially, interesting. I wonder if he has another Rush Luffy. He's at 6 Dawn, by the way.
Yeah, he's at 6 Dawn. Yeah, he's got. Yeah, only 6 Dawn.
Only 6 Dawn.
Only 6 Dawn. I mean, we have a good amount of cards in hand for Walter, right?
Yep. Walter, yeah. Long ends up doing the 8 first.
Yeah, I think he thought it was on play.
Then we're identifying the power of these Machinos.
Yeah, I think he just read that it's activate main, not on play.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely taking that one. And I think if I had a Rush Luffy, I would just... Oh, we got the Ors.
We got the Ors Junior.
That's going to be quite good. Yep. And I'm worried about the strength of Walter's 7 Dawn turn. The fact that he ended up taking a Moria over 2K last turn kind of tells me, especially if he has to counter to a 6 with 2 1Ks, he doesn't have any 2Ks, and his hand might just have a lot of non-counters, which will definitely be a concern. Huh.
All right. Well, I think they're going to put a little bit more pressure on the Machinos
Yeah,
this turn.
I think the Nami's dying.
Yeah, I don't think Nami survive until next turn.
Yeah. And interestingly, Long's gotten low enough that if you attack him, he's going to 0 next turn very likely. Because if there's a bunch of 6K swings and he ends up taking it, even if he has a new gate in hand, he doesn't have enough Dawn to play it. He's only going to go up to 8 next turn. So we're going to be relying a lot on Radical Beams on these subsequent turns to make sure that Long actually ends up surviving.
Yeah, so what's the play? I mean, for the record, Long has probably, 6 cards in hand? No more than that?
Might be 5, relatively low.
Yeah.
So I think I guess you technically have to start with the 6K swing. Those trash 2 extra 2Ks, by the way. That leader ability trash 2 Surus. I think we might be close to like 6 or 7 2Ks that are known. Okay. Let's see if the hand ends up being fixed with a 2K this turn. Yep, that Perona matters. And Long has to make a very strategic decision about whether he wants to go to 0 this turn or next turn or not. Of course, the upside is the fact that, oh, sweet, we get to draw more rushers, do stuff like that. But if Moria just gets to turn everything they want to do kind of on autopilot, also, you probably need to attack the Nami instead of that, but that's fine.
Yeah, but then you'd have to. They're both 2Ks, yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd have to attack the Nami and just like make your opponent deal with it.
I've seen the rogue Makino buff Makino before, though. It's something.
It's not the worst, but like then your opponent just needs to attack for 3. But if these 5K bodies are attacking the board, then that's fine too. So. Yeah. Longest also played a fair amount of 2Ks this game. Discarded a Sanji, played 2 Makinos. It's not trivial from that side either. And yep. It looks like Walter has objective for those last 2 or 4 remaining Dawn, probably in the form of playing a blocker. And that might just be good enough to power through this game. I might have been scared to the point where I probably would have applied a lot more pressure, but...
All right, yeah, get
Bring
the
back
Hina.
a Hina. Okay, we're just going wide. Okay, that's fair.
Oh, I'm surprised we didn't. Did we just not have a 2K to add to hand? I guess, I mean, we had another.
A Hogback brought back the 2K. One thing we could have done is probably just get 2 2Ks in hand, so that we're super safe, because from Long's perspective, I'm not really respecting Walter having more than 2 2Ks, especially even after bringing 1, based on how they countered earlier. Additionally, Walter only has 5 cards, and we know one of them is a Moria from earlier.
Yeah, and so like a Nico Robin 1-drop to get rid of the Rebecca, I think would...
Oh, actually, sorry. We might not pitch the... Sorry, I might have misspoke. I think we pitched the Moria a couple turns ago.
Okay.
Sorry, continue.
Gotcha. We're at 8 Dawn right now with 2 life, which means we can't play 9-drop Newgate, so we're going down to 1. We could do something... I mean, we could go for board, right? Like, if we have Ace, being able to attack into some of the smaller bodies, we could essentially guarantee remove 3 bodies at that point, being the Rebecca blocker, as well as a Hina and probably a Hogback and a Perona, meaning they only have the 3 attackers. But
yep,
yeah, definitely a decision point.
That is true. I think Ace might make you want to go for board, but if your hand has enough counter, you might just like, ignore a lot of these bodies for the most part.
Yeah.
But if I had a Nico Robin, I would go for it. Oh, it's 5 cost Marco. Okay.
So definitely a little bit more expensive.
Yep. 3 Dawn available, but 5 cost Marco dealing with his attacker, and it looks like Walter Long might just go for leader, force his opponent to give 2K and 1K for the 7K swing. Alternatively, if Walter has the 2 2Ks and the 1K, he might entice Long to go for game and do 9.
Oh, we're doing 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we know that Perona's in the hand.
Yeah.
And there's Perona Suru Sabo. It's kind of out of 9. Yep.
So Long's going down to 1 life.
Yep.
No Dawn active. A little bit scary.
It is very, very scary.
But again, like maybe just kind of banking on the fact that Walter doesn't know the good numbers, right? Like if he doesn't know that he needs to attack. What?
Yep.
Yeah. Like put 1 Dawn in each one of these.
Yep.
To milk the hand, right?
Yeah, I think Long only has 4 cards in hand and a life. So I believe this is deterministic with 9 Dawn. But yeah, I agree that this is going to be a match where you have to like start doing a lot of pokes and just do relatively small swings. If he does another 2 tall swings, this might end up getting pretty bad for him.
All right, so we've got 9 Dawn.
Yep.
We've got a good amount of, 5K swings that
Yep.
can easy convert to 6K.
Actually, it's not deterministic now that I think about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you do the first 3 swings as 6s, you'll have 6 Dawn remaining. And you can do 8-8 afterwards. But if Long has no non-counters in hand and finds a relevant counter out of life, they are going to survive, which might end up being pretty scary. But I think you have to commit to the 6s and hope Long has 1 non-counter.
Yeah, I think that has to be the case. So it's pretty likely with this setup. And
Yep.
I mean, I don't know the deck 50 for 50, but generically from what I've seen with Whitebeard, there's no way that they can consistently get out of, I think, all of these, which means that it might have been better just to go for board last turn. But we're going 7.
Okay.
Oh, that is okay.
Yep.
It
makes the 2 kids a lot more powerful. And it looks like we're going to be doing 7-7-7 if we're doing it the pacing this way, which is a lot worse if your opponent's hand ended up being 2 2Ks or if your opponent finds 2Ks out of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Walter might just be underestimating the quantity of 2Ks that Long might have in hand.
And again, like every other leader that we see outside of Red, Purple, Luffy, right?
Yeah.
7K. It's the number. That's the number we go for. But if you aren't used to what Newgate's pressure is or the good numbers for it, Long gets a lot of free value because of that, and it really shows.
Mm-hmm. And now Walter's kind of reevaluating what the size of the swings are going to be. Alternatively, he could try to do something with blockers, but it's not very likely it's going to work.
Yeah.
So
I want to stress, Walter can still win.
Yeah.
100%. Like this is not.
Yep. It's not a lost game for
no,
sure.
for sure.
Yep. And it looks like 8-8 is what the magic number is going to be this turn. Ends up taking it and then does another 8, and then see how this ends up playing out.
And can we get out? We can.
2-1.
2-1. And what's the last card in hand? If
I
we'll
don't
show.
Show Long, please. We want to know. The audience wants to know.
Yeah, but the fact that I don't know. I think 6s all the way would have gone there.
Yeah.
100%.
I don't know about the other game. See it?
Please.
Oh, it was Newgate. It was
Newgate,
good.
Yeah.
All right. 6-6, 6-8-8 was going to be good enough.
It was, yeah.
Which is brutal.
Yeah, sure was. But Long is able to take it, and it will be in our finals for our tournament today.
Yeah, and congrats to both these players. Walter still made top 4, which is an absurd feat.
Yeah.
And you got the prizing of the serialized Shanks, which is one of the coolest arts I've ever seen.
Yeah. I think that this is. I think if anything, it's just told me man, Newgate meta was that long ago, right?
Yeah.
It has been long enough where people can enter this card game, not know what Red really does on that kind of level, and still get top 4, still do amazing, right? And so I think that's more of just for me, man, I've been playing this game for how long now? How many different metas have I been through? It's really getting up there.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to probably take a little. I'm not sure how long of a break if they're going to go right into it or not. So we'll see what that looks like. Let me update the bracket one more time so you guys can see what's there, and we can get over there real quick. All right. That's there it is. So so we do have we have Long, who's playing Whitebeard, versus Dane on the Red Purple Law in the finals there. Have we seen Dane play today?
I don't believe so. No. Long played against Red Purple Law earlier. I don't think Dane played against a Whitebeard on his trek up here.
No.
But it should be a fun time. I'm not entirely sure who has higher seed. I might believe it's Long.
Let me double check right quick. So Dane was 3rd seed. So 100%
Oh,
Dane.
Dane.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. So we went
Okay.
X1 because we know the 1st and 2nd seed were out, and then Long was 12th seed. So both players were X1 going into this, I believe.
Yep.
Or if Long might have been the top placing X2. So anyways, that's going to be it for us. Do you know about how long until they start? Okay. I'll say 10 minutes. We'll say 10 minutes for that. So
Alrighty.
yeah. Anyways, so in case you guys forgot what our faces look like, this is us. Hello. Again, thank you for everyone stopping by and hanging out. We're going to take about a 10-minute break just so they can get set up, use the restroom. We may do the same. And we have our finals. So I'm also going to see if it's timed or not. I think it is.
Okay, it
But
should
I
be.
don't know. I'm going to make sure on that one as well. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think there's going to be a
It's a
60-minute
fast
game
matchup for sure.
either, since both of them were able to finish their previouses before it. But yeah, let us know what you guys think is going to win. We're going to get to the finals, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, see you guys.
All right, we are at the finals. I'm here with Jonas as he's been patient with me all day.
I've been enjoying it.
But honestly, what a treat. What a treat. Wasn't completely expected. A lot of unexpected things this weekend, including what's in finals today, right? We've got the Newgate versus Red Purple Law.
No black decks in finals today.
Nope.
And it's going to be a super interesting matchup. This is a matchup I have been talking about a lot, like from a theoretical perspective. But again, I've never really played it. I've heard this matchup's pretty lopsided, but both of these players have been playing wonderfully so far today. So I'm hoping for a great best-of-3 match.
For sure. And so real quick, just to show where we've come from today, we did have this as our top 64 going on into it. So you see like Sakazuki, Enel, Red Purple Law taking 75% of this top 64, but now we're just down to 2, and it's just down to this Law and Newgate as well.
This is why it's so great to root for the underdog, because sometimes the underdog makes it to the finals.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have maybe like underrepresented Newgate. I think I have a little bit for what this meta looks like. I think like, oh, you'll get the top occasional or something, but it was not on my radar for something that could potentially get to finals and even win an event like this, which is 1,100 plus players in person, top cut. Everything included, and he's pretty close on coming out on top.
Yep, and I think to be completely candid, a large amount of Whitebeard's success is due to the huge surge of people joining the game in OP05 plus. Yep. And not a lot of people experienced like the Eldrazi summer in quotes, or sorry, not Eldrazi, Whitebeard summer, where it was just non-stop Whitebeard as being the best deck for a large majority of the time, and people are getting better at playing against it slowly, but a lot of those skills either rusted off or people never acquired them a couple sets ago.
100%. And so we can see this top 16 bracket as well. So this is where we were as well, and bring it to Long on Whitebeard, having to beat a Moria to get here, having to beat a Red Purple Law already, so they know the matchup a little bit at least, and then also another Moria. So pretty good slate from there.
Yep. I'm looking forward to seeing how Red Purple Law, or how Dane deals with this matchup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that Whitebeard's really good at doing in terms of applying pressure, and a lot of the 7Ks and big bodies are really obnoxious for Red Purple Law to clear potentially. But there are some absurdly good cards in this matchup from the Red Purple Law perspective, like Shariah, for example, or Bond Clay getting really, really large.
Yeah, like both those I think will get a lot of value in a matchup like this. So.
Yep. So let's see whether Whitebeard can continue to beat Red Purple Law like it did in top 64, or if Red Purple Law can beat this bad matchup supposedly.
Yeah, like if I was told like a month ago, I said like I don't know if Red Purple Law gets it, and again like when Star Deck 10 came out, Red Purple Law was always having a hard time because they just ran out of steam. 6K was hard for a leader that was really good at presenting 5Ks, but now we have a lot more tools, and even something like Kid and Killer, which is almost always a 7K, right? Yeah. Like when you start playing it, it gets a lot of value.
100%.
So it looks like we're going to get started. I'm going to let them know that they are good to go on this one, and we do have our finals going on into this.
Awesome.
And let me get them. All right, so we also do have the higher seed, Dane. So Dane went X1 yesterday with Red Purple Law, ended up being the 3rd seed for this tournament. So he will get to decide if he wants to go first or second. And then we do also have Long, who ended up being the 12th seed for this one with Whitebeard. So both of them like on the the better half of their seeding.
Yep. Interestingly, that we're choosing to go second from the Red Purple Law perspective. The upside of going second is that you get to amass a lot more Dawn, especially when you go like Bond Clay or Einon 4. But it seems a lot more difficult to muster up 6K swings when you're going second.
That's true, but it does mean like Newgate does have to take more life quicker as well. So there's like a give and take on that, I think. Yeah, with him already being down to 5.
Yep.
And no turn 1 play, not too surprising. But
it wouldn't make sense to play anything aside from a Gordon. And the Gordon really accomplished much either, to be completely fair.
Yeah.
So from Whitebeard's perspective, we're doing a 6K swing. We countered out of it quite early, going up to... I'm not used to a Red Purple Law countering at 4 life, but if Whitebeard's ultimately going to try to be hyper-aggressive, this might be a necessary evil. A huge body in 7-cost Ace in this matchup. I think that's going to stop a lot of what Red Purple Law's trying to do in terms of bombarding with 6K swings.
Yeah, it's going to really punish them for attacking with anything.
Yep.
But usually the way is like you use Ace to get them to low cost, and then you use a 1 cost to attack into it.
Yep.
Which
and
these ones will. Okay, never mind. There's 3. They're probably going to be around. For
I think these Namis and Izas are going to do plenty of work against potential 5Ks that are rested.
Yeah. If we only have like 1 or 2, like Red Purple Law will always have a target for them, but with 3, it's going to be kind of tricky to clear all of them.
And Long chooses to take a 5-cost Marco over a Jozu there. I think a lot of the time, Red Purple Law is not going to be swinging for 7s that often, so 1K versus 2K is not going to matter that much in the early game. But the one downside is, never mind, I got to think about this one. We got Purple Law from Starter Deck 10.
Oh, yeah.
This card is definitely a tech card not many people are playing.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about it. I didn't look at the entire deck list before this, but this was like your one good card in the matchup, and if you're still running it, you are getting rewarded for it today.
Yep. And we hit a 4-cost Marco blocker and a 6-cost Sanji. Not the 5-cost Marco that's relatively obnoxious this turn, but we're not going to be doing much this turn, so it should be fine. Ooh, I wish it was 3-cost Heat. Heat would be an all-star in this matchup.
How did that happen? You just want to hang out.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 4-cost Law, very, very powerful in this matchup, similar to how Perona is in the Moria matchup, where he gets to kind of attack the hand. This one gets to attack it in a random way, which is even more debilitating for Whitebeard, just making sure you might hit some relevant cards. The Dawn -1 early might be really difficult for Dane to overcome from, just because you need a lot of your Dawn in this matchup to be attacking for 6 and to be deploying your threats. But it should be fun. And Long ends up having a 5-cost Luffy this turn. Luffy's one of your better cards in this matchup. Honestly, not because it will ever stay in play. It's going to be removed a lot of the time because of Gordon effects.
Yeah.
But having Rush and then also being unblockable in very key scenarios in the late game can end up being quite useful. But playing it here is just way better than playing Marco, because the Marco is just going to get Gordon the same way. Yep. And I would love to be playing a blocker, a 5-cost blocker this turn, but since we Dawn Minus the turn before, we can no longer play a 5-cost. So we're going to have to play another 4-cost this turn.
Oh, but that is, if we're playing another 4-cost, that is the one we want.
Alrighty.
Man, I love hand destruction.
Yeah.
That is huge.
That is massive. Double Law is obscenely gross in this matchup.
Yeah, making them discard 4 cards, that's pretty impactful. Like 2 sucks, but it's fine.
Yep.
You'll recover 4 cards. Now
we're talking.
Now we're talking.
And then I presume there's a Gordon. Yep. Gordon, get rid of this Luffy. Honestly, you could just swing 5 at it and not Dawn -3, because there's not many things you really want to put in play this turn. And your 5K swing isn't going to accomplish anything because it's a 6K leader.
All right, they asked for cards in hand.
Yep.
Are we playing a 3rd one? No way. There's no way, right?
Oh.
There's no way, right?
You wouldn't.
There's no way, right?
I have not. I don't recall the exact list. I probably should have been looking at it a little bit more.
No, all right. So we're just attacking into it. So we use the Gordon to do the minus, and then it's attack, and they just let it go.
Yep. Having these tech cards and these 4-cost laws, honestly, I've been unimpressed with them in a lot of matchups. But in this scenario, they're probably one of the best cards to be having in your deck. I don't think any other card would have a similar effect in this game. Because it seems like Red Purple Laws had a relatively lackluster start. Ooh, okay, and we have a 7K swing. Just gonna block. Yep.
Yep. Easy clear. And go down to 2.
Yep. And now your Kitten Killers are a lot better. We finally reached the 2 life point.
And we are tapped out as well. If we're not able to do damage, like 9-drop Newgate's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, it's quite good if that ends up happening. but it depends what the rest of this hand looks like. All right, so red purple laws reached 6 on this turn after playing 2 purple laws these last couple turns, and now we kind of have some explosive potential. Yep, is that a Fire Fist? The one of Fire Fist? Or is this the version that's playing multiple? I might be misremembering. Okay.
Oh, that is the Fire Fist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's going to be comboing quite well this turn with a potential leader. Yep. Yep. Very gross turn. And using these otherwise useless 5k swings to be attacking into rushers is a relatively powerful effect. The downside of these rushers is this, obviously. But yeah, Dane had to have multiple 2Ks to make this potential strategy worth it. And these purple laws are what's been doing damage to the hand. Otherwise, the strategy wouldn't work either.
Yeah. Well, you know that this is probably the last attack. They might do another -4 and play another Kitten Killer to make another 7k. But if you have a 2k in hand and a new gate as well, 9-drop, I would try to get out of it. Even 2 1ks, I'd be really tempted.
And Long is doing this the exact analysis that you're doing about whether it's worth it to stay at 1 here and then try to chill. But I don't know. Even if you had Newgate, I probably would be perfectly fine going to 1 and not countering out of this swing. But being sturdy is also comfortable, of course.
Yep. So Long is getting to the 9 Dawn, and at being 2 life still, I think you pretty much have to have 9-drop.
No, nothing else makes sense in terms of the pacing of the life this game. So
for sure. And there he is. So being able to be a 8k leader is very nice.
Goes to 1 over using the purple law. Makes sense. There is a potential scare if the Long ends up finding a decent way to deal with a blocker, but doesn't seem particularly likely.
How much Dawn do we have as Dane?
I think that's 8. Very weird game.
Yeah.
Has not used leader ability once, but has been using Gordon's and Fire Fist to great effect this game.
Yeah. So I think that's something that, like, why the cost reduction is like an okay removal, because you need to like usually pair with something. If you give something a power reduction, it not only do you get things in range for stuff, but also you can just straight up attack into stuff still.
Yeah. We're doing a down -3 and then putting something in play. Looks like it. Bottom deck, one of the many searchers. This one, the Nami this time. And then putting in Bond Clay. Bond Clay is interesting. Bond Clay is very, very powerful. But at the same time, it does get removed by this new gate if 2 Dawn ends up being put onto it.
Yeah.
But maybe Dane is comfortable with the fact that if that does end up happening, that's perfectly fine because another new gate isn't being chained.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a weird position because, you know, putting 2 Dawn onto new gate, you don't expect that to be like an actual like cost for it, but it's a weird thing where he's too big of an attack, right? So it's either it's an easy block or an easy you take the damage.
Agreed. And having this explosive turn late into the game where you get to put 2 5-cost blockers in play and a must-answer threat is probably what Dane was trying to sculpt into this late game.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he probably envisioned something similar to this happening like when he started counting up 2K or 6K swings very early, just to make sure he had the life cushion to make something like this a reality.
All right, so 10 Dawn to work with. You get a choice now, right? Do you want to go aggressively? It's unlikely you can win this turn, but you can with 3 blockers, but you can put a lot of pressure and by getting rid of their blockers, they have less things to attack with next turn. You could potentially play another 9-drop, 9-drop Newgate. Just means that Barnclay is going to go crazy.
It is. But how crazy can a Barnclay go is the real question to ask. We decided to do 12k at lead and then KO the Barnclay. We're too scared of that threat. If I had a second Newgate, I probably would have just played it anyways. The fact that we have a 2-life buffer isn't that big of a concern. And I think being an 8k to buy yourself some more time before like a onslaught of 8k swings is about to commence is probably enough better. Ends up taking this. Dane probably has a sufficient amount of counter. One reason to not take that hit is because of 5-cost Luffy, but I believe it's pretty dangerous to just do 5-cost Luffy and swing 8 with lead. Or sorry, 9 with Luffy, I apologize. That's a bit too dangerous into like 6 or 7 cards in hand, but it's a strategy you can try. If your hand has a bunch of 2Ks, you can just do that instead. Additionally, we're playing Nami. If we find a Luffy, that's also an interesting decision to make.
I don't know if I'd make it though. I think best bet would just pressure and.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean.
But you might also want to use it next turn and just go to like put your opponent to a
to zero this turn. We can make this an 8k unblockable, right?
Yeah. But if you have any amount of rad beams, I would just be like swinging 7s a bunch. Especially now with the presence of Luffy being known, it's really hard for your opponent to not
respect
counter.
it.
Yeah. So I'd be like, okay, you probably just have to block here and not give me counter. But if you do end up giving counter, then basically what's going to happen is Dane's going to have to go for game.
Yeah.
And then maybe an extra body to attack with is good enough on that front as well.
Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep. Debating what to do. Depending on the quantity of like radical beams and guard points in my hand, I'm probably just swinging with an Ezo and my leader and just doing a bunch of swings that way. Keep my Luffy for an actual scary attack later, and kind of get my value out of my swings this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Long just kind of represented that if I survive until next turn, I win the game.
Yep.
I don't think I'd be very surprised if Dane would be able to get rid of a 11k,
10k. What Newgate?
No, just with
11k swing. Yeah.
11k swing next turn with Luffy unblockable. It'd need 7k worth of counter, which is kind of unlikely with Law at this point.
Especially when they've already countered with 2Ks. The deck plays frighteningly few amount of counter. But I think Long's making this analysis similarly. He's just like, I'm not entirely sure. I think playing Luffy's probably the least valuable thing you could do. End up doing a 7 and get that block in there. Might as well. I probably would have just done a 6 and see how they'd feel. Always playing the 5-cost Luffy anyways. That's interesting.
Maybe we have 2 in hand.
I think you probably wouldn't start with a Nami that turn if you have 2.
Oh,
though.
you played that Nami. You played that Nami.
Oh no!
All right. There it is. All right.
There we go. Yep. And if you block 2k here, you don't have enough counter to counter out of an 11 on a subsequent swing. So you're just trying to defend and have an extra attacker to try to win the game with later.
Definitely. Yeah. You defend that every time.
Yep.
All right. So this is no doubt Dane's last turn for this game, right? Either Dane's able to win or he just loses on the spot next turn.
If they have multiple like Reiju and like Queen, you can rationalize making this game go on longer. But yes, I agree. It's not.
You could rationalize it. I'm not sure if it's the decision I would make, but
that looks like an 8k swing, which is probably like the best way to start this turn. 8 kind of makes the Whitebeard player make a bunch of decisions in terms of how they want to use their counter, whether to defend this life or the subsequent life, and making that decision isn't the easiest. If you have very light counter, you might have to take the swing and hope to hit a counter. But I think it's just use Rad Beam here and just hope it's good enough.
Yeah, pretty much. There's also like the argument like Rad Beam and Guard Point in life. It gives you that plus 1k passive, right?
I've lost that way too many times.
Yeah, I have. Well, like I'm like, okay, the math is easy. It makes sense, and then they hit it. And I'm like, oh, well, okay.
Yep. Okay. What does the lethal attacks end up looking like? So if you counter out of this, that's an 8.
Oh, it's an 8. There's that.
Yeah, and then a 2K. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 1K. There's one more. Oh.
Uh-oh.
You can't take that one back, I don't think.
Yeah. All right.
And ends up pitching a 2K
Oh,
anyways.
man,
Ouch.
that's too bad.
Yeah. Long ends up having 3 cards. He thought it was a 6K swing. Ends up kind of thinking it was a 7 and then an 8. And depending on how the strength of Long's hand, he might just be dead to this 8K swing. And if there's a 6K swing here, it looks like Dane has another hidden killer that he wants to be using. And then Dawn -3s, and then Kid Killer, and then swing 8 with that as well.
Yeah. So let's see. So yeah, 8. So we need.
Oh, it's 9. Yep. Okay, that's even more. Plenty.
Yeah. I don't think the 2K would have made a difference based off that either,
I don't believe so either.
But still a shame.
Yep. An extra 1K in hand ultimately would have been good-ish. It would have been amazing though.
Yeah, but just based on numbers, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was suboptimal, but I don't think it made a difference.
I don't think it made a difference, thankfully.
Yeah.
At
least thankfully for Long, and at least it was like at least I didn't throw. I lost no matter what.
Yeah. But yeah, that game definitely highlighted the power of 4-cost Law in this matchup.
Yeah.
Getting 4 cards out of your Whitebeard's opponent's hand is surprisingly difficult.
Yeah.
So getting 4 of them unconditionally on the early turn is like backbreakingly good.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be very tough for them having that card and that existing is tough. The only kind of light at the end of the tunnel is that it's not searchable.
Yep.
And you can I would say out of 2-3 games, I think it's pretty fair that one of them they don't see it at all.
Mm-hmm.
This first game they saw 2 of them back to back, which was pretty rough. But I would say on average you see 1 or 2 a game, which means that on the other side it shows up too late or is not impactful kind of thing.
Yep. Additionally, the fact that Red Purple Law has been using their Dawn minus effects very, very well has been pretty interesting to learn from. The fact that all these rushers just turning sideways just makes it so that you get to take the game very, very slowly. And you get to just like use your Gordons just the same way people use Gordons back in like OPO1. Just like there's a rested character. All right, let's reduce it a little bit and start attacking it a bunch. And it's been very, very powerful this time. And Long can never realistically afford to defend a 3K Ace or 3K Luffy. It's just never really worth their time.
Yeah.
So he's getting that value anyways and using his 5K leader to good effect.
All right. So so Long gets to decide who gets to go first or second. There's some weird matchups where both players can agree, like I want to go first, you want to go second, and it's good. But Long ended up going first in this matchup. Do you think that's where he'd want it, or do you think he'd rather go second?
So Law ended up choosing second, correct, for game 1?
Yes, as far as
played Laws. Okay.
Because Dane was 3rd seed. Yeah.
I honestly would still choose to go first, but I think both these players have put more thought into this matchup than I have.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd probably err on their judgment, but I think just Whitebeard's just a better deck going first by a fair amount, probably to the point that you can just catch your opponents off guard by just swinging a bunch early.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Whitebeard trying to take the game particularly slowly is going to bear any fruit either.
All right, and looks like Long's not happy with their build. They're going again, and this is finals. This is untimed as well, so they no issues with that.
Mm-hmm. Did both players end up mulliganing as well?
It looks like it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Looks like Law's just actively trying to find its blockers, actively trying to find like the 5 costs, and the 4 cost Law is quite good as well. And I think having the Gordon effects for the rested bodies is going to be the most important thing, more than anything.
Yeah.
So.
All right, there's the shuffling there from both of them. Yeah, I don't know what I want to try to find, because sometimes, like, I haven't played New Gate in a minute. I'll be honest. But when I would used to play it, it'd be like, you know what, do we just make sure we try to find 9 drop, even after we went back to 4. Because then I usually find like another copy and they get stuck in hand and it feels bad. So I feel like Newgate kind of has to play to find just early targets, and then just hope you find your good pieces later in the game.
I agree. I mean, it's not really fair to trivialize the complexities of Whitebeard, but sometimes the deck is just very simple, where you just want to go play your searcher, attack with your searcher, attack with a rusher, attack with your rusher, and then the game's over.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably what you want to do in this matchup. Put a Law on the back foot to the point where it can't really do much else, and force them to use cards on removing your bodies and doing stuff like that, and then try to close the game out with either Rush Luffy or just a body that ended up sticking that was a bit too big. I think the first Whitebeard is going to matter a ton, but I'm not entirely sure if I would be super defensive early, to be completely honest. He ended up countering out a fair amount of swings, and I wasn't like the biggest fan of it, but I understand why he ended up doing it.
Yeah, and maybe they were just like they were trying to play around another Law, right? Like,
yeah.
If a third one hit, I don't think there was any coming. I think that's just game over.
That's true.
So they might have been trying to keep their hand size low to also just make sure you don't get hit by another one.
Yeah, I don't believe Dane's playing more than 2 Laws.
Okay.
And I don't think you're winning the game if he has another Law anyways, regardless of the effect, just because of the extra blocker.
Sure. Yeah, these are open deck list as well.
Oh, never mind. This Dane is on the quad.
He's on the quad, yeah.
Is
which both players know.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Izo, and we are deciding to go first as well.
Yep. And this is a very functionally... Now that I know that there's 4 Laws, now I understand a lot more about why Dane wants to be going second and the strategy he's employing. There's a lot more consistency in what he's doing now compared to before. If all you're doing in this game is just lawing your opponent to death, I think that's a very reasonable strategy.
Yeah, and if you are playing the 4 copies, it's one that you can more reliably work on, right?
Yep. Counter out with the first 6. It is a 5k swing with this Izo. Yep, second searcher, setting things up. Yep. I wonder if you're looking for 5-cost Luffy here, just like an extra rusher, or you're trying to do something else. Nico Robin, okay. Largely doesn't have any targets, I believe, in this matchup. KO 1k or less.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. This Izo is getting in there for 6.
Yep, there's the Makino there, so giving it +3 and then making a 6, and going from there. So going down to 4 life as Whitebeard.
100%. And yeah, I think Long, based on how that game went, is realizing that it has to be, or Long has to be the aggressor in terms of the amount of pressure it's applying. So doing these early 6s might just end up being better than not. And based on how Dane's employing his 4-cost Laws, I think they're going to want to be relatively defensive and not use leader ability as frequently. So yeah, we have a Bond Clay to start us off. Quite scary.
Yeah.
I think it's a relatively lackluster turn from Dane. The fact that he has to play this Bond Clay to get up super high on Dawn isn't the worst, but the fact that Long has that known Nico Robin that was searched the turn before, it's actually quite poor this turn.
Yeah, and it can also just, like Marco can also be played on curve too, right? Yep. So it can get removed very easily.
Yep. Oh, 5-cost Marco.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep. I personally probably would have just not played the Marco this turn and just swung with an Izo instead. I think it's just like way too easy for Law to end up dealing with it.
That's
and
fair.
I think the extra attack might have mattered more this turn.
That's very fair. Like in my short circuits, just like, you know what, this card's good. It's a 5/6. They're gonna have a hard time removing it traditionally, but then Red Purple Law is not the traditional removal deck either.
Also, the fact that your opponent's been only countered the first 6 and hasn't been able to find another way to counter out of a 6k swing is pretty important as well. So Red Purple Law is up some Dawn. Gordon.
Yeah, there's the Gordon. Okay, to get the removal for it.
Then we have a Dawn -3. And is the first of the many 4-cost Laws coming in. Might just be a Reiju. But I think you have too many cards in hand. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he has exactly 5. There we go.
All right, so we're going to 7.
Yep. And then swing in 7. Or just 6. Okay. He's got to poke in.
Unless we're just playing like another Gordon just to hang out, right?
Yeah, you probably should just play another Gordon to hang out. But I don't know. I think I'd probably be attacking a lot more powerfully. And I'm not entirely sure if playing Gordon's good. It probably is, though. Additionally, from Long's perspective, I probably would have went first or went second a lot more now, just based on the 4-cost law thing.
Yeah.
I think it changes the dynamic a ton.
You might be right there. Just it means that you get like one more turn, and if you're trying to be what seemingly looks like more defensively, or like not super push for it, second seems like the better for that match.
Agreed. And from Long's side, I probably do not want to be deploying too many threats. And if they are threats, they want to be rushing and swinging for 7. I think a 6 is a little too small given the fact that it drew 2 cards, but it's not the worst position to be in either. Especially if you have a 7-cost ace. At least you get the 7k swing in and force your opponent to have a Fire Fist. Albeit there are 3, I believe, in Dane's list, so it's a very scary card. Okay.
Okay, sorry. For a second, it looked like it froze. Like they were doing their best, thinking. I've been doing too many webcam games too.
Oh, understood. Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what's going on?
100%. But nah, they were just very, very still, given how comfortable.
They're giving the dramatic pause for this.
You need the dramatic pauses. Ooh, Radical Beam. Defending these life relatively early while you have the Dawn up. Though Dawn wasn't for Gordon.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, normally Law plays like 1 or 2 copies for tech, but I think Dane's list is way different than a lot of other builds I've been seeing.
Yep.
And because of that, some people get in this tunnel vision where they're like, all right, these are the best cards for the deck, and these are the things I have to play around. And so if you have these unique cards, you get these situations that really pay off.
Yep. Okay. So now from Dane's side, I think a lot more small swings are going to be happening. If there's a Fire Fist nearby, we are scared, of course. 6, give it Ors Jr. Not nearly as great this matchup. 6 again. I wonder what this turn's going to be. It might be like Fire Fist plus Shariah. No, looks like no Shariah in hand. Yep, and that Nico Robin's gone. All right, 4 Dawn. So we can start with a Fire Fist, it seems like. Yeah. And then reduce the ace by 4, I presume.
Yep, there's the Fire Fist. So, yeah, get the reduction there.
And then, down -3.
1, 2, 3.
So get rid of it. And then is there a blocker in our future?
Ooh, Kid Killer. Okay.
Yep.
Push that advantage.
Swing for 9. Okay.
Yeah.
End up having to take that one.
Yep, yep.
And Dane now has extra 2Ks in hand. I saw at least an Otama. So between like the Reiju and the last couple of draw effects, he's been able to sturdy up his hand a ton. I'm surprised the Rad Beam was used that turn, given the strength of the 2Ks that were in hand, but I understand the logic at the very least.
Yeah, I think that if we have 9-drop, we do it. It helps right here. Obviously, Kid Killer's a little bit scary, but they're going to have, what, 6 Dawn next turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, being able to, like, they've just been having to be more aggressive with their Dawn usage.
Yeah.
And because of that, you are less afraid of big numbers.
Yeah, you're almost never dead.
Yeah.
Even with, like, 2K, 1K, I think it's sufficient, which is honestly all you really need. Yeah, 2K, 1K is the worst. That's all you'll need to survive against a Kid Killer with 6 Dawn. All right. Looks like we're not playing a new gate given the 6K swing at Kid Killer.
Yeah.
8, 7. Okay. Another ace. Okay. Ace is actually quite good in terms of clearing board. The one downside is it is going to make sure that long goes to 0 this turn. Okay. And then the question is whether you swing at we have to swing at Ein. That's not great. I would have just ignored it and just went 7 at lead. I think you're giving Dane a little too much time to try to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if we don't have stuff of substance right now, because I honestly don't think Dane would have been able to put a lot of pressure next turn anyways with only 6 Dawn.
I agree. And forcing your opponent to be a little bit more defensive this turn is a lot better.
Yeah.
Because now we have to just chill with this.
There he is.
He's here. MVP of this final game 2. This is the insane quantity of RP laws or purple laws in this matchup.
And I think it gets cut off. I think we have like 8 or 9 cards in hand. It seems.
Yeah.
Good amount. Let's see what we hit. We hit a Radical Beam and a 2K. 6K worth of counter is not too shabby.
That is very, very good. And from Dane's side, if you want to try to do something that presents lethal, you can always do 6 with lead. And then if you have another kid killer, you can go 8 the turn afterwards. Being at 2 life with a blocker is like basically guarantee you can't die as well. So, yeah. Long has exactly 5 cards in hand now. Thankfully, a second law isn't going to be good enough, at least. Yep. Yep. Debating whether you want to swing 7 here. I'm not entirely sure if there are plans to Dawn minus this turn. I probably would, given the fact that this is like very close to the last couple turns of the game.
Yeah. I think so it's like, do we get rid of one of the 1 costs? Like if we had only 1 cost out, I think removing it guaranteed is probably better. I guess you can get rid of both if you do the Dawn minus, like you said. So it just means that we went Dawn -4 this turn, -1 from the law, and then -3 from the leader.
And I think if Long either has a 9-cost Whitebeard or a Newgate, or draws one off the top of the deck, I don't think you can ever kill Long on the crackback. All right.
Oh, another
Fire Fist.
Fire Fist. Yep. Okay.
Now it's a lot more safe.
Yeah, this is super safe, right?
Yep.
And then what are we playing off of it? An Ain.
Yeah.
All right. So
Patience.
we lost 4 Dawn, but we got 1 back.
Yeah. So we're in a 5 next turn.
5 next turn. Yeah.
And if Long has a Newgate, I think this game is very, very winnable. Aside from that, I don't think Long has the resources to keep fighting. Oh, okay.
He immediately disagrees.
Yeah. I said if you don't have
Oh,
it.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to do an 8K swing.
Because we got, what, 1 card in hand?
Yeah. But, I mean, this turn in particular kind of highlighted why doing that 7K swing at that Ein was kind of largely irrelevant. If Dane was at 1 life this turn, we'd be in a much better spot, I believe.
Sure. Or if we... Yeah, because they didn't have the law on board either, right?
Yeah. And that Ein wouldn't have done anything. It would have attacked an Ezo. No. Looks like Dane kind of has to push for some cards in hand. If worst case scenario... best case scenario for Dane. This is an 8K swing, use leader ability, get rid of the Ezo, and do a 9K swing with a kid killer. That only requires 2 cards against Long's, I believe, 5. So it's not like impossible to counter out of this either.
No. But it looks like we're just doing 1-8.
Yep. And then 4-cost Marco, one of the most unfortunately useless cards in this matchup.
Yep. And
1K
then we could -3, get rid of the Ezo to make it harder to lose next turn.
Yep.
And, I mean, Kid and Killer can...
Yep. I believe Dane has very, very few cards in hand.
Oh, yeah.
And we're doing 9.
All right.
Do we have a counter, 2K counter, Rad Beam?
Yeah, Long doesn't have a lot of cards in hand either, right?
Not at all.
Yeah, rad. All right.
Yep, I believe there's 3 cards in hand going up to 4 this turn.
If we have a card with Rush, though, which is not guaranteed.
Yep. But it would help a ton. And if we have... Ace is like best case scenario, of course.
Yeah.
Because we get to play a Rusher and also deal with the Law with the leader ability. Or with the Ace ability, rather. Or the 9-cost ability, rather. What does this attack entail? Okay, so there's a 10k attack. You have to be worried about Rush Luffy, of course.
Yeah.
Where if you take this hit, then Rush Luffy just does 11 unblockable.
Sure.
Whereas this turn, now you have to deal with 5-cost Luffy, and then the 5 Dawn being allocated to the Whitebeard and the Luffy, and that would probably be something like 8k, 9k, which is also not the worst either. Yep. Luffy's the best case scenario in terms of attackers.
Outside of maybe Kid and Killer.
Right? Yeah. But yeah, it looks like 8, 9, and we're hoping that's good enough. Yeah. Based on the number of 2Ks that Dane's used, I'm not very optimistic about him having counter, but he always can. So, of course.
Yeah. So, it looks like it's, 2 8s.
Or 8, 9. 3 down on Luffy now. Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Perfect.
Yep.
Right.
Going to game 3.
Post game. Yep. And Long kind of employed the strategy I kind of expected in terms of applying a bunch of pressure. I'm not entirely sure if Long had sufficient counter to the point where he could have ignored that Ein, but if he could have afforded to, I probably would have to make that game a tad easier. But he won the game anyways, so.
All right, so yeah, we're getting down to it, and again, like all these matches have been, like I think like most of this top 16 has been specifically like go to game 3 most of the time, right?
Yep. I've been enjoying maximum amount of card game entertainment, thankfully.
Yes. And taking advantage of the fact that these are untimed games, so they're going to use the space. They're going to use as much time as they want, and get that game 3.
Yep. I'm really interested in Dane's decision about going first or second. So,
yeah. And specifically this match too, like Law only was able to establish 1 4-cost Law too, which again I think helps cement that first game. So it's going to depend on. I think that's going to be a key point for this 3rd game.
I agree.
All right. And so Dane's going to decide who gets to go first or second. Game 1, he got to decide, let Long go first. Long decided to go first himself. So it's going to be interesting if he wants to do that again.
Yep. Sometimes you should just employ the same strategy you think is going to work. People do their testing beforehand, understand certain strategies, and just try to do their best with them.
Sure.
Sometimes switching between strategies in the middle of a tournament is never the best idea because there's more uncomfortable scenarios you're going to have to deal with. However, I don't know who's correct here. I think Dane might be correct in terms of wanting to go second, just because of the quantity of 4-cost Laws.
Yeah, I think being able to find them better and also being able to find them on curve is great.
100%. But I do think Long's main strategy is going to be a bunch of rushers and do what he did that game, which is kind of play a Newgate on a very, very pivotal turn. That game was very, very scary to play without that Newgate on that curve. And the fact that 4-cost Law didn't hit it or he drew it, either one, is a relatively fortunate experience.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, the Law is really good at sniping the good cards. Again, like, worst case, he hit the cards that they want to discard anyways. Best case, he hit the cards they want to play. Like, I remember I've been able to hit with him before against, like, a Big Mom. I hit 2 10-drops out of their hand, and, like, I guess I lose. Like, it feels real good when it happens.
That's true. Doing a little extra shuffling, seeing what's up. Does Dane's deck list, given how unconventional it is, kind of reignite your experience or your desire to build with Law or brew with Law? Or is it still kind of like not really your kind of deck?
That's a very good question. And I think my answer to this is that I like Law as a deck. I think it's a good deck, and I will play it. But my least favorite thing about it is that I will never, ever have a sack of 50 cards and say this is the best build of it.
That's true.
It will change every day of my life and being like, maybe I should change these ratios. I will never be confident on any 50 cards for that deck.
That's true. I think every single 1-card change is infinitesimally changing your percentages of finding things. And depending on the metagame, you just won't know what you'll need.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's the fact that it can adapt is nice. I know there's a lot of cards that are obviously core cards, but some people live and die are by the text that they choose, and I think Dane is a really good example with that because he is running a lot of unusual cards and it's gotten to the finals.
Yeah. I have never been a huge fan of the card Fire Fist in this deck. I think it's a relatively powerful card, but I thought it was a little too clunky, and having more non-counters to reduce effects is not the best.
Yeah.
However, it does help solve the 7K body problem, where RP Law doesn't really have a great way to deal with 7K bodies, alongside 4K bodies, of course. So having a card to make sure that those games are a lot more winnable is pretty important as well.
Ooh, and there is the Nico Robin. So
Yep.
again, if they end up playing Bond Clay, very good out to that card, and going to be passing back.
100%. And trying to figure out what to do on these next couple turns from the Whitebeard side is going to be interesting. I know last game we tried to do some early Makino shenanigans, which end up applying a lot of pressure. I'm not entirely sure if it's something we want to do again this game, or just want to swing 5 with our Nami and get some cards that way. Yep. Yep. Nico Robin, main answer the Bond Clay. I don't think it has many other targets this matchup.
No. Sometimes, like, if you... I think, like, if you have Ace and they play Shariah, you can Ace, make it a 1K.
Ace Shariah is not common.
That sometimes, but yeah, generically, it's just another target for Nami to hit with, and it's good for that. But yeah, it looks like we 2K out.
And then 5K swing?
Yeah, let's see what the 5 says.
Yep. Yep. And this is a relatively fortunate interaction from Long, hiding the fact that he wanted to swing with the Nami instead of doing the conventional 5K swing and then 6K swing. Ended up getting a 2K out of Dane's hand, where he might have wanted to prefer to pitch a 1K instead.
Yeah, agreed. And sometimes there's these weird scenarios, right, where if you attack first, you might get the card like a 2K to get out of the second attack, right, or give them more information. But oh yeah, we're starting strong. We got the law right back.
This is a repeat of game 1, just law on 3 or law on 4, and
it's the last feature card I chose. I didn't even have to change the image file. It's right there. All right. And let's see what cards we have. Got rid of a Marco and a Rad Beam. Okay.
Okay. Honestly, not the most obnoxious cards.
No, but you definitely would still like them in your hand.
I agree. But I think the most important thing to be prioritizing in the early game is just like the rusher curve. Especially from Long's perspective. And the fact that like a Rush Luffy wasn't hit this turn is probably the most important.
Yeah, so do you think at the end of this turn, are they still going to have over 7 cards in hand?
100%.
Yeah, so like Marco would have been just good on curve, right?
Yep.
But it looks like we're going 7.
That usually tells me that this upcoming turn is not going to be particularly scary. It's probably just a bunch of searchers.
Yeah, because long are the days where a 4/6 vanilla was terrifying, but okay, 4 or 5 blocker with mild protection is all right.
Yep. Maybe Long's trying to exploit the fact that Dane hasn't really been using their leader ability particularly early, and Long also really doesn't want Dane to play another 4-cost Law. So unless Dane wants to go really low on Dawn, he has to make the choice between either neutralizing the Marco or playing another 4-cost Law to apply some pressure.
Yeah.
And it looks like neither. There's another 5-cost Kid. And we have a Dawn -3 this turn. And yeah, this Marco is going to be chilling, at least for a turn as an additional attacker, which might be nice. Just Ein. Yep. Oh. Oops, sorry. It looks like Dane is choosing not to attack this turn, mostly because it's not particularly relevant in terms of attacking when he's playing the game this slowly for the most part.
Yeah, and now that it was known, but now it's been reinforced that Rad Beam is in the deck.
Yep.
Could just be a defense tool, right? And I think my poor webcam.
I know.
Not webcam. It's a little bit chunkier than a webcam, but just the idea that if we get later into the game with a lot of Dawn, we can kind of starve them out of cards out of hand.
100%. From long side, I really want to be playing either a Gordon or an Ace this, or sorry, a 5-cost Luffy or an Ace this turn, just to be applying some pressure. Dane is getting relatively low, but he does have 2 blockers in play, and either forcing these blockers to actually block, or just do something else, or just like at least make your opponent go a little lower or counter is probably your best bet.
Yeah.
Again, I think like the Whitebeard has to be the aggressor, and you can't really control the board too often in this matchup. And you need to hope that at least one of these bodies ends up sticking.
Yeah, because if you use Ace, you can make it so you just immediately lose the block or not. But I think more times than not, you would anyways.
100%. I think I probably would block with one thing, but it looks like he also has a Radical Beam in hand. So it looks like Long really wants to play an Ace this turn, but would also prefer if Dane ended up going block in 1k this turn, just so this Marco can end up killing this 5-cost kid pretty reliably as a 5k swing. Dane is kind of acknowledging that potential threat, and he's trying to rationalize to figure out what to do this turn. Dane ends up blocking relatively aggressively with that Law, just trying to buy some additional time. And now let's see how Long feels about that. Because from my perspective, I'm just like, okay, Dane very likely doesn't have a 2k, because I probably would use a 2k over a block there a lot of the time.
Yeah, I agree.
But I also think that Dane almost very likely has a Radical Beam. Ooh, just 5-cost Luffy.
Yeah, and you kind of have to bait out the additional pay. Oh, we're just going the rush. Yeah, but we have to left one open for the Rad Beam, so we're good.
Yep.
Yeah, since we attached 2 Dawn to that Luffy, Kid was not able to block that either.
Yep. Going into this turn, Dane gets to go into this turn with 6 Dawn, and trying to figure out the best way to at least deal with some of these threats is going to be the best thing we can be doing. I wonder if everything is okay back there. Probably just cleaning up around the venue.
Yeah, we're kind of like in a secluded area, but you're gonna walk to the other side of this after, and you're gonna like everything's gone. I think like we're probably gonna be kicked out as soon as this game ends. So.
That makes sense. Gotta make sure this venue isn't rented out for too much longer. But all right, focus back on the game. Try to figure out what the best turn for Dane is going to be looking like. 6 Dawn, you probably want to be playing a Queen a lot of the time, or Miss All Sunday. Kind of got to have your Dawn and get your card advantage. And is this turn going to be a Gordon? Yep. Get rid of that 5-cost Luffy, or at least swing at it, of course.
Yeah, when watching this matchup, I think it's unless you have like a better follow-up play, it's better to swing into it because you need that Dawn later game.
Yep.
Just to be able to pressure the new gate.
Yeah, and your 6 king swings just don't do anything to leader.
Yeah.
But or sorry, 5k swings rather.
Yeah, but now that we've used this kid set up and everything else, it gets a little bit nicer.
Agreed. Okay. And Long, again, debating whether he would like to counter out of this swing just so post-Newgate they won't die exactly. But
I'd be tempted to block too, right? Like even and not revive it. That blocker is pretty trivial in this matchup, but yeah, deciding to say 5-cost Marco gets us out.
I think kind of forcing your opponent's hand in terms of Dawn minusing on the Marco and the reduction on the Marco might just be your best bet, though.
Yeah.
And you might also need an extra attacker later. Okay. This is a very tense next couple turns. All right. Another 7-cost ace. Or not for another, but this is the first 7-cost ace played this turn. I wonder why he's been so patient. But I think this turn very likely looks like 2 7k swings. With Newgate and Marco, and then we're probably going to have to deal with a battery of 6k swings on the subsequent turn.
Yeah.
But, there's not much we can really do about it. And Long does another 7. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if that ace ended up streaking this kid, but if it does, this is a pretty bad interaction. Which is pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. There's 2 judges there, so they would
Definitely be able to corroborate.
they'd have the final say, but they would know if it was said or not.
Yep.
That's why we use dice. We got dice right next to it.
Yeah, I use the Eggman dice, of course.
Gotta.
Yep. And Dane recognizing that it's a sunk cost. You already lost the 2K. It's not really worth it to try to save a 3K body from a 7K swing, regardless of the size of the blocker. But losing that 2K there is pretty huge.
Yeah, that hurts a lot.
And it looks like Long has at least 7 cards. So any subsequent 4-cost ace would be pretty nice here. And now Long is trying to see if he can smell blood in the water, get an extra 5K swing in before it ends up dying to a Dawn minus. And yep.
So real quick, in case. So what happened was we played ace. We were able to give the minus to both the blocker and one of the 4-cost. Dane didn't recognize that happened. Judges confirmed that he did say that and pointed at the card. So Dane just thought it was a 6K, tried a 2K out, and didn't recognize that it was a 3K instead of a 6K.
Yep. Dane is recognizing that despite that mistake, I think he still needs to try to take this game relatively slowly.
Yeah.
And now that there's a rested Marco, one nice thing that you can do is just swing the bunch of 5K swings at this Marco, and this Marco is like almost certainly dead.
Yeah.
It's really hard for Whitebeard to rationalize defending a 5K body here.
Yeah. I also want to mention that I don't know if karma is the right word, but that happened the same thing to Long.
Yeah.
In the first game, right? Where the numbers didn't click in head, and you had already countered with it. You can't take it back, so it's something that's affected both players this game.
And we have another Fire Fist reducing ace by 4, Dawn minus 3, and then bottom decking the ace. And then Bond Clay. We have a big body going into this turn, which is quite huge. And from Long's perspective, I probably would have done 2 6K swings. I think the quantity of cards in hand matters more than 1K versus 2K right now.
Yeah, and we're thinking about taking the 7K, right? If we don't, it's because we have 9-drop in hand.
Yep.
But if we have 9-drop in hand, then like this Bond Clay is terrifying, right?
100%. But even if you have the new gate, I think you're fine. This 8K swing basically has to be blocked by the queen, or you have to go for game the following turn. And from Bond Clay's perspective, from Red Bull Law perspective, your lethal isn't amazing into an 8K leader either.
Yeah.
Especially with only 7 Dawn. So what would that end up looking like? Okay. I'm trying to figure out the math in terms of what lethal would end up.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that because Bond Clay was played last. Like I don't know. It's just tough with that card on the board in this matchup.
Yeah, I think trying to make it as awkward as possible is probably more important than anything. And I think Dane has put it in this really weird position where the scariest card for him at this point is a 9-cost Newgate, and at the very least, 9-cost Newgate isn't as scary once you have a Bond Clay in play.
Yeah, and so we could. I think we still have Nico Robin in hand, so Nico Robin would be fine. We'd be an 8K leader. We'd get rid of it. We'd have no Dawn open, but we only have 5 Dawn going to 7, I think, for Dane. So
yeah. If you have like 2 2Ks, I think that's good enough in terms of if you can just go Nico Robin plus Edward Newgate.
Yeah.
But given the fact that Long ended up using a guard point that last turn, I'm 100% putting him on Newgate, but I'm also very likely meaning that he definitely just has another event in terms of either like Radical Beam or what is a card called? Guard point.
Guard point, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think Long may have just done it maybe instinctually, and then he now has seen the Bond Clay on the other side of the board, and like that is a That is a scary card if you want to play your Newgate.
Yep. And I think Long might be deliberating whether he wants to Nico Robin or leave up Radbeam, and that's the very important decision. But that's a little too much dependent on the rest of his hand.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that he's thinking now instead of after playing the Newgate is to help disguise the decision from Dane as well, because you don't want your opponent to know whether you have Nico Robin or not.
Yeah, and you always want to
okay.
pretend like you have a dead hand. Okay, but we just put 2 Dawn underneath there, huh?
Yep. All right. No Newgate. Yep. 2 2Ks.
2 2Ks, yeah.
Interestingly, I hope that guard point doesn't end up mattering.
Yeah, because it seems like it will now.
100%. I believe that Nico Robin should still be in hand, but maybe it was discarded to the first law.
Yeah, but I mean, if we have nothing on board, right, it doesn't matter for Bon Clay, but...
That's true, I suppose. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is that, like, maybe Long made a decision that I need to find Newgate to win, and he felt like if he didn't top deck it, he was going to be in a bad spot, but I'd rather be at 0 life and guard point right now.
100%.
Oh, man, and we have the Ezo. I would have additionally started with the Ezo
100%.
to just try to find the Newgate.
If you find a 5-cost Marco, it's not the worst, I suppose.
We found nothing, though.
That's a brutal searcher whiff.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep, he does have the 5-cost Marco, and he ends up leaving up 2 Dawn on this turn. And then goes to 0.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so go to 0. Yeah, guard point in hand might have been, well, it'd be good.
How many cards does Dane have in hand? Looks surprisingly few.
It looks very low, yeah. I mean, I think the play is we just go 6s and then pile it on, right?
I think so. So if you have 7 Dawn, you get to do 1, 2, 3, 4 6s, and your last swing's a 9. Not spectacular.
Not spectacular, no.
Yeah. Nico Robin.
But I mean, if we also have a Law or a Kid and Killer in hand, we get that additional attack as well.
Yep. And Long had a lot of 1Ks this game. And trying to figure out the rest of the attacks is pretty nice. If the last card in hand is a Kid Killer, our attacks are a lot better in terms of swinging another 6 here, using leader ability, and then doing 2 8s at the very end. But it looks like it's just a 9. Yeah. 1 Radical Beam should be sufficient, and it
sure
is there.
And do we have the minus for Kid and Killer, perhaps?
I think Kid and Killer would probably have been played and did 8/8 if that was the case. It's very. You might have a Shariah, but I think with 1 card in hand, it's not very likely to be good.
Yeah, it could be like a blocker Law that gives us the additional just a blocker to play, but
yeah. Bottom deck that, putting in a nothing.
I guess nothing. Yeah, just 1 less attack. But
alrighty then. Yep. As long as Long puts it down on either character before swinging, we should be good.
Yeah, and this also means, like, of course, it was unfortunate for the 2K extra, but I don't think it doesn't look like it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, it would have been a 9K swing and then something else, and I don't think that was good enough either. Even
wait
with
a
a Fire Fist
I
out
was
of
going to
life.
say with Fire Fist maybe?
Fire Fist out of life only gives -4 cost to a character.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have mattered either way.
And there it is.
Let's go.
Long takes it.
Oh,
with
congrats. He had 2 extra 2Ks in hand, so his hand was plenty even if he ended up swinging a little bit taller.
Yeah. Even if they had the Kid and Killer, you would have been able to get there.
Yep.
And I don't know, maybe the guard point was bait. I guess it worked out. I would have loved to have it in hand, but wasn't needed.
Yep.
So there it is. There it is. Yeah, if they didn't attack with Queen, too, I think there's a good chance that
you force your opponent to have another rusher. But there was a Jozu in hand.
Okay, I guess there was a Jozu, which can turn into a rusher, too.
Yep.
So
you still have had 7/9/9.
Yeah, we can interview Long if you want to have him come over here. Have him come the other way real quick. Yeah. If he doesn't want to, that's okay, too. Just let us know. Yeah. But there it is. So just in case Long does come here, here's us real quick.
Yo.
Still
Hope
here.
you guys enjoyed the game. That was a fun one.
Yeah, it was fun. Like, and especially like these last 3 matches, they all were really unique. I think there were a lot of unique situations with it too. And honestly, like, you know, coming here, I'm like, man, is it just going to be Sakazuki, Moria mirrors, and is that what I'm going to spend my Sunday afternoon doing? But it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun of all the diversity, all the players, and what we saw this weekend.
A lot of ingenuity and a lot of creative deck building and deck playing decisions too.
And honestly, just decisions and situations I've never seen before, right?
Yep.
And I'm just like, what is the best play? Like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, it is, like, who's winning? I don't know. It's very tough.
Yep. And that first game of Red Purple Law versus Whitebeard was a surprise. The 4-cost Law into 4-cost Law was a beating.
That was terrifying. Yeah, it worked really, really well. And that's what it looks like. So we're going to take a tiny break. We're going to see if Long wants to come over here real quick and have a quick chat. So, but he ends up winning the game. If not, we'll be back to say our proper goodbyes. But give us 1 minute, and we will see what he wants. We'll be right back. All right, I've got our champion for today. We got Long here. How you doing?
Doing great, man. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. And you've had quite the gauntlet through today, right? You've played all through the top 64, ended up coming out on the other side. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Dodged every yellow deck. Had like 2, losses. 1 loss was my mistake, and it is what it is.
Yeah. And so what made you bring Newgate for this event?
So I started playing in January, right?
Okay.
And the first deck I actually played was Zoro. I wanted to play RP Luffy, but Queen was too expensive.
Sure, sure.
So I made Zoro, bought all those common cards,
Yeah.
made the deck. It was like $50.
Sure.
And I did all right with it. But then in the current meta, it's just not very good. So I switched to RP Law in OPO6. When I went to Arlington, that was my first event.
Sure.
And right before I went to Arlington, one of the local guys just destroyed me, like
Sure.
the Wednesday before. So in my head, I'm like, this is not going to work. I'll just throw something together. I just took the Whitebeard deck, went with a bunch of vanillas. I'm talking like speed Jills, Atmos, because I didn't have a 4th speed Jill,
Sure,
you
sure.
know, like
Yeah, exactly,
the whole
yeah.
thing. That was the first time I played Whitebeard too.
Yep.
And I went like top 100 in that.
Yep.
For this one, I was actually going to play Vivi.
Oh, really?
I was
Interesting.
going to play Vivi, but people were just timing me out at locals.
Oh,
it
I'm
was
sure.
really cringe. They
Yeah,
were
yeah.
just, one card in hand, sitting there for 5 minutes. I really got frustrated. You could probably find my post somewhere in the Discord. But I'm like, guys.
So you went with the deck that will never go to time, right?
Exactly. I was like, guys, I can't do it no more. I really can't. I'm just switching to Whitebeard.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and it worked out for sure.
Yeah.
And obviously you had some pretty close matchups, right? We saw
Yeah.
your last two in particular too. And I think something that's also qualified is that Newgate is not a regular leader, right?
No, he's 6K.
He's a 6K. He plays differently than every other leader in the game. And if people, obviously, you started
Yeah.
playing in January, right?
Yep, I started playing this January.
So you did not know how good he was for the entirety of last year, right? Like
I
you
did
heard
not.
stories, right?
I've heard stories. People told me about the boat.
Yeah.
I'm like, bring the boat back. I want to see.
Yeah. And so, but I think that just shows that, one, the game's continuing to grow, which is really good, but also, there's just a new generation of players in the last couple months as well. And, but yeah, and Newgate's still great. It's catching people off guard, and there's a lot of strong matches for it in this meta.
Yeah, I agree. The RP Law matchup, like, the only game I lost to RP Law, aside from the one where I just misplayed,
Yeah.
was when he got 8 out of 11 of his 2Ks. And I
Yeah.
was just like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Awesome.
then, like, in our finals match, too, he had the 4-drop, which is more of a tech option at this point.
Yeah.
But were you hit by that in any other matchups you've had today?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
I think that card's really good into Whitebeard. I think it makes the match more even, but Whitebeard's definitely still favored into RP Law. I think it's favored into, kind of a hot take, but I think it's
Okay.
slightly favored into Moria unless they, like, have a specific build. We're talking like 50.1%.
52 to 48,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
51 to
yeah.
49, yeah.
Very close.
Yeah, yeah.
It really only loses to like Enel, Black Yellow Luffy, and Katakuri.
Yeah.
Like for sure, Uta's also kind of a difficult matchup. But if you see in my list, I run that Jinbei.
Yeah, yeah.
Jinbei is actually pretty insane. Minus 2K into the kid. If you have Ace,
Yeah.
minus another 3K, and then you just swing into the kid.
Yeah, and there's some situations where, like, Luffy, you can just put everything on Luffy and attack big on
Exactly.
it. So, but I could see, like, probably Uta could be rough, and that's kind of how it is. So, well, I'm not going to keep you much longer because you have to drive all the way back to
Yeah.
Texas today, which is, 12, 13 hours, right?
It's about 13 hours back to Dallas.
Yes, not by yourself. You got some friends and teammates with you.
Yeah, I'll probably be driving 6 of the hours.
Okay. Any shout-outs, though, before I send you on your way?
I told a guy I'd give him the kid card if I won.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's the only reason I won, though. I think
Okay.
his luck, combined with my luck, pushed me through to the end there. Because
Yes.
otherwise, that was a close matchup.
For sure, for sure. I think it could have gone either way. Making to game 3, putting it down the wire is impressive. And honestly, Jonas and I were having a really great time just seeing, like, who's actually going to win this game, because it could have gone either way.
Well, for me, it was this exact same experience.
Yes.
It could go either way.
Either way.
Does he have to counter? I'm counting his counter because he runs 21 Ks, 10 2Ks, and then 20 bricks. But he keeps dropping the 2Ks.
Yeah.
I'm like, am I looking at the wrong list?
Yeah.
Did I prep incorrectly? But at the end of the day, I came out on top. I was slightly more lucky, and that's what it is.
Yeah, do you want to show off the mat real quick, too, now that...
Oh, yeah, this
have
is a
it.
pretty cool looking mat.
Yeah.
Anyone want to buy it?
No, hey. No soliciting.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
over
sorry.
here. Yeah.
Oh, over here?
There it is. Nice.
Yeah, sorry. I can't sell anything in here.
No.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
A joke.
Definitely.
He told me beforehand he'd say it. Promise.
Same with the sheet.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, I think that's going to be it. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Enjoy your prizing. You gotta let us know what serial number you get when you crack that open later.
All right.
And that'll be it. We're going to have Jonas come back over here real quick just to sign us off. But congratulations, Long. That was impressive today. And safe drives home. I know it's a long one.
Thank you. I'll try.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. We'll have Jonas come right back over. Careful with the wires. And there you are.
Hello, welcome back, guys.
Welcome back. So that's going to be it for us. It's pretty barren out there, huh?
Yeah, it's very, very empty.
It is us, this wall, and then like a black, curtain in front of us. So I'm sure I'm just going to not even know where I'm at anymore. But I do want to say big thank you to TopCut for letting us do this. Thank you guys for being here. And I do want to say there wasn't a stream day one because I own all the equipment and my flight got canceled to get out here. So I appreciate TopCut still letting me come out here for the second day and do this. It's been amazing. They recorded the first day as well, so that should be up on their YouTube later this week. And the event went super smooth. I had no issues from it was almost like there was an event out there because everything they just send us single matches, right?
100%. Also, all 10 rounds went very smoothly day one, and it was like one of the best experiences I've ever had. So
I can confirm round 9 and 10 went smoothly. I'll take your word for the other 8 because I was gone. But I believe you wholeheartedly. So.
And additionally, thank you for letting me join on stream.
Yeah.
It was a fun time. I learned a bunch of new things, and I like talking about the game more than anyone. So
for sure. And the spoiler. Yeah, I had someone else as a commentary be out here, and I didn't show up Saturday, so I'm like, okay, you can play whatever. Russell, shout out for him getting top 64 and made it out here. So I appreciate you being flexible as well, and it's just a really good time.
Yeah, I had plenty of good time just hanging out. So it's a win-win for everyone.
So that's going to be it. Make sure to follow on TopCut's Twitch as well as their YouTube. Decklist should be super public in the next 24 hours or so. They're just within the TopCut, so that's why players knew what they looked like. And I should have a video out here on my YouTube in the next 24 hours as well. And hopefully get back to Arizona, both of us,
100%,
in the next little bit. So I think that's going to be it. Thank you guys very much. We really do appreciate it. And we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.